Man, let me tell you, I have the flu right now and I am sweating badly. So I really do not feel like reacting to content necessarily today, but I do want to put something out there for you guys to watch, or for anyone that's new to the reaction scene to have something to watch today. So with that being said, I decided to run a compilation of everything that we reacted to during the month of February. That's why this video seems really long. In fact, this is the longest video I have on my channel. So if you're new to this channel, you're new to watching me react to things, I hope you enjoy the video. And or if you're a subscriber that just wants to chill and have something playing in the background, this video might be for you as well. So with that being said, let's get into it.
Speaking of stuff in the sky, though, News Nation, they had a whistleblower by the name of Jacob Barber. He was on one of the retrieval teams for UAPs and UFOs. And they showed a video of them picking up a UAP that was literally looked like a giant egg.
And this thing was just sitting out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
How'd they know about it?
This is the crazy part that he talked about. They're called psionics, which are basically the Stargate people. Remember Stargate from CIA, where they could see where certain stuff is? So they're called psionics, and they use psychic ability to find and summon UFOs.
Dude, this is what we've been talking about.
Weird,
Yeah.
right?
And the guy's like, well, what do you say to people that say, like, this is the craziest? Like, I don't know about that. The guy's like, it's 100% real. And he's like, in fact, every retrieval mission that they went on, they were within like a 300-foot area where the psionics said that it was going to be at.
Dude, that's not good.
I really cannot see how people think that that's a real video of a UAP. But I have had some people say in my comments on the last video I played of this that it would be ridiculous for someone to put their life on the line for a fake video. So there is some people out there that do believe that that was a real UAP UFO. And I mean, who knows? Maybe it really is. I hope to see better and more improved footage in the future, because that just was not it. But with that being said, I do have some theories and questions. How come these special people can just summon these UAP UFOs? What does that necessarily mean even? And what I mean by that is, what does that mean for the UFO slash UAP or whatever it supposedly is? If it can just simply be summoned as if it were someone calling out to their dog and their dog coming to them, does that not mean that those UFO UAPs, if they're real, are not intelligent enough to know that there's people out there trying to capture them or trying to reverse engineer them? Or are they an animal type creature that we can connect to with our minds, and they're like, oh, well, I hear a noise, and it starts going to where it hears the noise because it's hearing it in its head. So if those psychic people are real and they're actually summoning these creatures, UFO UAPs, are they actually crafts, or are those entities themselves? Which then leads into the theory of plasmoids. And that's a whole nother topic. And I like the idea of plasmoids. I definitely like the idea that there is some kind of creature out there that we just aren't familiar with yet, and we are slowly discovering it. But let me know in the comments of what you think about all this. I personally think that that video is ridiculous.
China's new DeepSeek AI is no joke, and looking at the US stock market right now just proves it. I mean, Silicon Valley is absolutely losing their shit right now after finding out that China's AI models can outperform America's best. If you didn't know, DeepSeek, right, as the lab is called, unveiled a free, might I mention, open source large language model in late December that it says only took 2 months and less than $6 million to build. But the best part about it is the fact that they used reduced capability chips from NVIDIA. Those are called H800s, and here's how fucking good this thing is. In a set of third-party benchmark tests, right, DeepSeek outperformed Meta's Llama 3.1, OpenAI's GPT-4, and Anthropic's Claude Sonnet 3.5, in accuracy ranging from complex problem solving to math and coding. And let's keep in mind, DeepSeek did all this while navigating the strict semiconductor restrictions that the United States government has imposed on China. So China is now obviously proving that they are more technologically advanced than the United States. I mean, have you seen their 6th gen fighter jet? This is what I've been trying to tell everybody. The United States is no longer the superior force to be reckoned with, okay? And the fact that Silicon Valley themselves are reacting in this manner should really tell you something. All I'm going to recommend that you do is learn how to invest while you still can, and to keep an eye on the US dollar.
Man, I have a lot of theories when it comes to this whole DeepSeek. And one, a lot of people are saying that this is a new company, and that's sort of the truth, but it's not completely the truth. This company has been around since 2023, but has been a part of a company since 2016 where the business was modeling AI to trade stocks. Now, you can do a lot of research on this, and it's been around for a while, so I don't necessarily believe when the company says that they've been developing this for a year. This is probably something that's been developed a lot longer than that. And in my personal opinion, I also think that the market or Silicon Valley did what it did through manipulation. I really think that this was a planned thing for people of wealth. They're like, let's say it's going to cost billions of dollars to do this, and it's going to make great advancements. That's going to boost up the stock right then and there. And then a company comes along and it supposedly is better than everything that we have. It's more affordable and it's way more efficient. And then all of a sudden, the stock market starts dropping. But not even within a couple of days later, it climbed back up so fast. There was a lot of people that made money on both the downward end and the upward. And I just really think that behind the scenes, there was some manipulation and understanding of what's going on. There's definitely some people out there that knew what was going to happen. Maybe insider trading. And I have a sneaking suspicion that this is not going to be the first time something like this happens again this year. I think that this was the opening door of, hey, AI is affecting the market greatly, and now all of these new AI things are happening that's affecting the market up and down. But we'll see. But overall, this DeepSeek stuff, I think there's something more behind the scenes going on than what the world is just letting us know about. Who knows? I'm just some guy reacting to videos, and maybe I'm overthinking it, but I think that there's something going on here.
Alright, so if we are living in physical reality, which is the third dimension, and our consciousness, our thoughts, are existing in the fourth dimension, which is beyond space-time, then what exists in the first and second dimensions? This was a question on one of my recent videos, and I did answer it in the comments. However, I thought it needed more of an extended discussion. From my understanding, and keep in mind, this is all theory, this is my opinion, these are just my thoughts, and technically speaking, we can't totally prove what's in the first and second, nor really what's in the third. I mean, we live in this third dimension, and when we break the items down to their barest structure, when we end up with atoms and molecules and electrons, and we find that objects are mostly in empty space, quantum physicists start scratching their heads because we truly don't know the nature of our own reality. But I digress. From my understanding, the first dimension is all that is. It is everything. It is all of creation. It is all possibility. It is literally like everything. Some people attribute this to like the essence of God. The second dimension then is polarity and duality. So you can think of the second dimension as being opposites, light and dark, male and female, cold and hot, in here and out there. I mean, it's basically just a bunch of opposites. It's why we see so many opposites in nature. Or rather, we see things that fill space and things that have negative space. I'm sure you guys have heard that darkness is just a lack of light, and that it in of itself is just a lack of something else. That's kind of what I'm talking about here. The third dimension encompasses all the stuff in between. So if we think about light, if the first dimension is just both light and dark coexisting because it's just all possibility, and the second dimension separates the two, then the third dimension fills the space in between. So now we have all of the colors on the spectrum of the rainbow. But the third dimension fills that space. It makes reality. It makes all the things that encompass both all that is and these polarities. And then once you get to the fourth dimension, you end up in what we call the quantum realm of like thought. And so we end up with consciousness, but not the all that is, but rather our individuated consciousnesses which create our reality. And this goes on and on for the rest of the dimensions where it starts to break down, and I argue that the highest dimension and the lowest, as in the first dimension and whatever the highest happens to be, they are one and the same. It's a loop. It comes back onto itself. It's a creation and then a climb back to source. That's my personal understanding of it, but I would love to hear your guys' thoughts.
It's pretty
what
cool.
do you think the first and second dimension is? And how many dimensions do you think there are? What do you think about these ideas?
Can belief alone reshape your destiny? It's a question many of us have pondered at some point. We've all heard that thinking positively is good for us, but how far can it really take you? Can a simple shift in mindset truly transform your life in ways that defy logic? In 1948, a Texas woman named Helen Hadsell began an experiment that would change the course of her life forever. She wasn't an academic, a scientist, or an inventor. She was a regular wife and mother. But what she discovered was so extraordinary that it earned her the nickname, the Contest Queen. Over decades, Helen mastered the art of winning contests, claiming prizes ranging from cars to fully furnished homes, trips around the world, and even entire grocery sprees. But it wasn't luck, at least not according to Helen. She believed her success came from a deep understanding of how the mind works and a technique she developed called SPEC. Helen was born in Texas in 1924 and led an ordinary life for many years. But everything changed when she became fascinated with the power of the subconscious mind. This fascination was fueled by the broader cultural context of the time, where the New Thought movement was gaining traction, emphasizing the power of positive thinking to influence one's life. Much like the teachings in books like Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill, The Power of Positive Thinking by Norman Vincent Peale, and The Power of Your Subconscious Mind by Dr. Joseph Murphy sparked her curiosity. Helen didn't just read these books, she put their principles into practice. She attended seminars, studied the techniques, and eventually built her own system for achieving success. Tapping into a lineage of thought that dates back to the late 19th century. The method she created, called SPEC, was simple but incredibly effective. It stood for the following: select it, be crystal clear about what you want. Helen believed that without specificity, your desires could never materialize. This mirrors ancient wisdom, where intention setting is key. A concept seen in practices from Hermeticism to Hindu philosophies. Project it, visualize yourself having already achieved your goal. See it, feel it, and act as though it's already yours. This is akin to the mystical practice of mental alchemy, where one's inner vision shapes outer reality. Expect it, expect success with absolute certainty. Remove any doubt, because belief was key to making it happen. This echoes the law of attraction, a modern interpretation of ancient ideas about energy and vibration. Collect it. Accept your success with gratitude and joy. Helen didn't just use this method for personal development. She applied it to contests, and it worked. Over her lifetime, Helen won thousands of prizes, ranging from small rewards to life-changing items. Her first big win was a fully furnished home in the 1960s. Imagine the odds of winning such a prize in a national contest. Yet Helen made it happen, and that was just the beginning. She went on to win a family trip to Paris, multiple cars, countless household appliances, and even weekly grocery shopping sprees. Helen treated every contest she entered as though she'd already won. She visualized the prize, imagined herself enjoying it, and submitted her entries with complete confidence. Her method was so effective that she became a legend in the sweepstakes world. What set Helen apart wasn't just her wins, it was her unwavering belief in the power of her mind. She didn't view her success as luck, but as a natural result of her thoughts aligning with her goals. To her, manifestation wasn't magic. It was a skill anyone could learn, grounded in a history of spiritual practices where thought was considered the precursor to action. As Helen's fame grew, she wanted to share her method with the world. She authored a book called The Name It and Claim It Game, which outlined her spec formula and encouraged readers to pursue their dreams using positive thinking and visualization. The book became a guide for anyone curious about the power of manifestation, resonating with the contemporary surge in interest in the law of attraction, popularized by works like The Secret. Helen's approach was simple but profound. She believed that the mind was the most powerful tool we have, and that by focusing our thoughts, we could achieve anything. Her philosophy extended beyond contests. She saw it as a way to approach life itself, much like the teachings of ancient philosophers who believed in the power of the mind to influence the physical world. Over the years, skeptics argued that Helen's success was merely a string of coincidences, but her track record defied logic. How could one person win so consistently across so many different types of contests for so many years? For those who knew her, the answer was clear. Helen had discovered a way to bend reality to her will, tapping into a mystical truth that perhaps reality is more malleable than we might think. Helen passed away in 2010, but her legacy lives on. To this day, her story continues to inspire people around the world to believe in the power of their thoughts. Her life raises an intriguing question. What if our minds really do shape our reality? Helen Hadsel's story is one of unwavering belief, determination, and the incredible possibilities that arise when you align your thoughts with your desires.
I looked this up. It is actually all true, and it's pretty interesting. She really did live her life believing, if you believed that it was yours already, as if it was something that was going to be, it was. She wrote like 4 books. Let me know in the comments what you guys think about manifestation. I do personally believe in manifestation. Now, the way she had it going on is a little different than how I have it going on. The way I use my manifestation is if there's something that I want, or if there's a goal that I would like to have accomplished, I make myself accomplish it, if that makes any sense. The way I see it, if you want it, it's possible as long as you work for it. And I think manifestation works differently for everybody. It might not even be a real thing for all I know, but I do like to apply myself to the thought that manifestation does work. It just takes work.
This covenant of blood. What blood? The blood of this covenant. Glory to God. Cut the covenant with his father God. Glory. Yes, like Moses of old. There's the coming one. Oh! Don't ever do it. Don't ever feel sorry for yourself. Don't ever do it. Absolutely stunning. Just delicious. It's so good. And he will be like Moses, and he'll live 120 years and said, yeah, preach it, brother, preach it, brother, preach it. Just before the cross.
Whew, Kenneth Copeland actually brings out like this fight or flight response in me. Like, I feel anxiety when I see that guy. If demons are real, I truly believe that that is one in disguise right there, and I'm not trying to be mean. It's just how my gut feels about it. Let me know in the comments, do you guys like Kenneth Copeland? I think that we're almost all on the same page that he's not a normal human being.
Yeah, you're not gonna wanna do this. If for some reason people are just finding out they can do this, and it actually has some pretty bad impacts on your health. So some people can actually blur their own vision. As weird as it sounds, I can do it, and I thought everybody could, but no, only a fraction of you can. When you're focusing on an object, the eye muscles actually contract, Or is that when you're watching a film and the background blurs apart from the person you're actually looking at? The simplest way possible, this just helps the light enter your retina so you can actually see properly. But people that do this unintentionally, it's not very good at all. You see, it can do many different things, obviously giving you eye strain, which can lead to headaches and many other things. Some people have even reported just suddenly getting blurry vision after this from doing it and have actually had to go and see the doctor. I saw this video from Dr. Khan, who you probably know. A lot of people were like, what? How did I not know that no one could do this? And if you do want the full scientific explanation to what this actually means that I'm not going to go into, go and watch his video. As I say, if you keep doing this, you can overstimulate your eye muscles, give a lot of strain, and end up in not a good situation. Now, there's not many studies online as to how many people can do this, but a lot can, but the majority can't, apparently. Although it says you can train yourself to do it, which I do not recommend. It's probably not a good thing because there's no benefits to it.
I can also manually blur my eyes. I would have thought that that might have been a good exercise. Not that I practice it very often, but it just seems like it's an exercise. Let me know in the comments. Are any of you guys able to blur your own eyes, or did you even know that this was a thing?
Did you know that there's 3 things that will be revealed after our deaths that exist now?
What do you mean?
What?
There is a letter from Queen Elizabeth written to the mayor of Sydney, and she says, please don't open this letter until 2085.
Yeah,
or
I've
it's
heard
being
about
held
this.
in a like secret vault in Sydney, Australia.
Interesting.
Wow.
Like something big. But then there's a movie called 100 Years, the movie you'll never see, but it's starring John Malkovich.
Okay.
And it's to be released in theaters or to the public in 2115.
Really? Wow.
They filmed it in 2015, and no one will see it
Yeah.
until 100 years goes by.
Lame.
What if they know exactly what happens to us and they just made it?
What
into
if
a
John
movie?
Malkovich is a time traveler?
And then the last thing, which was super weird, Jackie Kennedy's bloody pink suit, the suit that she was wearing
Yeah.
when JFK was shot, it's been held in a vault secret. Like no one's allowed to see it. And they said they will release it to the public October 26, 2103.
Weird. Why? Why?
Alien blood.
My front camera is smashed, but I'm here at my girlfriend's house by myself. She always says it's haunted because it sounds like somebody is walking around upstairs. I've never heard it until now. I always say it's not haunted because the house is a little old. But it legit sounds like there's somebody upstairs. I will swing on a ghost, or if it's a person, I don't care. Who's up there? Oh my god, they're like at the top of the stairs. Come down these stairs and I will swing on you, I promise.
That might have been the first video I've ever seen where someone may have punched a ghost.
Can someone tell me what this is? This is my security camera, okay? Now, you can see me over here in the white nightgown, facing the window. What is that keeps being seen in my security camera? Does anyone know what that looks like or what that could be? That keeps showing up behind me in my security camera. This is about the 3rd time it has shown up. I've checked the security cameras over and over again, and it only shows up behind me. It is not showing up behind anyone else. And of course you can see it's my security camera because I've got right here is the line of the camera. And this is the full size of the photo. Now, this is me over here in the white gown facing the window again. What is that shadow that keeps coming up behind me? My security camera is catching it every time about the hours between 3 and 4 a.m. That is the only time my camera is showing that. Someone help me out.
I mean, that just straight up looks like a demon. It kinda looks photoshopped, but in a way it actually looks legit. I'm not sure what the device is that she's holding. It must be either a monitoring device. I'm not entirely certain why we're seeing a picture of a digital device being held with an image on it. That's kind of what's making me think that this is a little fake maybe. But if not, if I seen that, I'd have to start praying because I would think that either Satan's on me or the Grim Reaper.
Deep in the heart of Transylvania lies a place known as the Bermuda Triangle of Romania, Hoia Baciu Forest. It's a site of unexplained phenomena, chilling legends, and eerie mysteries that continue to baffle scientists and thrill seekers alike.
Ugh, coffee got
One of
cold.
the most famous features of this forest is the mysterious Poyana Rotunda, or the clearing. This barren patch of land is eerily circular, with no vegetation growing within it. Soil samples show no abnormalities, yet nothing thrives here. Locals believe this is a portal to another dimension. The trees of Hoyabachiu add to its unsettling aura. Their trunks twist and spiral in unnatural ways, as if warped by some unseen force. Scientists have no definitive explanation for their bizarre shapes. But the forest isn't just visually strange, it's alive with paranormal activity.
I would like to see
Visitors
it.
report hearing whispers, disembodied laughter, and footsteps behind them, though no one is there. Shadowy figures are a common sight, leaving those who see them shaken. Then there are the lights, bright, floating orbs that drift through the trees. These have been photographed countless times, yet their origin remains unknown. Are they spirits, energy anomalies, or something else entirely? In 1968, the forest gained international attention when a biologist named Alexandru Sift photographed a UFO hovering above the treetops. Since then, Hoyabachiu has become a magnet for UFO hunters, with many reporting sightings and unexplained flashes of light in the sky. Time works differently here. Visitors have claimed to lose hours in what felt like minutes. Some emerge disoriented, unable to recall what happened inside the forest. Others tell of a young girl who disappeared for years, only to reappear wearing the same clothes and with no memory of her time away. Legends say this land is cursed. The forest is believed to be haunted by spirits of those who met violent ends, and some even claim it's guarded by malevolent forces. So, is Hoyabachiu a portal to another dimension? A hotspot for extraterrestrial activity? Or simply a place where science has yet to catch up with folklore?
I did look up this forest. It is a real place. I wish that they would have used real images of it because it is pretty creepy looking, but it is to be considered one of the most haunted places in Transylvania, so that's pretty cool. Let me know in the comments if you've heard about this place, and let me know if you've had any experiences with it, because that would be really interesting to hear about.
Hey friends, I think I might have just figured out who the Anunnaki really are, and this is going to blow your mind because it's not who you think it is, because it's definitely not who I thought it was. So buckle up, because this is going to change how you look at everything. This is so crazy. So we're going to talk about the Denisovans. The Denisovans is one of the biggest discoveries in the history of humans, and no one's really talking about it. So we found these bones in this Russian cave in like the 1970s, but they didn't know what they were, and it took until 2008 to really genetically, dive into it and figure out that these aren't Neanderthal and these aren't Homo sapiens sapien. This is a new species of human being called the Denisovans. And fun fact, they're called the Denisovans because they came from this cave in Russia, and there was this nomadic dude that lived outside the cave, and his name was Denis. I shit you not. That's why we call them the Denisovans. Anyways, we're funny. All right, so what makes this so significant, and I'll get into why I think there's a very good chance that these are the Anunnaki, and this is crazy, because they found these bones, and on one of the skeletons, this woman, there was a bracelet, okay? And they called it the Denisovan bracelet. It's amazing. It's this beautiful, very sophisticated piece of jewelry that has this drill hole in it where this amulet hung. Well, they analyzed the drill hole, looked at it really close, and found out that it had to have been made with high-speed precision, like a power tool, a power drill, okay? They're convinced that they had some sort of a technology that did this. They don't know if it was powered by like electricity. They don't really know, because there's no way for us to know, but they know that it would take an incredible amount of sophistication and technology to make that bracelet. And this, they dated it to 70,000 years old, okay?
Dang.
So think about Homo sapiens and Neanderthals 70,000 years ago. We were like cavemen. We were hunter-gatherers. We were just grunting and stuff, okay? So 70,000 years ago, these Denisovans had not just the technology to make this, but the self-awareness. The self-awareness to make jewelry and to make it beautiful like that, right? That takes self-awareness. It takes conscious and sentience to be like, hey, I want to look pretty, and I'm going to go through all this effort to make power tools to craft this beautiful bracelet, right? That's incredible. 70,000 years ago. And on top of that, they found like a flute type instrument, which means they had musical instruments, which means they understood music and harmony and notes and frequency and all that, and also made the instruments. And these are just what we found. Who knows what else they had? We found all sorts of other art and all sorts of other things that paints a picture that they're highly sophisticated, even that they had understanding of like astrology and astronomy. Okay, so another really interesting thing is they were able to tell by the genome of these bones that we share genetics from the Denisovans, that they interbred, kind of like the fallen angel thing, they interbred with Homo sapiens, and that the genes that overlap between us and Denisovans are found in highly autistic people, meaning that there's a certain way that their brain was structured that we find in modern day autistics, like pattern recognition, sensitivity to light and sound, that kind of stuff. So there's a good chance that these Denisovans were what we would call like autistic, right? That they just operated that way, they saw the world that way, which is what led them to be such amazing, tool makers and this kind of stuff. And I'll get into something really interesting in a minute, but they're about how I think that they're the Anunnaki. But real quick, the Denisovans were also much bigger. Okay, they found out that they were probably 6 inches or so taller than Homo sapiens, bigger built and everything, more muscular, stronger, this kind of stuff, right? And what do we think about the Anunnaki? They were bigger than us, taller than us, right? Okay, so let's go real quick to like the reliefs and stuff that we have of like the Anunnaki in ancient Sumer and even Egypt and Göbekli Tepe and these kinds of ancient reliefs. And what do we find? We find this very advanced stone cutting and these like carvings into stone, into like very hard surfaces, and done with precision, done in a way where like, how did they do this 10,000 years ago? Well, if the Denisovans had these power tools of sorts 70,000 years ago, right? And they had obviously an artistic flair because they made jewelry with it, right? And flutes and very small precision instruments. Well, there's a very good chance that they used this whatever power tools, whatever this technology that they had, to create these reliefs and these carvings and all of these things that we find all over the world that we can't explain, because we're like, well, Neanderthals and Homo sapiens couldn't have done this. Well, now we're finding there's a third race of humans that existed. So they think that the Denisovans existed 500,000 years ago, all the way to about 35,000 years ago. And you might think, okay, what happened to them 35,000 years ago? Why aren't they still around? Where did they go? If they're so sophisticated, so advanced, why did they disappear? They don't know. They think, okay, since Homo sapiens likely overtook Neanderthals, we just basically out-hunted them and interbred with them until we became dominant, because, we're kind of a dominant alpha species. Well, got to think about it this way. If the Denisovans were more sort of autistic, right, they're going to be more isolated, they're going to be more, a little more introverted, and if they're that much more advanced, that much more sophisticated, that much farther ahead with their technology, well, they're probably just going to go somewhere where the Homo sapiens aren't. So if all the Homo sapiens, at this point, the population is exploding, we're all over the surface of the earth, where would they go? They would probably go inside the earth, okay? That's the most logical thing. These were logical thinking people, very, very smart, okay? So if 70,000 years ago, they were so sophisticated that they could create these things, right? The jewelry and the flute and stuff. If they're that sophisticated 70,000 years ago, and then say 35,000 years ago, they went inside the earth or whatever, but they're still coming out and kind of guiding and helping after cataclysms, and they were creating these reliefs and all these monoliths and all this stuff around the world, well, think about how advanced they would be now. Think about where we are in 2025. Think about 200 years ago, okay? Go back just 200 years and look at humans. We were crude. We were, horse, buggy, carriage, we, still didn't have electricity or anything like that. And in 200 years, we have robots on Mars and AI, right? Give me a break. So that's 200 years. Imagine these people, these Denisovans, were this advanced and sophisticated 70,000 years ago. Oh my God, what would they be like today if they kept advancing? Well, there's no reason to think they didn't, right? They're that smart, that sophisticated. If they went inside the earth, what would they be like? Well, they would be like what we call the Nordics or the Anunnaki or the Atlanteans or angels or aliens, right? When you study what we call quote unquote alien experiences, the vast majority of alien craft, UFOs, saucers, that kind of stuff, come out of the earth. They don't come down from the atmosphere, they come out of the earth. And the vast majority of alien encounters are Nordics, okay? Nordics and Greys are the two most common, but Nordics make up a huge amount of the alien encounters. What if the Nordics don't come from the Pleiades or, anything like that. They come from the Earth. There's a very good chance, there's a ton of data that suggests that there's an advanced human species living inside our Earth, and they're misdirecting us, making us look up. Everything comes from up. Look up, look up. Why would they want us to look up? So we don't look down. They're very smart and sophisticated, okay? So there's a very good chance there's an advanced species of humans living inside the Earth. There's a very good chance those are the Denisovans, or what we call Denisovans. They would call themselves that. And there's a very good chance that that is what accounted for, like, the Greek gods, the Anunnaki, the Quetzalcoatl, these kinds of things, the beings that came out of the water after cataclysms and helped restart humanity and that kind of stuff, and guiding and kind of nurturing us and nudging us along the way from afar. They're not coming down from space. They're coming up from inside. Where did they get there? Why are they there? They were there first. They go back 500,000 years, right? And they probably just retreated because at a certain point, Homo sapiens sapien just exploded in population. We made a mess of things. We're pretty aggressive and unpredictable and wild. And they were probably just like, okay, well, it's safer inside anyways. You don't have all the floods. You don't get hit by asteroids and stuff. It makes sense. And they went inside and they come out, the spheres, the saucers, all that stuff that comes out of volcanoes and mountains and ocean and that kind of stuff. That's them. They're inside the Earth. We call it the ultra-terrestrial, or the crypto-terrestrial model. A lot of really smart people have put out papers, Hal Puthoff and Dr. Michael Masters have put out papers talking about the crypto-terrestrial and ultra-terrestrial hypothesis, that there's a staggering amount of evidence that there's a sophisticated species of humanoids living inside of our Earth. And people talk about where they come from. Why are they there? I think they're the Denisovans. Even found them in a cave. Maybe that cave leads inside the Earth. I don't know. But if they were that sophisticated, the Denisovan bracelet, the flute, all those things, 70,000 years ago. Look at how far we've come in the last 200 years. Think about where they would be now. Indistinguishable from magic, from angels, from aliens, right? But they're not. They're part of us. We're part of them. We carry their DNA. We carry their genetics. It's crazy. It's wild. So anyways, that's what I think. I don't even know if I think that. This is just all brand new. The world has not really fully integrated what Denisovans mean to the lineage, the genesis, the history of humans and of Earth. This is all brand new, but it's so exciting. I mean, we don't know jack.
That's actually a pretty cool theory. I actually really enjoyed that talk. Let me know what you guys think about Denisovans and the discovery of them and them possibly being what we call the Anunnaki. And when it comes to the hollow earth or inner earth theory, I also really like that theory as well.
There's more booms happening. Oh,
Yeah, we keep getting messages. What could it possibly be?
okay. Well, it doesn't make sense for Florida, but some people out west, they're talking about they're literally like digging tunnels. Listen to this one. This one sounds like an alien mothership coming.
Okay. It's got a spring on it.
What? That's not fire. That's just like a
No, that last one was like
Yeah, it sounded like a spring reverb.
metallic-y.
Like there's a dome or something underground.
Hollow Earth. Maybe all the fallen angels and stuff are trying to get out.
Let us out of here!
It was a month ago I was hearing weird sounds in the sky. Since then, I have not really heard anything crazy sounding. Let me know in the comments though, have any of you heard any weird sounds that you can't explain in the sky?
Her name is Amelia, and she lives in a 250-year-old haunted house. The next two videos are of what she's captured in her home. The first one is one of the most terrifying experiences that she's had, and she caught it on camera. But it's the second video that has captured everybody's attention, and it may be as to the reason why she's being haunted. She finds something very old underneath her floorboards. Take a look at these next two videos, and more to come.
That there's nothing actually holding this floorboard down, so when you walk on it, it rattles a lot. So I looked underneath the floorboard to see where I could like nail it down again. But I had to get my camera out because, can you see that? That looks like something buried to me. It's wedged under the old floorboards. I don't know what that is.
Said liquid glue. 1904 coin.
Oh man, that's awesome. I'll be able to get this out. I'm gonna have to cut this because I'm gonna need both hands to get this out because it is like wedged in there. Okay, so I think it's coming out. It looks like it's got gold on it. Oh, it's coming. It is filthy. How long do you reckon that was in there for? It's definitely a book, but they're not like actual pages. They're like really thick. Alright, I'm gonna have to open this on camera. I'm gonna clean this up because I don't want to breathe this in and make another video.
I don't have the part 2 to this video. I'm looking for it and I cannot find it, but I am interested in what's in that book. Let me know in the comments. Would you be willing to open up that book if you found it? I would be, I'm not gonna lie. That would definitely pique my interest.
Okay, this image of this almost perfectly square-looking formation on Mars is causing a lot of interest right now. And I can confirm it is 100% real, because if you go to the original source captured on the Mars Orbiter camera, the image was taken from a tiny slice in this crater. Then, if you zoom into the top of that image, you find this. Now, the reason it's getting so much attention is that people are pointing out that perfectly straight lines or right angles don't exist in nature, and natural processes typically don't create such large and symmetrical shapes, which also makes it much harder to just dismiss as pareidolia. According to NASA analysis, each side is roughly 3 kilometers in length. Now, on the other side, this picture was taken all the way back in 2001, but is resurfacing now. And let's be honest, we've also been here before with the Mars tunnels and faces on Mars. So what do you guys think? Is this something interesting, or are we just looking at it too deep?
Hey, I'm glad he actually clarified that it was an older photo. And yeah, I mean, as far as the structure goes, that definitely looks like a built-in type of structure. You can even see where it has potentially rooms. It's a very interesting photo, I'm not gonna lie. Let me know what you guys think about this in the comments. I think it's just a very, very rare coincidence. If anything, I would love to see more photos like this start popping up on Mars and other places, but it's very rare.
I'm starting to lose my mind a little bit as I'm trying to piece together this information about this ranch. It's called Asthma Ranch, and it's about these Christian homesteaders that found this box of tapes whenever they were discovering their land. And all these strange things start occurring, but they show you this information, and like piecing it together just gets under your, like, I can't figure it out, but I can't stop watching it.
Recording what is in my mind.
The little bits of information are so convoluted the way that they're piecing them together. I don't know what, if this is like a cult, if there's danger, but these were just a bunch of Christian homesteaders that were setting out to do something good.
Prepare for heaven's light.
But it turned into something much more, and now it's like this diabolical haunted mystery, and I have to know the answers because I can't stop trying to figure out what's going on the Asthma Ranch. The Asthma Journals was released over on YouTube, and I'll put a link below where you can find it to help take part in solving this mystery. There are 4 tapes available in an introduction that tells you what's going on in the ranch, and there's a new tape apparently releasing this Saturday.
I looked this up, and the Asthma Ranch, it looks interesting. It's all just found footage type of content or analog horror. I might check it out. I don't think I'll react to it on here, but maybe my second channel. Let me know what you guys think about this. Is it something that you would be interested in seeing, or is it something that should just be passed?
You want to see images of a UAP that was summoned on command? Sounds crazy, right? Well, Jake Barber says he and his team have done it. And in a minute, I can even show you photos that he took of it. In a jaw-dropping interview on American Alchemy, former intelligence officer Jake Barber talks with Jesse Michaels, and he reveals how he's been able to summon an egg-shaped UAP on command. He and his team have actually been able to do this successfully more than once. Check out this moment from the interview where he breaks it all down.
And reorganized and are now working with Arrow, I can make the egg show up. And we have. And we've demonstrated it post-program. And we did it in August.
Oh my God.
In broad daylight.
Really?
Yeah.
So you can summon the egg?
Yes, we can summon the egg.
That is absurd.
It seems absurd, but we've tracked it in broad daylight, the egg, moving at 10,000 miles per hour.
Wow.
So based on range. And it comes when we've, at a precise timing, when we've asked for. We're doing demonstrations for the new director of Arrow. They're fully privy. They've seen our videos. They've seen our data and our report.
So what if UFOs and UAPs aren't just randomly appearing all the time, but they can actually be summoned at will? If it's true, it continues to reinforce the absolute key role of the consciousness connection when it comes to the phenomenon. What do you think?
To me, those just look like photos of thrown baseballs. The other day, a subscriber commented on my video where they were talking about summoning egg-shaped UFOs, and they're like, you know what else gets summoned? Demons. It's got a point.
This is truly some creepy home security footage. This homeowner was going through all of their security feeds when they came upon this video. What appeared to be an unidentified person or even something looked around the side of their house, noticed the camera, and seemed to duck back away. But the question everybody is asking, was this a real human? Was this something else? Or was this even a ghost? Take a look at this and tell me what you think.
Paranormal or not, if I seen that on my cameras, that would definitely creep me out. I would think someone is lurking around my property. Not to mention that their eyes are kind of glowing, so that's a little weird too. Let me know what you guys think that was. I am still leaning more on it being a person though, more than anything.
Giant hole in the sun could trigger solar storms in early February. Interesting. So 2 giant holes in the sun could create impactful space weather for Earth in early February. Recent NOAA satellite images show 2 coronal holes, that's right, 2 holes, areas on the surface of the sun with cooler plasma. Forecasters with the NOAA Space Weather Prediction Center are monitoring the larger coronal hole in the northern hemisphere and a smaller, narrower hole in the southern hemisphere. This is not funny, people. Both are likely to provide an enhanced and disturbed solar wind environment to start off February, but our models indicate more likely influences from the northern coronal hole, said Sean Dahl, service coordinator at NOAA's Space Weather Prediction Center. These dark areas on the sun, as seen in satellite images, can produce space weather events known as coronal hole high-speed streams, which can trigger northern lights on Earth. SWPC rates solar storms on a 5-level scale, with 5 being the most extreme and rare space weather conditions. As of Tuesday, the SWPC is considering active conditions between February 1st and the 3rd, just short of G1, the first level of geomagnetic storm. Oh boy, as the CHSS influences first begin to react to Earth, there is a chance for G1 minor storm conditions. If G1 levels are reached as a coronal high-speed stream impacts Earth, the northern lights could be visible along the northern tier and upper Midwest. So a coronal hole looks like a vast area of blackness in the sun because coronal holes consist of cooler, less dense plasma. This plasma is able to travel at faster speeds into space, streaming along the sun's magnetic field lines. A coronal hole high-speed stream produces increased solar winds that leave the sun radially. So in summary, when a CH rotates to the center of the sun, directly facing Earth, the elevated speed starts its journey towards our planet. So by the time the CH rotates to somewhere between 40 and 60 degrees west longitude toward the right side limb of the sun, that is usually when the HSS and its associated effects reach us here at Earth. However, CHSS can sometimes have lasting impacts because the sun spins every 27 days. If Earth gets hit by a high-speed stream, there's a chance it could strike again in another 27 days. And now you know the cause and effects of a giant hole in the sun.
That gives a whole nother meaning to black hole sun. But all jokes aside, it's probably going to be a really interesting year for weather then, because that just sounds terrifying.
Have you guys heard that thing about the night vision goggles? You know, night vision now, it's green. Yep. But in the Vietnam War, the night vision goggles that they were issued were red light. Multiple people in the U.S. military that were using them were seeing what they were reporting as flying demons. There's an instance where they're flying these helicopters in Vietnam. It was a safe zone, no hostility. And then the gunner in the back just started shooting. And the pilot's like, "What are you shooting at?" And this guy, he was like panicked and he's like sweating and like, "What are you shooting at?" And he's like, "The demon." Apparently this giant winged demon creature was like flying at him. And then people on the ground in the jungles that were using it, they were also seeing like these demonic looking, freaky looking creatures. And so the military banned those night vision goggles.
What?
And they replaced them with green light. Apparently a lot of these dudes were shook to the
Yeah,
core of
I
everything
mean-
that they saw with these goggles on.
Did the bullets work?
That
'Cause
was
I
my
thought it was just
follow-up.
prayer.
Yeah, I don't know.
I've looked into it a little bit because I heard the same thing. They were putting stuff inside the chemicals in the goggles that
Oh,
the
they were
chemical was
tripping.
literally leaking, and so they were literally tripping.
Quantum physics is just discovering through science what ancient civilizations have been saying all along, which is evident in structures like the pyramids around the world, which is a connection of energy, frequency, and vibration. Just like Nikola Tesla said, that if you want to know the answer of the universe, it's all about energy, frequency, and vibration. The ancients figured out that there is a connection between the universe and the cosmos and the Earth's energy grid lines. And this is also echoed in spirituality, where our thoughts and our consciousness affects our reality. What do you think about this? Share your comments. I will be releasing videos that connects the dots and discusses this in a lot more details. I'm really intrigued by this new field and that we are just now uncovering what they have known all along.
I definitely do believe that in the past that they had their own forms of technology, or they had a way to utilize technology differently than how we utilize it today. I don't think that everything that we have today is new. I think what we have today that we say has been invented in the past. It's just been so long ago and forgotten because of either natural disasters or history over time just changed the narrative completely.
Again, starting from the big picture, the thing that is so significant for me about working with crystals and gemstones, which you find in every classical tradition, the Egyptian temple science did it, the Himalayan tradition is full of works with gemstones for healing, for even overcoming karmic challenges. They use them for what's called astral remedies, because they bring in particular vibratory forces that can counteract things that are detrimental in the person's karmic path that could manifest very negatively otherwise. And one of the most incredible systems that unfortunately we almost lost the secrets from, but is now being brought back, is in the Chinese Taoist tradition. Mm-hmm. Because when the communists took over China around 1949, they only kept in the true Taoist healing of Chinese medicine that occurred before that. They kept the part of it that was the acupuncture, and they kept the plant medicine. Because I thought, well, the plant medicine is similar to the Western use of pharmaceuticals. And so we'll keep that in. But there was an entire, what they called stone medicine, a mineral medicine that was just as developed and advanced and complex as Chinese medical use of plants. But what happened is that they destroyed the Taoist temples, they killed many of the Taoist masters, and so a lot of the knowledge of the Chinese Taoist art of the use of stones for whether it's physiological healing or energetic healing or things to activate people at spiritual levels was almost lost.
I like the idea that there is crystals out there that have forms of healing properties. And I know there's some people out there that say you shouldn't believe in crystals and things like that. You should just believe in God and Jesus. And I think that that's fine too. I just don't understand why also, if God exists and he created the earth, why not have something that he created be a part of your medicine? That would make sense to me, especially when you can test certain studies on crystals and it's proven that, hey, this crystal resonates at a certain frequency and certain frequencies are good for you. I do believe if there is a God, that God would have put this stuff on here for that purpose, for us to figure out and to utilize to benefit ourselves. Let me know what you guys think in the comments.
People are freaking out after realizing they definitely should not be doing this. This is insane. The fact people didn't know this, but a lot of people didn't apparently. Everyone has a bed, of course. You're probably laying in it right now. But when was the last time that you changed your bedding? But not just that, your actual pillows, duvet and everything about the bed. As I'm sure you're aware, when you sleep in a bed, obviously it's gonna get a bit dirty. If you're laying in the same things constantly, it'd be like wearing the same t-shirt for like a month in a row. Now, a lot of people thought that you change your sheet on the bed maybe once a month, your duvet covers, pillow covers once every month or few weeks. But it's definitely not that, and just wait till you see that you have to actually replace the physical stuff as well. So regularly replacing the bed sheets, just what you're laying in constantly, is essential because it gets absolutely filthy. Research from scientists and doctors show that you should be changing your sheets every single week. And there's even some people that do it every single day. Now, what people also didn't realise is how often you should actually replace like the physical duvet or pillows. You should not have the same sheets or duvet covers at all after 2 to 3 years, and I know some of you 100% do. Your actual pillows should be replaced between 2 and 3 years, so after that time you have to just chuck it out. Your actual duvet, again, between 2 and 3 years, and the actual mattress 6 to 8. And I just know for certain there's a lot of you who have the same bedding that you've probably had since you were a child. Oh, it's been washed, it's fine. Well, apparently not.
Honestly, I can agree with almost all of that. Replacing the pillows and the sheets and everything after a couple of years, probably a good thing. But I'll fight over my mattress. That'll probably stick with me to the day I die. Unless something seriously goes wrong with it, I don't think that mattress is going anywhere.
So we know we're in a time loop. We know that 1961 is playing very significant right now, right? We know that there was the LA fires in 1961. Obviously, we know that there was a plane with figure skaters that crashed in 1961. You know what else happened in 1961? The Bay of Pigs and the building of the Berlin Wall. So we know what we can expect them to play with the rest of this year. Now, the Bay of Pigs feels extra significant considering that video that went viral, right? With that girl messing with that Ouija board. And what did she say? The Bay of Pigs, right? That was the only one that I hadn't heard about. I'm gonna leave this here before I get a damn community guideline violation.
These miners found something that could change the history books. This is the story of the Tisol Princess, and it might just make you question everything you know. It all started in 1969 when some miners near the village of Tisolsky, Siberia, were looking for coal about 230 feet below the surface. One of the miners dislodged a large rock, revealing a passageway to a hidden chamber, and what was in it defied all explanation. Sitting there before them was an ornate 8-foot-long marble sarcophagus. The miners thought there might be treasure inside, so they opened it up. Instead, they found this beautiful woman inside, dressed like royalty, looking around 30 years old, perfectly preserved within this strange pink liquid. Although she wasn't alive, the miners thought she still might have been. Maybe she was sleeping, as there was no sign of bodily decay, and strangely, her eyes were still open. But there was something different about her. She had 6 fingers, and a third eye in the middle of her forehead as well. Now, the miners told their boss, so he called the Soviet military, and they came into town, wound up cordoning off the whole place, and told locals not to talk about this. Now, if you thought that was something already, it gets weirder. So they tried to take the sarcophagus out of the mine, but it was too heavy to lift. So in order to lighten the load, they decided to pump out this mystery pink liquid. But the woman inside immediately started to turn black and decompose. And in an effort to preserve her body, they put the fluid back in the sarcophagus, and the woman regained her pristine form. Eventually, they got the sarcophagus out and shipped it to a scientist for study. And shortly afterwards, all of the miners who were present during the find all died under mysterious circumstances, and the KGB buried the story for decades until it came back to light in 2002. And now there's even a monument about the Tisol Princess near the mine where she was allegedly found. And according to the story, the scientist couldn't determine what the pink liquid was. He also found that the woman shared our DNA, so she was human, but he thought likely from some highly advanced, lost ancient civilization, and that her existence called into question the history of humanity and the Earth itself. And the craziest thing about all of this is that he believed that based on the geological layer that the sarcophagus was found in, the woman could have been anywhere from 100 to 800 million years old.
If you have horses, or if you have any sort of cattle or whatever, but mainly horses, okay, if you've noticed that they have braids on them, oh yeah, most of the times when their horses have braids and they didn't do it themselves, a duende braided their hair. That's like a sign that there's duendes in that area.
What the fuck? I've never heard about that.
Some people are saying it's witches, but I'm gonna show you a video of this guy. He's basically talking about his experiences with duendes, and one one of them is a statue, because, you know, some people believe duendes are like little goblins running around, but other ones are like statues and shit. In Mexico, there's even little markets where you could buy some, and basically you give offerings, and you have like some sort of like pact with them. You give them whatever they want, and then they help you out whenever you need, right? But you let me know what the statue does.
Wait, what?
Les piden cosas para su vida. Por ejemplo, a este brother le piden, ayúdame a dejar el vicio. Entonces, quiero dejar de fumar, por favor ayúdame. Entonces vienen, dejan cigarros. Quiero dejar de tomar, por favor ayúdame. Le dejas dejar de tomar, por favor ayúdame. Le dejas...
There's no way that's real, bro.
So it blinked.
Oh, it winked. It didn't blink. It was only one eye.
And yo, these legends have been around for a minute. It goes from Ireland to the Philippines to Mexico to even other parts in Central America and even South America. There's no way people could be telling the same lie.
Maybe some mysteries were never meant to be solved. In 1837, a terrifying legend gripped Victorian England. Spring-heeled Jack. Witnesses described a sinister figure with clawed hands, glowing red eyes, and an inhuman ability to leap over walls. Reports first emerged in London, where terrified residents spoke of a man or something else, dressed in a tight oilskin suit and a flowing cape. He attacked unsuspecting women, clawing at them before vanishing into the night with a supernatural leap. One of the most infamous encounters involved Mary Stevens, who claimed Jack grabbed her and breathed blue flames into her face before fleeing. The next day, a carriage driver swerved in terror as a figure leapt in front of his vehicle. The creature let out a maniacal cackle before disappearing into the darkness. Sightings spread beyond London to Manchester, Birmingham, and Liverpool, all describing the same eerie traits: piercing red eyes, fire breathing, and impossible jumps. Panic swept across England and theories exploded. Was he a cruel aristocrat with hidden gadgets, a demonic entity preying on the fearful, or something even more otherworldly? Despite mass hysteria and investigations, no one was ever caught. Over time, sightings faded, but the legend never died. Spring-heeled Jack became the subject of plays, penny dreadfuls, and urban folklore, a chilling reminder of a mystery that refuses to be explained. Was he real, a paranormal menace, or simply a product of mass hysteria? What do you believe?
Cloud seeding, we've talked about that quite a bit.
Which is so funny because the concept of chemtrails, if you were to bring that up 3 years ago, people would be like, there's no such thing. And then it's like all of a sudden we had our senators in Florida proposing to ban weather manipulation.
Yeah. Dubai does cloud seeding. They steal water from other regions so that they can water their dry regions. Like that's like a thing that they're in trouble for.
I mean, I remember in Africa they would try to plant a bunch of trees to change the climate. Like it would bring in different weather patterns.
That sounds way smarter than spraying stuff in
No,
the air.
it was brilliant. It was like they changed complete areas of drought by irrigation and planting.
That's crazy. That documentary, Geoengineering, and this dude, he collected a sample when he saw that the planes were, because you see the line. And so that day he like set out a bunch of stuff and collected whatever was falling down, looked under a microscope, and had all these elements of a patent that the US government has for cloud seeding and weather manipulation.
Oh, wow.
And it's like, stop doing it! Quit doing this.
I will say I definitely believe that cloud seeding is happening more often than what it's supposed to. And the amount of chemtrails that I see on an everyday basis is crazy. And the way it works here in South Carolina is I'll see a whole bunch of chemtrails, and then maybe 4 hours later, the clouds are thin and they look ripply and very wavy, like there's radio waves going through them. It does not look very normal at all. And then the next thing you know, the clouds are dark and it's dreary and it's stinky outside. Definitely do think that there's something up with that.
Everything we do just takes the longest possible route around when these guys did it perfectly 6,000 years ago. Look at this. Middle point of that angle can be found, use no measurement, just circles. Proportionate circles can find the center of any angle of any size. Do it with a stick and a string. Back then, proportion was more important than math. I'm going to prove the little angle thing, but look at the Giza Plateau. It's proportionate. All of their art, architecture, and sculpture was proportionate. All you needed was 2 circles for literally anything that they did. And then you just used this guy, the 3, 4, 5 triangle, for everything else. Watch this. That triangle is actually hidden in one of the measurements in the Great Pyramid. Actually so easy, you can use this to align your buildings to certain times of the year. If you watch the sun's movement for a year straight, it's going to form an angle. That angle creates the same triangle that's inside the hidden measurement of the Great Pyramid. The Egyptians and the Sumerians use it to teach literally everything. You can use it to teach everything because it's how the universe works. Instead, we cram kids into these, and we have to say explicitly, math is fun. If you have to say it's fun, it's not fun. Proper way to learn about the world that you're in is to learn from the world that you're in. That is sacred geometry. A deep understanding of frequency's relationship to form is how they unlocked all of their minds.
I call it the yin and yang because you can identify, when you look in the center of it, it has the yin and yang symbol in it. I use the sacred cubit length. There's two of them. The lost cubit is 23.49 inches, and I work with the sacred cubit, which is 20.6 inches. So take half of 20.6, 10.3 inches. You find the center, and then you take the wire and you put it down. And you grab the top one and you bring it towards you. One is against you, one is towards you. And away and around and around. And once I get to this point, I have the yin and yang made. See? The yin and yang. So you grab it in the center and you bring the wire around. Now the two of them are together. And it's easy. You just put pressure, you hold them together, top and bottom, and you just curl them automatically around each other. If you get a pair of needle nose pliers that doesn't have the serrations here, it will be better to do coils. I can take the wire and I can squeeze it and make it tight all around. So I just keep doing that and then it gets tight. And then you just bring it together, the ends tight, there's your coil.
This guy makes some really good work. His name is Ascension Tools. He really creates cool orgonite generators, pocket orgonites, and just really positive energy devices. It's actually where I learned about orgonite pyramid.
Okay.
And then this area is closed for archaeological stuff.
Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, it's your older homie, Mr. Black, aka the South Mountain Guy. And check this out. I came out here. We are in the Valley of the Heads, where we found all the statues in the heads. I brought my geologist out here this weekend. Let me just show you what we found. Hey people, so here we are, and according to my geologist, this is a hand that's buried, and there's one finger right there with the fingernail, and there's another finger, see the knuckle bone? We got a knuckle bone right here, and this finger's going down into the dirt, and this looks like what could be a pinky finger going down. Now tell me people, is this a giant Nephilim hand? Is this a dragon? Is this a dragon foot, or is this something more prehistoric? Could this be a dinosaur foot? Once again, here's one finger with the knuckle going down. Here's another hand right here with another finger right here, part of the hand going down. Here's the nail, here's the nail, the sharp nail, kind of looks like a talon. And if you see, the hand looks like that. It's crunched up and it's in the ground. It's your older homie, Mr. Black, aka the South Mountain Guy. Go with Jesus. Peace be your journey. And remember, you seen it here second. Peace.
I would definitely say that looks like a finger of some sort. I don't know necessarily dinosaur, but I would really hope to say that it's a giant or a dragon. That would be awesome. I would like to see a follow-up video to this.
I'm 99% sure there's something huge going on in the skies right now. I'm sure a lot of y'all have to feel it, and there's a lot of things going on while other incidents happen. Everything I'll be showing you in this video just happened, and wait until the end. You're not even going to believe what I caught in the last great incident. And yes, it has a lot to do with the Dior bags, which we've been seeing in the sky heavy, and we've been seeing them give birth to smaller bags, which is exactly what these helicopters were chasing. And even behind these helicopters, there are more Dior bags. So let's really get into it. The last month straight, I've showed you this exact thing in the sky in different places all over the earth. Sometimes this thing will move, and the same thing, regardless where it's recorded, is always the same, some bigger, some smaller, and it turns in a clockwise formation. Is this not a huge craft? Remember, this was the premeditated Super Bowl commercial in 2024. I believe this is a craft, and I believe that this is where the Dior bag is coming from. It'll all make sense with everything happening right now in 1 second, and I think that that's why these people are so interested in these Dior bags. We also know that these Dior bags can self-replicate or give birth to new ones, and I've actually seen it personally in the real world. along with 2 eyewitnesses, and they can transform into different shapes and things. Y'all see how the electricity was glitching. Tell me why there's videos all over the internet of electricity glitching right now. Did you know that spiritual things affect electricity? Y'all, something is up right now, and I just feel it. If you're feeling a little weird about this, give me your thoughts in the comments.
Just in case you're wondering why he's calling them Dior bags, apparently on TikTok, if you say drones, it can get your videos banned or not put on the For You page. And I get the conspiracy and or theories around that as well, but it is a little silly.
The green blob you're looking at behind me is actually a scientific miracle. This is a glowing protein that was invented by an artificial intelligence. A protein, a biological substance that has function and roles, and in this case glows, was not generated by a human being or a jellyfish or any type of creature, but was instead invented by AI. And so much so, the AI that invented it was designed to simulate evolution, and it would have taken about 500 million years to evolve this in nature, which is absolutely wild. And that's even if nature was able to produce a protein that glows. We know that it can. You know, we have some jellyfish and corals that have glowing protein. And I do want to clarify that this is unique. This is not a modification of a known protein. The system that was used to create it is from a company called Evolutionary Scale, and they used unveiled ESM-GFP is the name of their product. And what they made is ESM3. I know this is super easy to keep up with, but ESM3 is the name of the molecule. And what's neat about this molecule is that it's only about 58% similar to the closest known fluorescent protein, which is a human-modified version of a protein found in bubble-tip sea anemones, which are colorful little guys. And the rest of the surface, or sorry, the rest of the extremely complex glowing protein molecule that the AI invented is actually completely unique. And it would require a total of 96 different genetic mutations to evolve, which if they had occurred naturally was estimated to be about 500 million years. So this is extremely impressive. The AI that was used is, I'll just ballpark this one, it's like ChatGPT. It's like a large language model, but for evolution. And we've already made glowing proteins with it, which I find to be impressive.
Mel Gibson was on Joe Rogan's podcast recently. Cool. But he mentioned this story about the Pope. They had this ceremony where they brought in this wooden deity called Pachamama.
Translated Mother God.
Yeah.
It's like a rainforest idol.
Yeah, which is interesting because we've talked about before the Amazonians and stuff. They make like ayahuasca, you know, or ayahuasca. And they talked about that Mother God is the one that taught them how to make this tea to be able to communicate with her in this other realm. To me, that's just like a red flag. But bringing that idol into the Vatican was wild. But on October 21st, there's a Catholic man named Alexander considered it a violation of the first 10 commandments. He stole it from the church, threw it in the Tiber River.
Grabbed it, ran to the river, and threw it in.
Mel Gibson responded to it. He was like, this is #1 on Moses' hit list. Yeah. That's how he referred to it.
Mother God? Sure, why not?
Rogan's genuinely confused. He's like, why would they do that?
Rogan, who's not a believer, he's just like, that seems like they're not allowed to do that.
Have you ever heard of the Taylor Swift royal family theory?
Nah, I never heard this. No.
There's a theory going around that every time Taylor Swift drops an album, a royal family member dies maybe the day of or the week right after.
That's crazy.
And I'm gonna read it out.
That's crazy.
Shout out to Harvard.
Let me see.
So look, her first one, she drops Fearless album, April 9th, 2021. Prince Philip dies on the same day.
No, the same day?
Yeah. Okay, so look. Now Taylor drops Midnight on August 29th, 2022.
Yeah.
Queen Elizabeth dies the week after, September 8th. You know? And now her new album is dropping, and she said it's gonna drop on July 7th. July 7th
coming up. Yeah.
So this is when it gets weird.
Yeah.
In Prince Philip's coronation, there's a Grim Reaper. Yeah, you can see in the you can see in the background. He's walking through. He just makes a little appearance.
What the?
You want to see the video? This is during his coronation. So look at this door right here.
Yeah.
All the guards walk past. Look. Yo, that's live television. That's no fake shit.
I looked it up and they got some of the dates right, but the one for the midnight release, they got the dates wrong completely on that one. But nonetheless, let me know what you guys think about Taylor Swift. I think that she makes some pretty good music, but something seems a little odd about her in like interviews and stuff.
Time travel? Glitch? Abduction? What do you think? Weird. Watch.
I was on the phone with my boyfriend at 9:59, and I looked at the clock and I was like, let me go to bed. Let me let you go, because I want to go to bed at exactly 10, lights out. Within the minute, I want to have my eyes closed, everything off, because I like to go to bed at even times. And hung up on him, closed my eyes, and then I was like, well, let me set an alarm really quick so I don't sleep until some obscene hour. Turn my phone back on. I'm setting an alarm. I just happened to glance at the time because I'm like, okay, I want to make sure it's not 10:01, because if it's 10:01, I'm going to have to wait till 10:30 to go to sleep, so I'm going to scroll on TikTok for 29 minutes. Check the time. I look at the time. It's 3:30 a.m. Like on the dot, 3:30 a.m. And I was like, okay, that's not right. So I check my iPad and I check my computer, and they both say 3:30 a.m. And so I go downstairs and I check the clock on the stove, 3:31 a.m. I'm like checking every clock in the house. It's 3:30. And I'm like, did I just die and come back to life like 5.5 hours later? Because that's what it feels like. I genuinely don't know what just happened. Like, I guess I was asleep. But it was like a stream of consciousness, though. Like, I had the same thought when I woke up that I had when I was going to bed. Like, I need to check and set my alarm before it turns 10:01, or I'm gonna have to stay up until 10:30. Like, that was the thought process I had. And I literally blinked. Like, I literally blinked. Next day. 5.5 hours later, I checked like all the messages I had sent right before I went to bed, and like sure enough, they were like delivered 5.5 hours, 5 hours before. And I'm like, oh my god, what just happened? What just happened? Like, it literally, I just ceased to exist in between 10 and 3:30 apparently, because I have no recollection. Like, it, bam.
So basically she just fell asleep and she thought that it was only 10 o'clock. And not really anything too mysterious about that. I'm pretty certain that there's no quantum time travel happening. It reminds me when I first started working, I would go to bed and before my alarm would go off, I would get up in a panic and just start getting dressed. And it was just like 30 minutes after I went to sleep. Let me know if anything like that ever happened to you guys.
Demons are not an independent entity. They are the negative side of the archetypal collective consciousness of our people. They manifest as your level of fear carves them out of the clay of our collective consciousness and represents what the issue is that you're dealing with on the negative side, on the dark side. And that's why in the past we instinctively say, face your demons, because they are your demons. They're not independent beings. They are our demons. We create them as a way of creating something, manifesting something that is more tangible out of the collective archetypal consciousness of our society, of our species. And that's why in the past people made lists of the demonic qualities. And if you look at those lists, you will see that they are simply the negative qualities of humanity. There's a demon of greed. There's a demon of lust. There's a demon, you know. So it's like, yeah, we're facing that, but it's our creation reflected back to us in a way that helps us understand how to go through the process of overcoming that. They're not independent entities.
You know, honestly, when it comes to this guy, he normally plays as the role of Bashar, and I'm not too interested in that. But when he plays as himself, I believe this guy's name is Daryl, but he does normally play as this persona called Bashar. And to be honest, this role is way better. If what he is saying is true or not, I can't guarantee that 100%. But in theory, it is a good concept. I would actually prefer seeing more of this type of content from him than Bashar any day.
Oh, it's called the shopping cart theory.
Oh, how people return it?
Yeah.
I've seen
that.
that.
Yeah. So there's it's pretty much like a litmus test for society to see if they do good or bad. Now, they can narrow it down to just one moment in everybody's lives where they're pushing a shopping cart, where you take one from the store and whether you decide to leave it where it is or you want to return it to the shopping cart buggy area.
Yeah.
Now, depending on which one you choose, because first off, there's no rules. There's nothing that tells you like you have to do it.
Yeah.
It's just a test of moral standards and whether you'll do the right thing or not.
Yeah. Going back, it's a heaven or hell choice.
Yeah, it's a heaven or hell choice,
Yeah.
right? So most people, what do you think they do?
Bro, leave that shit in the parking.
They just leave that shit in the parking lot, bro.
Yeah.
So what does that tell us about society, fam?
They don't care. Like they have, even though there's no rules applied, they'll do the actual bad thing.
I think that's the real life Squid Game right there in front of us.
Yeah.
Shopping carts.
Yo, did you get it from the guy that actually goes around and daps people up for doing the right choice?
No, I didn't see
There's
that.
an actual one, and I've been like gymming a lot.
Yeah.
And he does it the same with gym. So in the gym, if you rack up plates on a weight, if the person would wait until that person leaves, will they re-rack it for the next person or will they just leave it? He paged that person. He's like, oh, girls, you put 45 on the bar. Are you gonna take it down for the next person? Why would I do that? And they left. That's the same
Damn.
shit as a shopping cart.
Yeah.
Boom. You can do it, but they just choose not to. But the guy would like stalk that person until they left. It's kind of weird.
You know why he does that though?
Yeah.
It's because that's smart. That's the way you change things. Because if I were to do that to you, like let's say you're returning a shopping cart and then someone daps you up for it, in your head you just received the reward.
That's true.
Because if the whole time that process of returning a cart, there's no actual incentive, nobody's gonna want to do it.
Yeah.
And you don't see the incentive of being a good person right away. If anything, it's not really seen by anyone but God.
I don't really see there to be a need for an incentive to do the right thing, at least in my opinion. Taking the shopping cart back to the shopping cart holders is the right thing to do, even if it's not something that you have to do. It just seems and/or feels right to do. And I don't think that there's an incentive that I get out of it. I just feel right doing it, I guess. So I guess that is my incentive.
If the Appalachian Mountains wasn't scary enough, what is this? This could be the scariest or creepy thing I've ever seen on a trail camera. Now, everyone knows the Appalachian Mountains are haunted. There's all kinds of paranormal stories, Bigfoot stories, Dogman stories. But this is something, I don't know. I take that back, I do know. It's demonic. It's a demon. It's pure demon. It looks like it's straight out of hell. If you've never been in the Appalachian Mountains, especially at night, they come alive. It's a whole nother world of itself. If you think the ocean and the sea is vast and full of stuff we don't know about, I'm telling you, these mountains are something else too. What is this thing right here? Now, obviously, we can see this is a deer right here, and this is actually a feeder, like a deer feeder. It usually throws out corn, and deers come and feed. This thing is coming to feed too, but not on corn. If you've never seen anything demonic, you have now. Look at this beast. Seriously, this thing is, look at the eyes and just the mouth. You can see what looks like wings, and it's like it's on almost all fours, and it has a tail. Now, I can't prove this is real. Maybe it's photoshopped. I don't know. It looks real. And I know just firsthand how scary these mountains can be.
I mean, as far as that photo looks, it does kind of look like a real photo, but it's hard to tell. It's extremely blurry. Not to mention the guy's face is normally in front of the shot half the time. And to answer the question, is that a real demon? I kind of doubt it. But let me know what you guys think in the comments.
Now, everybody knows who Mark Twain is, but what most people don't know about him is that he once had a prophetic dream that was so eerily accurate that it haunted him for the rest of his life. And no, it was not a 3 Days of Darkness dream. Check this out. In the late 1850s, Mark Twain and his brother Henry worked together on riverboats going up and down the Mississippi between St. Louis and New Orleans. One night during a stay at his sister's house in St. Louis, Twain had an unusually vivid dream. In it, he saw his brother's corpse lying in a metal coffin in his sister's sitting room. The coffin rested on 2 chairs, and a bouquet with a single red flower at its center had been placed on Henry's chest. When he woke up, he was convinced that his brother was lying in state. Convinced that he had passed away, and if he had walked in his sister's sitting room, he would see his brother's body laying there. So he got dressed and thought of visiting his brother, but decided to take a walk first. He needed to clear his head. He left the house and had walked about a block before he realized he's dreaming this. So he goes home and tells his sister about the dream. Fast forward to a couple weeks later, him and his brother were together in New Orleans. but they took different boats back to St. Louis. His brother Henry's passage was on the Pennsylvania, whose boilers exploded not far from Memphis, killing many people. So Henry was badly injured in the incident, so they took him to Memphis, where he passed away a few days later. Now, although most of the victims of the accident were buried in wooden coffins at the time, a number of Memphis women, moved by pity for the young man, raised the money to provide a metal coffin for him. So when Mark Twain came to say his last farewells to his brother, he found his body lying in a metal coffin, just as it had been in the dream. The bouquet, however, was missing. But as Mark Twain stood beside the body of his brother, a woman entered the room and placed on Henry's chest a bouquet of white flowers. At its center was a single red rose. Now, you can believe it or not, but that, my friends, is a true story.
Very interesting story. It actually reminds me of one that my mother told me about when her brother passed away. The day before my uncle passed away, my mother had a dream that she told me about because it really scared her. I remember that day. And in this dream, she told me that her brother came by the house riding his favorite motorcycle, take it how you will, and basically he came up to her, gave her a hug, told her that he loved her, that he'll miss her, and then he rode off on the motorcycle. And then the day after that, the passing happened. And this was a perfectly healthy person. Nobody knew anything was going to happen. It was just a totally random thing. So hearing this reminded me of that. Let me know in the comments, do any of you have any stories that are similar to that? I would be very interested in reading that.
This guy UFO Gerb did a video, the 1965 Kecksburg, Pennsylvania UFO crash. They first saw it over the Great Lakes. People thought it was an asteroid at first. Then when it went over Pennsylvania, it did like a 90-degree turn. Crashed in the woods. They got accounts from all these different people. They said it was like the size of maybe like an SUV, but it looked like an acorn. And around the rim, it looked like they had hieroglyphics. And one of the guys who gave this account was a volunteer firefighter. They all thought it was a plane crash. So they showed up thinking that, okay, we got to rescue people, put out a fire.
Could you imagine?
They said this acorn UFO was just sticking in the dirt, and they're like, what? And he said within 5 minutes, military was there with guns and said,
Get out of here.
Get out of here. This is a secure location now. And they were forced off the location.
Lucky they survived, dude.
Yeah. He said that
You
both
can't go
his
there?
son and daughter have joined the military, and they're not able to advance further because their name is attached to their father's. He's on this list now.
It flagged him.
Yeah, he's definitely flagged. It's the list we're on.
Dude.
Yeah, for real.
Sorry, Demi. Sorry, Zol.
People are freaking out after just realizing this, because why the hell is this happening? It's pretty obvious, isn't it? It's because of the firmament. I'm joking, rage bait. But why actually stars in space? Well, here we go. You look up at the night sky in an area that hasn't got much light pollution. You see things like this. Billions, trillions of galaxies out there in the universes that light up the whole sky. But when you get to space, there's no light pollution and you're in the stars. But there's nothing. Well, there actually is, and this is why it's happening. So the first part of this is that it's known as the Doppler effect. And you can have a quick read there of what that means, as I ain't going to try to explain it. But there's also a lot of other points that link into the Doppler effect that influence why we can't see the stars in space. So sometimes you can, but again, it depends on where the sun is and how the light is hitting you. You can see here, the brightness of the sun makes it very difficult to see the stars, especially on the side of Earth. To say the main reason this happens is because the galaxies in space are moving away so fast. The light from the stars is into a million different colours that your human eye can't even see, so they're there, you just can't see them.
There's a viral video going around right now of this hand that's stuck like in a crack of a cave in Ireland. There's a lot of debate on whether it's actually a hand or not, but I want to talk about the cave that it's in. This tiny cave entrance right here is called Onyegat. It's in Ireland and it translates to Cave of the Cats. So the cave is part of this ancient complex called Rathcrogan. This is a legendary site that's linked to Samhain, which is the precursor to Halloween. Now the area looks like this. But this cave is said to be the entrance to the other world. And in case you were wondering just how small it actually is, here's a cat beside it for size reference. So it's open to the public and you're able to go down there, and then once you get down there it looks like this. You're looking at 37 meters, 121 feet of dark, damp tunnel that twists and turns all under the ground. Look closely at the little notches that's in the stone. This is called Ogham. It's an ancient Celtic text, also known as the Celtic tree alphabet. You're probably thinking, oh cool, what's it say? Well, it's got this, and I'm not even going to try to pronounce that, but it translates to the adventures of Nera, pretty much telling you how ferocious beasts and creatures are going to climb their ass out of this hole on Halloween. Things like a demonic three-headed monster, sinister huge cats, fire-breathing pigs, because why not? Apparently they would come out of the cave and then like terrorize everyone until they were driven by warriors back into the cave. But if you ever find yourself here on Halloween, you're supposed to dress up like the evil dark things so that when they do come out of the cave, they'll just think that you're one of them and they won't try to take you back down into the cave with them, which is where Halloween comes from. But let's not forget Morrigan, the feared Celtic goddess of war, fate, and death. Apparently she crawls up out of the cave as this like phantom woman with her crow. She's also a shapeshifter and said to be like very, you know, doomsday kind of. So like if you see her, you know everything's about to go to hell in a handbasket, literally back through that little bitty hole. So like I said, you can go down in here and just like wander around by yourself. But be prepared for whispers and growls and a feeling of being watched or being touched by unseen hands, which is why I think that they made the video like this, with this tiny little hand. I don't think it's real. I think they just did it to like play into the part. But they say that while you're down here, like your, you know, flashlight or your torch, as you call it, over in Europe may go out, or you may see shadows. And several paranormal investigators just avoid it altogether because they say that it's just like so, you know, meaning like dark, sinister things. And some of them like to follow you home. Be prepared to have nightmares after leaving. Nightmares I could handle. Squeezing through this hole, I could not. So you won't catch me there, but have you been there? Have you seen anything? What do you guys think about the whole history of it?
Would you guys go in that hole? Me personally, I don't think so.
Speaking of Mormons, Mothman. But it starts off in 1774.
Oh my gosh.
The Shawnee tribe had formed an alliance with the colonialists. And Chief Cornstalk got this peace treaty, but their treaty was broken because they started taking over more of his land. And so he went to the guy that was in charge. The guy that was in charge put him in a prison with his son so that the Shawnee tribe wouldn't attack the fort.
Yeah.
And while he was being held hostage, there was this American that was killed by a Native American, but it wasn't Shawnee. But these people formed this group and like, we gotta kill Cornstalk. We gotta kill the Shawnee. They went in there, killed his son, killed other Shawnee people that were in this prison, shot Chief Cornstalk 8 times or something. But before he died, he placed a curse on him. He said, "You shot me when I came here in peace. And basically, I curse this land. You will forever be haunted."
Scary.
Then we started to see in the 1960s stuff in the same area where Chief Cornstalk was shot. That's where we started seeing appearances of this Mothman.
Bro, what happened to all of the crazy inventions we used to come up with? Pedestrian safety catchers, baby cages for those who live in a city, portable changing rooms, projectile nets for police to catch criminals, the freaking mono wheel, and now we've got this. What the hell? Bro, they were even rethinking childbirth from the ground up. Because let me introduce you to the centrifugal birth table. It is a legit invention that was even awarded a patent by the US government in 1963. It works by strapping a pregnant woman to a table lying flat on her back, and then when labor starts, it begins to spin, like fast. 8 Gs kind of fast. That's fighter pilot territory. The idea was that the centrifugal force would help assist getting the baby out naturally by supplementing the mother's pushing. And then once the big moment arrives, there's a casual safety net at the base of the table to catch the newborn. There was even a little nifty bell built in that would ring once the baby was caught. You know, just in case the doctor wasn't paying attention. Yeah, actually, maybe on second thought we're better off with this.
I got a good laugh out of that. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna have to send that one to my wife. That was hilarious. I don't know how that's a natural way of doing it, but hey, the earth spins round, I guess.
Are y'all seeing what's happening in Greece right now? There is a massive evacuation taking place as they have a huge influx of earthquakes and also an active volcano, I think at least one, all happening at the same exact time. And this right here actually made me open up some secret history. We'll get into that later. But we're also having some major warning signs in the sky in Russia. Everyone's trying to leave, so it seems as if something really big is possibly about to happen. And don't forget, just a few weeks ago I was showing you the, electron map, and it shows the increase in seismic activity, whether earthquakes and volcanoes. Go figure, right? The reason me and other people can tell you guys what's coming weeks and months in advance is because we've been paying attention, and we know the signs. And if you know the historical significance of Greece, then you know. We're about to get into this in a minute, but this is just some of them right there. And this is in Russia right now. You know, the Bible talks about being able to discern the face of the sky to tell what is coming. It really does feel like something is afoot. And if you learn from history, you will too.
Well, I hope the people out there are okay, because there's a lot of crazy stuff happening in this world. Stay safe out there, please.
There is a portal opening up in front of my house right now. Yep. Yo, it's getting brighter and brighter. Oh my God. Jay, Naira, Kenzo, it's like a portal. It's 100% a portal. Google it, ChatGPT it, look up portal, and look at that fucking thing and tell me that's not a fucking portal. It is a portal. It's round. It's coming out of the light. It's a fucking portal. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Look at the circle, though. You see...
Crazy enough, I actually seen that last night as well. I'm pretty certain it's a SpaceX thing, or at least that's what they say, but it was pretty cool. And kinda concerning on how close it was to my house. It was practically overhead. This person must not live too far from me as well.
So this is shocking that our phones are doing that we had no idea it was doing, and it's doing as we speak, literally as I'm recording this video. It is doing it. Yours is doing it too. It is shocking. Optogenetics, do you know what this is? It's a biological technique to control the activity of neurons or other cell types with light. Now watch this. So this guy has a special camera that can film. It's a night vision camera. And this woman's on her phone. This is the name of the camera, by the way. And our phones, this isn't like a hidden secret. They give off infrared, at least the new ones, flash infrared light consistently, constantly at your face. And it's like mapping your face, or it's the, the official reason is that it's so that your phone will adjust the brightness. If you're not looking at it, it'll just turn the brightness down, save battery or whatever. But he goes into a public street in a moment and he starts filming. Now, optogenetics is the manipulation, modification, and control of your cells and neurons with light. So here's a guy in public, and there you can see the light going off. These flashes of light can turn on and off the function of cells. So this kind of reminds me of They Live, because it's like you don't even know this is going on, that your face is being flashed with this, optogenetically modifying things. And this is happening right now. Is this a form of mind or thought control? When you turn on and off the function of cells in your freaking brain because you're looking at a damn phone.
I remember when the iPhone X or the iPhone 10 came out and people were using night vision on it to see the infrared lights being flashed at you. When I seen that back then, at that moment I knew that it was just more than collecting fingerprints, because that's how it first started. Even if you can't see the infrared light, you don't really know what it could possibly be doing to your eyes. Not to mention how it could be affecting you while you sleep, even if you have your phone right there on your nightstand next to you. Something to take into consideration.
I have some bad news that sounds really scary, but it's gonna be okay. A couple of months ago, in December, astronomers discovered a new asteroid. It's called 2024 YR4, and of course, immediately they started calculating its chances of hitting Earth. And the math that they came to caused the International Asteroid Warning Network to issue its first ever asteroid impact warning notification. This asteroid is between 40 and 90 meters across, and it has between a 1.3 and a 1.6% chance of impacting Earth on December 22nd, 2032. So this is now officially the most hazardous asteroid that we know about in terms of impact probability and impact energy. Astronomers can see this asteroid right now, but unfortunately it is moving away from us right now, and so after April, it's going to get too far away and it's going to be really hard to study. So astronomers have until then to refine their calculations using every tool and telescope available to them. And the asteroid will become more visible again in the year 2028 with that potential impact in 2032. It is a very slim chance, but if it does impact, this is the area of uncertainty. The really good news is that we know about it. If calculations show that it's probably going to impact, there are things we can do, like steer it away from Earth. Scientists have successfully changed the course of an asteroid before. If it hits over the ocean, that would be okay. It's not big enough to cause worldwide tsunamis. If it hit over land, there would be blast damage up to 50 kilometers away. So we're talking about downed trees, broken windows, and maybe some collapsed buildings, so it is absolutely dangerous, but definitely not like dinosaur level. But again, it probably will will not get to that point. It has more than a 98% chance of missing Earth, and hopefully we can refine those calculations even more over the next couple of months.
I find it amazing that we have the science to study this, to see it, and to predict it and theorize about it. And then the conspiracy side of me wants to believe that what if this is some kind of either divine being or some kind of fallen angel that they're trying to prepare us for, you know? Now, me personally, I'm not really worried about it. I don't think that this is going to be a problem at all. But I would like to know your thoughts on this. Let me know in the comments of what you think about this.
There's a time traveler from the year 2671 who came to warn us about 2025. March 30th, a mile-wide asteroid is going to hit Central America.
Okay.
And millions will be killed, and it's going to be crazy. Then April 20th, many of the world's largest volcanoes will erupt. And for some reason, this is going to cause a lot of pressure in Yellowstone, Fuji, and Mauna Loa. And we'll see some massive eruptions.
This is all this year?
Yeah, this is all this year. This is what this time traveler came to say.
I'm just keeping track here.
September 21st, the
21st.
first ever Category 6 hurricane will hit the United States. It'll be heavily focused and wind speeds of 400 miles per hour.
Okay.
That'd be
it's going to be a hurricane named Karen. I'm not even kidding. This is what the
I'm stop writing. I was literally writing these down like an idiot.
Anyway, it's all over TikTok. I just didn't know if you saw it or not.
Is the hurricane going to complain to management?
I'm sure it will.
Mate, we got something interesting coming out of France right now from 2014 that's kind of resurfaced online of your typical tic-tac shaped UFO phasing through solid matter. Look at this, mate. It's just caught on a drone footage, and this video was brought to my attention by Daily UFO Videos. But look at this thing phasing through the floor, right? And the people that kind of witnessed this, again, were completely mind blown about what they saw. There's still no real explanation about what this thing could be. Look at it just disappear into the rock, mate. Explain that. What is that, mate? I mean, like the footage that we've been seeing recently as well of the cigar-shaped UFOs, the very long ones. We've had a lot of Tic Tacs making an appearance recently. And all of this is relevant, you know? And there's been talks in the past of UFO-type objects being able to phase through physical mass, whether that's them travelling through a different dimension or a different plane of existence, and they can just phase in and out between things that we can see. And if this is your textbook perfect example of two veils crossing and things kind of phasing in and out between realities, you know, because the speculation of things like this do happen, and we've had a lot of sightings where things just don't make sense. If that's whether it could be to do with, you know, you see a person walking through a wall like a spirit, is that two different realities phasing in and out, and you're just kind of seeing that in a weird way represented, you know? But I don't know, man. You guys let me know what you think. This bit of footage is absolutely amazing, and France, holy moly, man, you guys get some cool stuff over there, alright? Look at this one more. And it just goes, disappears. Whether there's something in the mountain, like a base, or something more that we're just not seeing. Look at that.
I mean, that could be a number of things. I'll throw off 4 of them that I can think of. 1, it could be a reflection reflecting off of the glass or lens, and it just looks like something going into the mountain. That's why it looks kind of cut when it goes into the mountain. The second thing is it could be a bird flying in with his wings spread going into the trees, because it does look like trees that it's going into. It's very fast and unnatural looking though, so I don't know if that would be the case. Which leads me to the third thing, and that being CGI, because that really did not look real. And the fourth thing is it could have very well been a Tic Tac UFO, UAP, some kind of actual entity, and it just phased through the mountain. Or there's a hologram there and there's not even a mountain there at all. It's just like this hologram that ship just knew to go through. Do I believe that? No. But let me know what you guys think it was.
Do you realize how crazy it is that the first sin of mankind was Adam and Eve taking a bite out of an apple from the tree of knowledge, which led to the fall of man? And now half the world walks around with a library of virtually infinite knowledge in their pockets with the logo of a bitten apple on the back of it, which they were tempted to do by a serpent who promised they would be unharmed. And now we all take health advice from an international organization whose logo is a snake overlooking a flattened map of the world. Yo, that's enough for today for entertainment purposes only.
This man found a cave that leads to Disneyland restrooms.
I'm here at the entrance of the secret cave that goes into Disneyland. Now, if this works and it actually does go into Disneyland, I have an annual pass, so I'm not trying to steal admission.
There's no way that this is real if it goes into a bathroom. Into Disneyland, there's just no way.
It's kind of short.
Man, I wish it was actually not sped up.
I think I made it. I think I made it. I did make it. I made it. I made it, I made it, I made it.
Where's the
I
bathroom
am
at?
in Disneyland. It works. The cave is real.
I don't know about that one. I think that that might have been a staged video, or he was actually in Disneyland and he just found a little cave that went around the corner or something. Not that I'm saying that I doubt that there's some tunnels to Disneyland, but that I don't think was one of them. If anyone knows anything further about this video, let me know in the comments, please.
People are losing their minds after finding out this is pretty much confirmed to be true. If you've been on YouTube Shorts, Instagram Reels, or even TikTok, you've probably just seen some of the most random ass videos ever, let alone the damn comments. Probably heard of the theory, the dead internet theory, but it's now pretty much proven to be real. So sometimes when you're scrolling on Facebook, YouTube Shorts, or whatever, you see just random photos, random comments that just don't make any sense. Sometimes on a perfectly normal video like this right now, people would be commenting this. The list just goes on. It can be beyond random. But what actually is the dead internet theory? Essentially the theory that the internet is not as big as we think. Billions and billions of people scrolling and commenting? No, not happening. Percentage of people we think are on social media, about 60% of that don't actually exist and are bots. Controlled by the platforms, by the algorithms to make videos do well, push advertisers, you get what I'm saying. There's no other reason why this stuff would be happening on the platforms. Random comments from accounts that don't have anybody behind them. And people have actually done digging recently and found out the accounts weren't created, or they were created by the platforms.
I will have to say, as a person that uses YouTube, and uses YouTube primarily with the phone, I have noticed over some of the YouTubers that I like to watch, it pops up comments that happens throughout their video, and 9 times out of 10, it is a spam comment of some crudely dressed woman, or it's just the butt of a woman that's got just like a thong on, and it always has a weird comment that says, like this comment if you're not gay, and that comment gets liked, and I have a feeling that it gets liked by other bots and it's getting liked by other users, but nonetheless it's getting pushed to the top. And if you go to open the account, because I did out of curiosity, because you know that it's a scam of some sort, but you want to know things about it. So when you open up the account and go to the channel, normally the channel was just created within a week, if that. It was normally within the first day or two. And they already have like 100 subscribers, and they have a little link that you can click in their description, but I never go that far because that's the gotcha. I assume that they're created by hackers and scammers, and they use some kind of not safe for work image to gain the attention of people that are scrolling through either the videos or the comments. And there's gonna be some people out there that are gonna click on those images because they want to see that creator now. And they're doing it not because they're seeing if it's a scam. They're doing it because they probably think it's a real person and it's going to lead to more not safe for work content. And that little link that you click is where the hacker or scammer gets you. It's probably going to instantly install malware and all different kinds of things that are gonna ruin your computer and or spy on your personal life. So if you ever see one of those comments or one of those images of people barely dressed, and trust me, you'll know if you see it, never click on their channel, never reply to their comments. In fact, report them if anything, because they're clearly out to get people and do harm. This is actually one of the topics that I think I would like to do a deeper dive on my second channel, so let me know in the comments.
Jesus coming back in 2026? I know you already want to put something in the comments. Hold on 1 second.
Exact alignment will happen in 2026 at Easter. What will happen? That the Star Regulus would be on the horizon in front of the Sphinx. At that moment, there would be a new knowledge in Easter of 2026. Now you hear it all over TV. 2026, that's the big day.
So this story is actually insane because this guy did an interview with Sean Ryan. I think it was like 6 months ago, something crazy long. Then it kept getting pushed out and pushed out and pushed out to the point where his family came out. This guy's family came out and said that, you know, Sean wasn't going to want to post it. That Sean Ryan did not want to be attached to this story. So he wasn't going to post it. Months go by, then finally Sean Ryan comes out and posts it because, you know, all people saying post the video. So he finally posted it, and it happens to be this video about this guy saying Jesus is going to be here in 2026. I'll give you my thoughts on that in 1 second, because first we have a lot of things to go over. Did you know 2026 and 2027 is the year that everything comes together? Because regardless of your eschatology views, those dates fit both timelines. Come right back to this because this is big. 1776 was the year that America was founded, right? But not just America, something else happened at the same exact time. These guys right here popped up at the same exact time, 1776. Go ahead and pause it and read. And it gets downright crazy because the founder of this whole thing worked for that religious figure in Rome. Specifically, he worked with a pope that wasn't the white pope. And the craziest thing, in 1776, the manuscript or the book set of Rome's fall was released. At the same time, do you know what America really is? We are Rome, but who rules us? This video right here for an extraordinary amount of information. Anyway, 1776, the start of Rome again, to 2026, 2027 is, you get it, 250 years. Some may call that a little season. A season of 1,000. If you don't get that part, it's okay. One day you will. And now, as I showed you in times past, both the Geneva 1560 and the 1611 King James Version both give dates from Adam until its own creation. And when you add our years into it, 2026, 2027 equals the 7th millennia. And this is on the main timeline. Again, on the 7th day he rested, year 6,000 to 7,000, the 7th millennia. It's insane how both timelines fit into itself. And of course we have all the blood moons this year and the planetary alignment happening. And of course I don't have to tell you guys all the stuff that we see going on right now. This included. There is so many of me. And of course we were talking about him earlier. When his whole shindig got disbanded, the Red Shields came together and they created this up here. I see no differences, you guys. Further, look at one of their independent crests. Can you tell what lineage they believe they come from? But what Revelations 2 actually says that they are? And 3. Now, do I believe that Jesus will come in 2026, 2027? First, let me tell you, I am not God. Second, I don't believe so, but I believe something huge will take place. I think we're getting ready to see that right now as we speak. And finally, I'll let you listen to this a little bit more.
Star, well, the alignment she told me about, that the Star Regulus would be on the horizon in front of the Sphinx. At that moment, there'd be a new knowledge. Well, I had no idea if this was even possible, you know. But these astronomers run it through the machines, and it comes out that that star is going to come up on the horizon in Easter of 2026. And from that point forward, they started remote viewing the state.
You see, and why would they be remote viewing to take a look at this certain time period?
Government did. And now you hear it all over TV. 2026, that's the big day. 2027, that year, something's going to happen. Armageddon, you hear it all over, you know, you hear it on TV. If you study, like, I've heard even, well, I won't say names, but please do. Well, you know Lou Elizondo, right? Lou's mentioned that day. A lot of people have. Easter 2026. The year 2026. I gave him a specific time. And it was with Robert Grant that I told him about this alignment and all, and he's like, oh my God.
You did hear that, right? all the alien community are all coming together and saying the same exact year? Remember how I was saying, you know, we shouldn't trust those people because they got something going on?
Do you think something's coming 2026, 2027? I know when I first started doing this reaction channel and reacting to conspiracy videos and UFO videos, Chris was a really big deal and a lot of people had a lot of faith in him. Let me know in the comments, are you a fan of that guy or is he someone to not be trusted?
You only talk about dreams with people you really care about. You believe that? So apparently we only like share dreams to people that we can connect to and we would have like a personal connection and we actually vibe, right?
Okay.
Which makes sense. I'm not going to just tell my dream to a stranger.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But has there been a time where you just told a stranger your dream?
No, I don't
Never?
think so.
Really?
A stranger?
So apparently if you tell your dream to somebody, you accidentally unlock your subconscious to trust that person.
Really?
Yeah, if you think about it though, every single person you would tell your dream to,
yeah,
automatically you wouldn't just tell it to somebody you don't like or you wouldn't like trust.
Makes sense, yeah.
You'll tell somebody that you'll be willing to trust. So
okay.
some scam artists, what they'll do, they'll dead ass try to open up a conversation that relates to daydreaming, dreaming, or anything of that spiritual-esque nature.
Yeah.
Because it's something that's like, it's not necessarily religious, but it's something beyond physical.
Yeah, and everybody has it.
Scientists have reportedly discovered a lost continent unlike any other continent we have today off the coast of Australia. Scientists are also predicting that Earth could get an 8th continent and a new ocean sooner than what they thought. What if these predictions and discoveries have bigger implications than what you think? You see, an interesting theory that has been circulating for quite some time now is that there are more continents in our world than what we've been told, and that there are continents far away that have been purposely hidden from us. One of the most interesting discussions that stems from these ideas is that UFOs don't actually come from outer space or planets millions of miles away, but instead from continents right in our world that we simply don't know exists. And this isn't coming from overactive imaginations. There are accounts from people in modern and ancient history who claim to have been taken by an unknown craft to areas not in space, but right in our world that are far greater technologically than anything they've ever seen. With that being said, what if these reports of new continents being discovered or added to us, and even talks about the Galactic Federation, is just a way to slowly get us prepared to become aware and integrate into a side of the world that's been hidden from us?
This is not a conspiracy. This is scary. So in 2018, scientists discovered a black hole really far. Like I want to say it was like 16 million light years away. Something crazy.
Whoa.
Super far from us. They're watching it literally swallow a star.
Oof.
It was sucking a star in.
Did it move or the star move?
The star was getting sucked into this black, so it was just like light streams going into this black hole.
And where is it going?
Listen to this. What they thought they knew of black holes, well, they don't know a lot. Stuff gets sucked into it because it's just this mad force of gravitational pull that just sucks everything in.
Yeah.
But this year, they looked at the same black hole and it was spitting the star back out. Like, so light and stuff was coming out of this black hole. Just like, so it was like regurgitating this star.
Just
But,
recycling it.
Like broken
Yeah, I remember
apart.
that.
So it's like, what's on the other side? Yeah.
Well, I thought a star was just a ball of gas.
It is. But light and stuff was coming out of it. So it was like it sucked the star in with the light, fire, all that, whatever a star is. And it was spitting it straight back out.
That's
3 years
terrifying.
later.
There's something we need to talk about that's happening in New York. The first 2 videos began January 26, 2025, in which multiple witnesses saw these bright blue flashes, which people automatically attributed to blown transformers. But then fast forward to the night of February 2nd, the same blue flashes are now being seen by more witnesses. Is it just a coincidence that New York is experiencing blown transformers over the course of several days? Really? Or is something else happening? And is it really blown transformers? Is anybody experiencing a widespread of no electricity, no power? Take a look at these next 3 videos and tell me what you think. Comment below if you're experiencing any of this weird oddities.
Bullshit. It's coming from Con Edison over there.
Oh yeah, that definitely sounds like a transformer. Hey, when those things blow, they're very scary. And normally you can't just fix it overnight. If you try to fix it overnight, you get a problem of it happening
Okay,
again.
so I had to get out my car. What in the world is going on? What is that? You see that?
Oh my gosh, what is that?
Oh, Trump. Come on.
So I do personally believe that it's a transformer. But let me know in the comments on your own thoughts.
People are freaking out after what was just discovered. So a new species of fungi has been discovered in Ireland, turning spiders into zombies. And I'm not joking. Some of you may have seen or played The Last of Us, which, yes, turns out is actually real. So there is a fungi called cordyceps, which essentially kills the insect's brain and turns you into kind of like a zombie. Although you die pretty much straight away after. Now this new version is a lot worse. The old cordyceps is still around, but essentially just got buffed with this new update. These spiders, which are normally found in caves, have now been coming outside to spread the fungi so it can infect more. What this new species essentially does is, similar to cordyceps, kills the animal, takes over its mind. Yeah, this is real. I'm not going to show the full picture, but it looks like something straight out of a horror movie. It's a spider or insect into a menace, a literal zombie, where it should not be alive anymore, but somehow is. Researchers are looking into this more as we speak, but the crazy thing about this is that the fungi is actually very interesting as well, as they're saying this could have medical benefits to humans as well, so they're obviously looking into that. Don't worry, this obviously has no impact on humans, it's not going to hurt you. They find out from this could be very, very interesting, so as always, I'll keep you updated.
I could imagine a group of scientists figuring out how to manipulate this fungus, and then the military takes control of it, and then the next thing you know, they're purchasing dead bodies to utilize as soldiers because they can control them with fungus. I could definitely see something like that happening.
Maybe we should pay attention when our memories try to tell us something. From the moment her son Michael could talk, he said things that sent chills down Elizabeth's spine. He spoke of memories that didn't belong to him, moments from a life he never lived. He knew things about his mother's past that she had never shared. One day, he pointed to an old photograph and said something that stopped her cold. That was me. The photo was of Walter Miller, a man Elizabeth had loved years before, a man who had tragically died in an accident. But what made this revelation even more unsettling was that years before Michael was born, Elizabeth had a vivid dream of Walter. In it, he told her he would find his way back to her. At the time, she dismissed it as wishful thinking. But now, staring at her son, who not only looked like Walter, but shared his interests, mannerisms, and even his taste in music, she began to wonder. Michael spoke of things only Walter could have known. He recalled details of Elizabeth's past relationship, things she had never shared with anyone. The eerie connections ran too deep to ignore. As the years passed, Michael's memories of Walter faded, as past life recollections often do. But for Elizabeth, the question remains, had the man she lost found his way back to her? What do you believe?
Hey alien lovers, get this. Scientists have found at least 1,500 perfect circles deep on the ocean floor. All of them about 67 feet across, and they are not man-made. Most of them are located about 12 miles off the coast of Corsica, but we've also found them off the coast of Japan and Alaska, and there's no explanation yet. I'm not saying it's aliens, but they are in the hotbed of USO sightings, leading me to believe that they might be.
One of the first original public clones was Michael Jackson.
What?
Yes. So if you take a look at Michael Jackson, right? Oh, he had plastic surgery. This is why they're making plastic surgery really popular, quote unquote, because they can basically deduce, oh, the celebrity had plastic surgery. It's not a clone, it's plastic surgery. That's why they look different, right? So Michael Jackson was their first sort of test run for cloning. And specifically the reason why they replaced him with a clone was because he was saying too much.
I don't know if I really go for that necessarily. Now, I definitely do believe that there's some clones out there. I do think that cloning is a thing and probably has been a thing for a while. At least since we have discovered DNA. I think that there's been some underground cloning going on for sure. And it looks like I ran out of coffee at the right time.
The black sun is an esoteric symbol often associated with the dark forces hidden behind the visible world order. The concept appears in various occult traditions with deep roots in European and Western esoteric mysticism, particularly in the dark arts, conspiracy theories, and secret teachings. The black sun symbol depicts an invisible source of energy or force, which organizes and shapes the larger fabric of reality, much like hidden cosmic energies. In occult traditions, the black sun is often seen as a symbol of a force beyond the grasp of ordinary human understanding. It is a force that operates beyond the physical universe, bringing about chaos, transformation, and renewal. It is not just about darkness in the physical sense, but also a symbol of ignorance, mystery, and hidden potential. The black sun is believed to have the ability to uncover hidden realities or silence and chaos, revealing how all forms of life and death are intertwined in an eternal cycle. Some occultists describe the black sun as a governing force of dark energy or primordial energy that exists outside of space and time, which influences the thoughts and actions of humans without them realizing it. In this sense, the black sun can be considered a symbol of profound change, which destroys old structures to create new ones, which is a destructive process necessary for spiritual and physical evolution.
The symbol, it definitely has an interesting past, but a lot of the theories around it seem more like speculation than solid truth. Let me know what you guys think about this. I've seen plenty of videos where trees have moved around in the forest, but it's probably just someone cutting it down from the other side and we just can't see them, especially when you see the work equipment. Cool illusion, but I don't think this one's as mysterious as it seems.
People are freaking out just finding out about this, and oh my god. You go swimming in the pool or the sea without goggles on, sometimes it's going to burn your eyes. You've probably all had that. Eyes go bright red, they start stinging, and it's just because of the chlorine and what's in the water, right? Well, not exactly. If you go swimming in the sea and open your eyes, it really burns, and yes, of course, it's going to make your eyes red. That's because of many different things: bacteria, pollution, the sand that's in the sea, everything. That's of course going to scratch and irritate your eyes. But in a swimming pool, it's clean, and many people thought the reason it irritates your eyes is because of the chlorine. Chlorine does not cause the redness in your eyes. There is no research saying that it does. What actually happens in the swimming pool is when chlorine is mixed with pee and sweat, that's going to irritate your eyes. Water gets contaminated with bacteria and literal wee. You are swimming in kids' wee, with sweat and other horrible things that come off people's bodies when they swim. That bacteria then goes in your eyes. Of course, it's going to make them sting because it should not be in your eyes. Sometimes if you're the first in a pool, it's deadly clean, your eyes aren't going to go red, but sometimes they do. So just know the times when it really stings and does go red, you are swimming in piss.
Ugh. Pools? They're basically giant bathtubs that a bunch of strangers share. Chlorine helps, sure, but it doesn't magically just erase everything. Actually, one thing that really made me not like pools, when I was a kid, I remember the exact moment I realized someone was peeing in the pool. I was just swimming, minding my own business, and then I overhear some kid proudly admit it like it was no big deal. Even as a kid, I swear I've never gotten out of water so fast in my life. That was the day I started looking at pools very differently.
All right, y'all, we got serious problems. Somebody tell me why this is inside the fog. What is this? Watch this video.
This is the fog.
What is that?
What in the...
Jackson, Mississippi, or around Jackson. Look at it. It did the same thing at my house, but I didn't record it at nighttime, though. And she said it left like a film on her teeth and in her mouth. Like, it, dude, you know, with me, it smelled like chlorine and it had like a burnt smell the next day. Does anybody else live around here, though, man, or live in, like, in Mississippi? Because a lot of people are saying that they've been seeing it, too.
Wow.
I know, it's crazy. Anybody? I'm waiting. I'm reading the comments. I'm not seeing anything.
And this is supposed to be fog? Are you kidding me?
It doesn't look like it to me either, but it's just my opinion.
It's not like any fog I've ever seen.
Same girl, same.
The fog has rolled back around and it's been foggy here where I live. And yeah, it's weird. Fog is normal, but when it has a smell and a weird taste to it, that's when you have to start questioning things. Let me know in the comments, have any of you experienced this reoccurring fog as well?
Do you know that everything in Indiana Jones was actually a dream?
Nah, what?
And it was just all Han Solo when he was stuck in the carbonite. So listen.
Oh,
and
shit.
And there's hints.
Yeah.
So Han Solo, you know, in the real world, he's really broke and everyone wants to collect money from him.
Yeah.
Indiana Jones lives the total, like the life that Han Solo wants to live. He's like a treasure hunter, you know, and he wants to like gather money, like he's rich, like that's him.
He's going on adventures, stealing the treasures and getting away with it.
Exactly.
Han Solo was a bounty hunter looking for the bounty.
Exactly. So now, and there's another hint. So there's a plane in Indiana Jones that says OBCPO. So like Obi-Wan and C-3PO.
Oh, so it's like a code in.
So in Indiana Jones, when he's looking for treasure, one of the pillars has a picture of Obi-Wan Kenobi and C-3PO. And it makes sense because you would only see that in Indiana Jones' dream. Because Han Solo was dreaming about it. You feel me? And like the writers of Indiana Jones and Star Wars are very close. So that's why they would leave hints.
George Lucas and Steven Spielberg.
Exactly. So they would leave hints to that.
That's actually kind of hilarious.
Speaking of the IRS and taxes, dude, this video was from the early 2000s. Past employed workers for the IRS. They all left because they figured out federal income tax is non-constitutional, and it's actually, there wasn't a law put in place. So they're like, people are just paying federal income tax when they don't have to.
Unlawfully.
And someone put out a thing. They said, if you can find the law that says you have to pay federal income tax, we'll give you $50,000. And that's how the one IRS agent found it. And she's like, there's no law.
We have to pay federal tax.
She even said upwards of 60 million people in the U.S. in the early 2000s were not paying federal income taxes. And then one guy that was highlighted on this, he's like, yeah, I'm not paying taxes on that. And he was brought to court. Wait a second. We don't have a law. And so they couldn't charge him with anything. Someone put out a reward. If you can prove that the IRS, it's illegal for them to collect federal income tax, we'll pay $300,000.
Dang.
Did you prove that it's legal?
That it's constitutional, that it's the law.
Okay, got it.
No one could, but then the IRS came out and said, actually, no, here, in this section 3 of this article, it says that you have to pay it.
Yeah.
Some people argue that we don't have to pay taxes, but I don't really plan on trying to skip them to see what happens personally. I've seen some people get affected by the IRS and they don't play around. It's one of those theories that sounds interesting, but I don't want to take the risk. Watching a spacesuit like that just drift away into space is kinda crazy. I bet as one of the astronauts that would have been horrifying to witness, because that could have been one of them. That's if you believe in space. Let me know in the comments.
This flu going on right now is everything but ordinary. This video right behind me is just for your attention. We're also going to go over this map in just a minute. So with this flu, people are getting really bad viral infections that are affecting their legs and making them unable to walk. Not just that, but people are complaining about horrible leg cramps and really high fevers, 104, 105. You can see this poor girl that had it by stay-at-home mom. My daughter also had it. I've also seen little boys have to be rehabilitated to learn how to walk again. I'm not just going to leave you with problems. Hold on. This is the map for up to February 1st. And would you believe it, down south Florida, they have it almost the worst right now, along with California, but really these southern states. And believe it or not, there's actually a lot of people saying they didn't even think they were going to make it through. And this part's completely irrelevant and not related. Let me tell you guys how much I love this combo. Vitamin C plus oil of oregano. Every time I see something coming down the road, y'all be careful out there. I'm not sure what's going on, but this is serious.
Hey, if you're not feeling your best right now, just know I'm wishing you a speedy recovery, because there's a lot of people right now that are suffering a lot of congestive problems. So best of luck out there to you.
The following video, a man is alone inside a house when something very strange is caught on camera. The man in this video is currently remodeling his home with the help of his friends, but according to them, they don't like this house, and for good reason. Ever since working on the property, they've been experiencing unusual occurrences. A common one is hearing faint whispers that resemble a child's voice. One night, the man is alone at home watching videos on his phone when a faint voice is heard speaking. He immediately starts to record to capture the whispers that his friends talk about. But as he films, he captures this.
I didn't hear any whispering, but I heard that.
No whispers are heard on camera, but a loud noise is heard instead. It turns out that a plate fell off the counter. The man reckoned that a rat had accidentally knocked it over, but only a few nights later, he uploads another video showing something that makes this incident quite concerning. Watch.
I'm here doing construction work at my house by myself, and my phone starts going off. I start getting these notifications that a person's been detected in my house. 6 minutes ago, it says someone was here. Look. There's nobody here. Yeah, there's no one here. I don't understand. I noticed yesterday there was people detected too, and so I checked the cameras on yesterday's video. Okay, hold on. Okay. Alright. Here, check this out. Look, no one. And then watch. Watch this. Look. And then it just disappears. And then I check the second camera in the room. And check this out. Look. The shadow right there.
Now that would be freaky.
There's no person. I don't know what to say.
If no one was inside the room, then who or what was casting the silhouette? The notifications on the Ring camera say that someone is there, but clearly no one is. Even the second camera, which is also in this room, shows that nothing is obstructing the light. If something had been in front of it, the shadow would have made sense. Now the video becomes creepier when looking at the shadow itself. Viewers noted that the figure has a crooked neck. The way it's bent, according to them, is similar to that of someone who took their own life using a rope. Not knowing what else to think, the property owner has been feeling uneasy.
I bet.
He has yet to explain this, but given what occurred in the video before, he can't help but think that something unexplainable is going on. Just what exactly was caught on camera?
The security camera notifying with an alert saying person detected and then catching that shadow, that's actually kind of creepy because that looked real. I didn't see any artifacting or any kind of blending errors or anything. That looked like a real shadow. Now again, it was a video of a monitor, so that's probably pretty easy to fake regardless, but it was very authentic looking. Let me know what you guys think about this video because that one actually was probably one of the better possibly catching a ghost on camera videos that I've seen. And this guy could be doing this stuff for videos to get monetization on his channel because he's working on a new house. This is a great way to advertise and gain some kind of viewership, I guess. So that could be a thing too.
Is there a reason they've been hiding electric vehicles from us for over 100 years? Like, when do you think the world's first electric car was invented? Was it in 2008 when Tesla first revealed the Roadster to the world? Nope. Maybe it was in 1996 with the revolutionary EV1 from General Motors. Not even close. The first commercially viable electric car was the Baker electric vehicle in 19 1909. Yup, we had electric cars over 100 years ago, and then they just kinda disappeared for a while, and I bet you can guess who was behind it all. This car here could go 70 miles on one charge and up to 25 miles per hour. Not the fastest, but still better than a typical horse-drawn carriage back then, which would cap at around 10 miles per hour. What happened here? Like, why did this fall off, and what took EVs so long to gain mainstream appeal like they have today? Well, in 1908, they actually held a race in Philadelphia between a gas-powered car and an electric one to see which one is better and which we should use in society. They raced through the crowded streets where they had to stop at intersections, wait for pedestrians, and swerve around horse-drawn buggies. In the end, the Studebaker electric car won by 10 whole minutes. It dominated, yet it was never adopted by the public. Often called the horseless electric carriage back then, they were easier to turn on, had faster acceleration and braking, no exhaust and no combustion happening under your seat. And of course, it didn't need gas, just an electric charge, which is much cheaper. Better for the customer, not so good for the companies that profit off them, and this may have been the start of their downfall. Say hello to our good friends, the oil and gas industrial complex. It really did seem promising at first, with the electric vehicle company, EVC, being the biggest car manufacturer in the US in the late 1800s before Henry Ford took over. So what in the world happened here? Well, first, the EVC was accused of loan fraud that bankrupted the company in 1902. I wonder who could have possibly led the investigation that resulted in that. Then, conveniently, in 1903, Henry Ford starts banging out gas-powered cars in his revolutionary assembly line process, which saw enormous success, adopting the general notion that gas was just a better product. On top of that, lack of charging ports out in the countryside made electric cars more limited and cumbersome. And in general, electric cars were not only more expensive, but were generally marketed towards women who didn't drive as much as men back then. So there wasn't much of a target audience for EVs. Even Clara Ford, Henry Ford's wife herself, owned and drove an electric car. Men, the primary market for cars during that time, preferred gas, as they were cheaper, faster, more powerful, and just portrayed as more manly in general. By the 1920s, the electric car was pretty much out of the market. Not because they were necessarily inferior vehicles, but rather due to price, lack of infrastructure, feminine marketing, and a very convenient bankruptcy. Which admittedly, lack of electric charging stations around the country is a pretty valid reason. But then again, we didn't have many gas stations yet either. Supplying cars with gasoline just happens to result in more long-term profit than charging them with electricity. And this actually goes back even further, with a couple of prototype EVs in the 1800s. In 1899, the Belgian La Jamais Content broke the 100km/h speed barrier for the first time in history, reaching a speed of 105 kilometers an hour. It was an electric vehicle. In 1888, what is considered the first electric car ever appeared in Germany, the Flocken Elektrowagen, invented by entrepreneur Andreas Flocken, and could reach a very humble 15 kilometers an hour. But the deeper you look, the further back in time EVs go. In 1881, Gustav Trouve introduced the first electric carriage, which was more of a tricycle and not technically considered a car yet, in Paris that could also go 15 kilometers an hour. Go back 50 years before then to Scotland's Robert Anderson, who built his own motorized electric carriage around 1832. Batteries weren't even rechargeable yet back then, so it was more of a party trick than an actual transportation device, coming in at 6 kilometers an hour and a range of about 2.5 kilometers before it needed entirely new batteries. Ironically, this one also used crude oil to generate the electric charge in the battery, so it kinda doesn't count. But more recently, car manufacturers tried to revive the electric vehicle trend, like in 1996 with the EV1 from GM, a pretty futuristic looking car for its time, which was a total flop, and they quickly scrapped it in favor of more Hummers, SUVs, and more gas-guzzling vehicles. You see, electric cars are nothing new. In fact, they even predate some of the earliest gas-powered cars in history. But when one option can produce way more long-term profit than the other, history tends to go the route that is more profitable to the companies behind it. So much that it literally took an independent billionaire to start his own electric car company in the mid-2000s to finally bring it to mainstream production. And hey, I'm not saying EVs are perfect. Far from it. In fact, they kind of scare me. We've all seen the brutal cobalt mines that are needed to make these batteries and how harmful those can be. And also the sort of concerning totalitarian access that governments and companies have to electric vehicles, being able to control and disable them remotely, essentially whenever they want. But it really just makes you wonder, what other revolutionary products and systems have been invented in the past that never saw the light of day because of profit?
We now actually know what happens when we die. In some of the biggest news of the century, we've now got evidence suggesting that your life carries on after you die, and it gets a lot crazier than that. Make sure you share this video with your friends and family because you don't want to miss this. So an old woman was passing away, and as she died, they had her hooked up to a machine which was monitoring her brain. Now, what scientists got from these scans after she passed away was these photos, which don't look like much right now. But what these show is that a part of the brain, specifically the part of the brain that processes memories and experiences, was still active after death for around 8 minutes. And this is crazy because years ago I made a video saying about the 8 minutes after death and how your brain is still active. They did tests before on a man who died and found similar things, but nothing as concrete as this. As I say, from these scans, it showed that the brain was still active for around 8 minutes after this woman passed away. And specifically that she was processing memories, i.e. her life, flashing before her eyes, the common term you've probably heard. So this suggests that when you pass away, your life does flash before your eyes, you get memory flashbacks and maybe relive parts of your life. But it also links into the theory I've spoken about before and many people have said. Think about when you have a dream. Sometimes dreams can feel really real and time's different, time dilation of course. Sometimes you'll have a dream, it feels like an hour but you wake up and it's been about 2 minutes. Well, the same might be happening in this 8 minutes after death. Reliving memories, what feels like days, weeks, but is only in the 8 minutes. Or maybe even like a lucid dream. Creating some sort of new reality. So what's to say you're not dead right now in that 8 minutes, and this is all just a figment of your imagination?
It's a pretty interesting theory. If our brain keeps going for 8 minutes after we die, does that mean we know we're dead? I mean, that could explain the near-death experiences that people have. But what would happen if your head was completely squished? Like, there was no brain left instantly. I wonder what that would be like. But that's a whole theory for another video, I guess. Let me know what you guys think in the comments.
This website will make you question everything you thought you knew about the internet. At first glance, Galdrix.com seems like any other site until you dig a little deeper. What's buried within this bizarre corner of the internet is a promise for spiritual transcendence. They claim that this journey will unlock the next level of existence. The instructions for this are really strange and cryptic though. It's filled with words like higher vibrations, spiritual ascensions, terms that sound like they would be in a book of like ancient mysticism rather than like a random website you're discovering through a quick search. Most of the website looks like this and the guide is pretty vague. It's filled with like diagrams and symbols that you can barely interpret, and it's almost as if like the website was talking in some kind of code that only a select few people are able to understand, or like you need like something else to go along with it for you to understand what's going on. So that begs the question, is there like a secret community that is associated with this site? And who is this community? What are they doing? Like,
you have to be really careful out there. Some of these websites aren't just creepy, they can actually track you and steal your info. So if you ever run across a weird website, you might just want to cut it off.
Quantum computers scare me.
What is a quantum computer?
Let me tell you. The quantum computer is the next stage in evolution for technology. So digital computers, what we have now, all of our phones, all that stuff, it's digital computers. Quantum computer is the next leap. But Google just came out with that Willow chip, right? Which is a part of it's a quantum computer. And they just did this test where they give it this one thing to figure out. And it would have taken our most impressive supercomputer in the world 10 septillion years to figure out this equation.
Sorry.
That's one with 25 zeros behind it.
Still incomprehensible.
10 septillion years for it to figure this out.
Yeah, wait till.
And it took Google's quantum computer Willow 5 minutes to figure it out.
Wow.
Yeah. There's just these different theories of you're able to receive information from different dimensions.
Oh boy.
But supposedly the inventor of the quantum computer said that he was able to reach these different dimensions through the quantum computer and speak to entities. And I'm just like, that's where you go, stop.
The idea that a computer can exist in multiple states at once and somehow solve problems faster sounds more like sci-fi than actual reality. I'll have a little bit more faith in it once I see more come from it, but just saying that it solved this mass equation in this amount of time doesn't really prove anything to me anyways. Let me know what you guys think. Dang, that's a big fish.
What are the chances of two rivers 2,000 miles apart mysteriously turning blood red at the same time? And we don't know the cause for either. Worried residents in both Lima, Peru and Buenos Aires, Argentina have shared footage online reporting strong odors accompanying the discoloration. One local described the scene saying, "It looks like a stream of blood. We have never seen it like this." Now, while we don't know for sure what's caused either yet, I wouldn't go as far as saying it's a scene from a biblical prophecy. I'll just leave that there for a second. Rather, in Peru, environmental experts believe that it could be caused by pollutants discharged from mines and drainage pipes flowing into the river. Despite this, local water supplier, Sidapal, assured the public that the water is still safe to drink. And they better be bloody right, because this river is one of the country's most important water sources. And then for the river in Argentina, authorities suspect the presence of aniline, which is a toxic substance used in dyes, and they believe that it could have been dumped there by local companies. But then again, yet if Jesus did want to come back,
definitely looks nasty. I would not want to drink from that. I mean, if you have no choice, I guess if you have to, but what do you guys think about this? Do you think it's a natural phenomenon or something more? There's a lot of people in the comments on this video saying that our Lord is returning.
Have you ever heard of the twin paradox? A set of twins.
This is the space one?
Yeah.
Yeah!
I saw it was Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah.
Was talking about it. You have a set of twins, and they're both 5 years old.
Okay.
This is going to blow your mind.
Oh,
You
no.
take one of those twins, put them in a rocket ship, and send them to space, but they're traveling 90% the speed of light. And what that does, when you're traveling that fast, the clock is ticking, like time slows down, basically.
Okay.
Slows down by 44%.
Wow. How do we
Um,
know that?
Just math.
It's called math, Lily. Okay.
And so that means they're aging slower. But if you were to take that same 5-year-old and send them to space and going 99.9% the speed of light, by the time they took a trip that was 5 years for them, when they would come back to Earth, they would be 10 years old.
Okay.
And their twin would be 110 years old.
The twin on Earth?
Yeah.
Wow.
So that's how just like light and time
Weird.
and stuff moves.
Is that where billionaires are going?
Don't
Are they
know.
traveling at light speed so they live longer?
Stop what you're doing. This is one of those big scientific announcements that you're going to want to hear. This plesiosaur comes from Germany. It's around 183 million years old and it's extremely well preserved, but more importantly, it has soft tissue remaining. This gave the researchers a never before seen look into what a plesiosaur may have actually looked like. And one thing that they noticed is that if you look up here, these are the fingers that would be in that paddle. You can kind of see the marking that would be the outline of that paddle. Right here, those are some scales. Plesiosaurs had scales on their flippers, at least some did. But they were also able to get soft tissue from the tail, and that soft tissue is where they were able to find skin cells. So check this out right here. This is showing where it comes from. Here's a cross section. Those little brown patches are melanosomes. And then this is comparing what they found in this fossil to a modern day sea turtle. They were able to identify what they think was a cut on this plesiosaur, and then there is also a fold showing that the skin wouldn't have been extremely tight, but instead it seems like it had a decent amount of skin there. While this is only one type of plesiosaur, we can now say that for the first time ever, they seem to have had scales in some parts, skin in other parts, and if you think about why it would be beneficial to have scales on their flippers, these animals were moving really fast. They were really streamlined underwater. They were also moving pretty close to the floor. It would make sense that those scales would kind of give them better toughness, I guess you could say, as they were rubbing up against the seafloor, moving fast, chasing animals. And there was evidence of some of the animals they were eating in the gut contents. We could see some shells in there showing that they were eating some animals that had shells. Follow to keep up to date as we learn more about ancient life on this earth, because if you thought this stuff was cool when you were little but then just like forgot to care for 20 years, come back, check this out.
I thought soft tissue didn't last millions of years. Either something's off with the dating or this wasn't what people think it is. It's really interesting though. Kinda looks like a dragon.
When they're in the goggles, it's very immersive, and it seems like they can really be tricked into thinking that this is a realistic situation.
A mouse running on a ball in a VR headset is doing more than just having a good time. It may actually be giving researchers insight into potential treatment for disorders like Alzheimer's disease. The headset, which was developed at Cornell University, allows researchers to study mice with Alzheimer's as they're navigating obstacles and potential threats.
We need to use a very powerful microscope and head fix Alzheimer's disease mouse underneath the microscope, and then put it in a situation where it can navigate an environment so that we can assess its spatial learning and memory.
After researchers increased blood flow to the mouse's brain, memory function improved. With the VR headset experiment, researchers can monitor brain activity to see how such a treatment could help Alzheimer's disease.
Even though an animal is head fixed, it can still navigate a virtual environment. So having a VR system is very enabling for translational neuroscience.
VR headsets on mice. Yeah, that's a real thing. I mean, if this is to help dementia, I guess that's a good thing, but what is a mouse really getting out of this? Is it just running through some kind of virtual cheese maze? Or is it just freaking out in some digital space? Because it looked like it was frantically trying to get its head out of that system. But the little devices that capture the eye movements, that's crazy.
This story was never supposed to get out. In 2016, an anonymous military contractor known only as Mr. K revealed a story of an encounter he had with a real-life giant that he experienced while serving in Afghanistan. As it turns out, way back in 2002, at the height of the war, a contingent of American soldiers went missing in a remote mountain region in the Kandahar province. And after losing contact, a special ops team that he was a part of was dispatched to investigate. As they traced the steps of the missing soldiers in the mountains, they came upon a large cave entrance where they saw army gear scattered about, but there was no other sign of human life. And suddenly, a massive figure emerged from the cave. It was this 13-foot tall, red-headed giant. It had 6 fingers on each hand, it was wearing primitive clothing, and it was wielding a massive spear. Before anyone could even think, this giant speared one of the special ops team members, causing everyone else to open fire. And according to Mr. K, it took 30 seconds of emptying rounds into this thing to even take it down. And in the aftermath, the remains of this giant were loaded onto a helicopter, flown off, and were never to be seen again. And according to the story, all of the surviving troops were forced to sign NDAs, but in the end, Mr. K broke his silence because he believed that the public had a right to know about this. Now, there are of course no official records of this ever happening, and this story is largely regarded to be a hoax.
I would really like to see some photo evidence or videos out there of more giants. We see some on mountaintops and out in far distance, but for being giant, we never get to see any up close. If they are real, they are really good at hiding.
I love how NASA just nonchalantly issues a warning to humanity. NASA has warned that the odds of an asteroid called 2024 YR4 hitting Earth in 2032 are now 2.3% or 1 in 43. Now 2024 YR4 is a 90-meter wide asteroid. And this asteroid, in quotations, is estimated to weigh nearly 250,000 tons. And if it hits Earth, I love how they put that part out there, the impact will be equivalent to more than 2.2 million tons of TNT. Scientists are hoping to get another look at the asteroid in 2028. So why even issue a warning to begin with? You know what I find really interesting is the fact that Nibiru sounds a lot like what's being described, regardless of what you want to believe about it. If you don't know about the Anunnaki yet, you really need to get in touch with reality. And I can give you a full rundown on everything that you need to know, but the year 2028 really intrigues me. And do keep in mind, asteroid impact dates can change significantly. But it reminds me of a book called The Rapture 2028. If you haven't read it yet, I highly recommend that you do. It's very interesting. I don't necessarily believe in every aspect of scripture, but there are some things that are mentioned that have a lot of similarities to other belief systems as well. But the book is based on a 70-book Bible found in the Dead Sea Scrolls. And the book predicts that the United States will be destroyed by 2028. And yes, obviously that's a couple of years from now. But I find it really interesting how people like Elon Musk have this craving to reach Mars. And do I believe that space exists in the depiction of which we were all taught? And do I believe that the world in quotations could potentially be destroyed by an asteroid? But do I believe that there could be a return of something that's been depicted incorrectly? I'm just saying, think about how advanced AI is and how quickly it has actually advanced. By 2028, I definitely predict that something will happen. Am I entirely sure as to what that could be? Obviously not. But do I feel like it could be what they would tell us that it would be? No. Never allow yourself to stop questioning the reality around you. Because there might be aspects of this reality that exist that you simply can't perceive because you're in denial of it existing to begin with.
I personally think it's an asteroid, but it is interesting to think that it could be something more. And the thought that ancient civilizations may have mistaken something for an object like this in the past, That's a pretty good theory all on its own. It's going to be interesting to see all the theories and talk that goes on about this asteroid until it passes by or hits Earth, but hopefully it passes by. Let me know what you guys think in the comments.
What I'm about ready to show you is why you don't go roaming around Appalachia unprepared. Right here is the reason why when you're out in the mountains in Appalachia, if something calls your name, you don't respond. If you hear something whistle, you never whistle back. And why you always close your curtains at night. You guys know my theory, and I don't go into detail in every video I post, but I believe all of these paranormal beings, which according to culture, I think people would refer to this as maybe a Wendigo or Wendigo. But at the core, I believe it's just another paranormal entity that is demonic.
Hopefully
but
he zooms in on it a little bit.
A Wendigo. They are known to be having a craving for human flesh. So this is out roaming around in Appalachia and many other places. Take a closer look. You can see this thing. It walks bipedal like a human on two legs. Very long arms with what could be claws, long claws, and the elongated head, nose, glowing eyes. It's definitely not human. It's not a deer. It's not a bear. So I want to know what you think. If you have any kind of paranormal story, picture, or video you would like to share, my email is listed in my bio. Thanks for watching.
It kinda looks like a kangaroo. I'm not saying that's what it is, but it kinda looks like one at the position that it's angled. Either that or a deer turning and it just looks a little odd. It does look creepy, that's for sure, but I don't know if that's a Wendigo or some kind of cryptid creature. But let me know what you guys think it is.
I seen a clip of this interviewer. He was interviewing some like indigenous tribe. Okay. And the interviewer asked them, have you ever heard about an alien? Do you know what an alien is? Okay. They were like, no, we've never heard about that term. And then the interviewer pulled up a picture. He's like, this. He's like, oh yeah, the underground people. Whoa, what the how they take souls underground. I'm gonna show you the interview right now, and he said a very specific name.
E alienígena não tem. Como? Alienígena. Alienígena? Que é? Essa palavra você nunca ouviu falar? Alienígena.
Alienígena, não. Isso chama-se Moyoshibu.
Moyoshibu?
Sim. Mancunawabu.
Sério?
Mancunawabu é um que mora debaixo da terra.
É, eu falei, esse aí.
Que se virou formiga, hoje que nós chamamos Una, que é uma formiga grande, chama-se Mancunawabu.
Mancunawabu.
Que essa formiga também é perigoso, né, Bruno? Se as pessoas ficam mexendo com ela demais, ela leva o espírito da pessoa para debaixo da terra também. Para voltar, tem que ser é bem bom.
São seres que pode aparecer em luz divina, com luz do Nishpan. São seres que a gente pode ter o contato, que moram debaixo da terra.
Yo, first of all, shout out to the interviewer, bro. Whatever language that is, bro, it's good.
So I guess they're Brazilian indigenous people from
Bro.
the Amazon rainforest.
That's actually really interesting. To not really know what an alien is, but when shown an image of what we think of an alien, they know it as something completely different. That's pretty cool.
Yo. Something just fell from the sky and it's burning, bro.
That fell from the sky?
In the snow.
I don't know. It looks like that might be a cotton ball lit on fire. I'm not entirely certain, but if that fell from the sky, that's terrifying.
We now have proof that teleportation can happen, and they just did it. Some of the biggest things people wonder is time travel possible? Is teleportation possible? I mean, imagine if you could teleport. I already know what some of y'all would be doing. Breaking news: in literally the last few hours, researchers at Oxford University in the UK have actually managed to achieve teleportation. The way they've done this is actually through a quantum supercomputer, which brings the era of quantum computing and some crazy stuff right now. What they did was manage to teleport a large amount of data from one place to another rapidly, like I'm talking instant. It's very complicated how they did this in the sort of technical terms and probably won't make any sense to you, but the dumbed down version is they managed to teleport a mass piece of data from one place to another instantly. Of course, we're still a way off from being able to physically teleport ourselves to another location, but because of this finding, it is genuinely possible, which is mad to even say. We might not be there yet, but we are definitely a step closer now, and it could actually happen in the next few years. More's going to come out about this, a lot more research, so as always, I'll keep you posted.
I actually had to look all this up just to see what all was done exactly, and it's crazy on how clickbaity all of it is. When they put it out like that, it sounds like they're talking about actual teleportation, like physically teleporting objects. Apparently something very similar to this was done by Oxford as well in 2023, at least from what I'm understanding on this article. But overall, it's still interesting. Let me know what you guys think.
Okay, so that's the windshield of a car.
It's a moth. Oh my gosh.
Oh, wow. You really got all them bugs on there.
But it's very smart. Good.
Now, I tried to find out more about whatever this is. I am almost 100% certain that that's actually vegetation and not actual insects. But I could not find any information about restaurants that does anything like this. So if anyone out there knows about this place, please let me know, because I would like to see what else do they do that's kind of crazy like this. I mean, I don't want to try it, but that is actually nasty looking. And it always piques my interest. If that's something that they serve that people are interested in, what else are they serving that people might be interested in? So if you know anything about this place, please let me know.
So the Chiefs lost terribly last night. Meanwhile, an Eagles fan was in the stadium stabbing a voodoo doll that's dressed like a miniature Patrick Mahomes. And a whole bunch of different sports commentators were noticing how weird he was acting last night. Like he wasn't acting like himself. And it's 2025 and y'all still don't believe in magic and voodoo. I wonder how bad it would have been if he was not protected. Now if you're wondering why I think he's protected, watch this.
Jesus to you.
Jesus is my Lord and Savior. It's someone that I look up to every single day to decide what I want to do with my life and how I want to live my life. And so Jesus is everything to me at the end of the day.
So when he says he's going to use the stage, win or lose, to give glory back to God and bring people back to him, I believe him. But think about how dangerous it would have been for him not to know Jesus when this happened. I mean, he was looking really drowsy last night. And yes, I know it's rigged, and I'm sure that he knows it's rigged as well. But you could definitely tell there's something going on there. Something going on that we can't see with our eyes. Well, except for this part.
Now, I did not get to watch the show or the game, so I don't know really what was going on with anybody. But I know seeing that video, that's like pure hatred. That's evil in my opinion. I mean, not liking a player, not wanting them to succeed is one thing, but to actually go out and act as if voodoo is going to harm this person and believing in that is evil in my opinion. Because as far as I know, again, I do not know that person. That's just an innocent person. Why would you want to wish that kind of harm or that kind of ill intent towards them, you know? That's how I see it personally.
People are losing their minds after finding out what could be the craziest news of the century. So you may remember a while ago NASA sent a space probe to this asteroid right here. This asteroid was 63 million kilometers away, so it wasn't exactly down the road. They did with this space probe was actually grab a part of the meteor, break it off and bring it back to Earth for research, which of course they've been looking into for the last couple of years. But here is where things get very interesting. It is part of a much bigger thing. It broke off millions of years ago and then was just floating around in space. Now Earth has different amino acids which cause proteins so that life can be here. So exactly what makes DNA and the foundation to life. I know it sounds confusing, but stick with me. Lead them to believe that there was salt water on whatever planet this asteroid came from. We know for sure, because of the stuff that was found on this, that this asteroid came from a planet where it genuinely could be habitable. It has forms of life. It most likely had an ocean and some forms of life. Also looking into this further, there's probably going to be more to come out about it, but maybe there is life out there.
This isn't new news. I've heard of this a couple of times now, but it's still really interesting.
And they tell you the truth, like always.
The alien ambassador is already here.
Whoa.
Not her. Him.
Hey, what's up, dude? You're an alien? All famous people are aliens.
I'm not.
I meant like really famous people.
It's just so obvious. I'll show you more in a second. But really quick, let me ask you this. Why is every Super Bowl, every Olympics, and any other main event always consumed by aliens? And of course, they're showing the mantis aliens. Teen girl abducted by praying mantis aliens. And this right here was the first alien commercial for this Super Bowl. Look at his hand. Why would he do that? It's not rocket science, y'all. They're saying that all the famous people are alien because they're not of this earthly plane, but of this outer dimension. And you know, these white aliens are supposed to be the good aliens out of all the other aliens that help humanity, kind of like, you know, when those fallen angels came down to help humanity. And white trying to appear pure because, you know, Satan masquerades as an angel of light. Remember, like, Kendrick was surrounded by the people in white the entire time and they were the only ones left standing? Not everyone that looks human is human, and there's a great delusion coming, and they're straight up telling you. Remember Lil Wayne's I am not a human? And the worship of these fallen angels continues. Nah, I'm just being stupid.
Dude, I was fishing through here, and tell me this does not look like either a mako. You can't really tell because how messed up it is. But tell me that doesn't look like a mako or maybe a great white, like a baby one. Like, it's got the same dorsals, look at the teeth, same belly.
Definitely looks like a shark.
Right, like a great white. You tell me. That looks like a freaking, I don't know.
Nobody's talking about one of the weirdest things on Mars. This is a picture of the surface of Mars from a spacecraft orbiting above it. And if you zoom in right here, you'll see this canal over this crater. And if you look even closer, you'll see the texture of the surface, including spirals all over. Like, all crazy. Over. There are 269 spirals just in this area. And they're big. They're all 5 to 30 meters across, and they're double voluted, which means they're kind of shaped like an S. The red ones turn clockwise, the blue ones counterclockwise, and the yellow, they're not sure. Basically what happened is lava flowed in this region and became essentially a lake of pretty stagnant lava. And this happens to be on what's called a shear zone, so this area of Mars is moving. Here's a shear zone on Earth. It's two walls of rock moving against one another. So imagine this on Mars. The lava starts to move this way, and that causes a rotation. Eventually, this lava completely hardens, but the wrinkles from this rotation remain. And this makes sense when we look at this map because they're spinning in different directions depending on where they formed. Obviously, this requires very specific circumstances to happen, but we do see it on Earth. This is in Hawaii on a small scale, and this is in Hawaii more like how we're seeing on Mars.
John Blitch, his interview was fascinating.
What happened to him?
He believes that he was potentially abducted even as a child. He would see them outside his window just staring in. And then as an adult, he said, I would do this bike ride because the pressure of my job was just intense. This one bike ride, there are 5 hours unaccounted for. He said, my wife called the police, and it's almost like I just like closed my eyes and opened them. And he's like, it was just a little darker outside. And he said he was the most tired he's ever been. And then he went into a gas station, chugged so much Gatorade, walked out, and the police were like, hey, are you John or whatever? He's like, yeah. He's like, hey, well, you've been missing. Your wife called in. They're concerned about you. Can we give you a ride home?
And he couldn't remember anything besides that.
So no, but then he talks about there was one night he was visited. He said the only way I could describe it was a giant praying mantis, but it could speak to me telepathically.
Tim Alberino talked about him.
Yeah, he did.
Insectolin.
But he talked about this thing was speaking with him telepathically and basically along the lines of like, stop squirming. Let us do our test. We can never hurt your soul. And then he woke up, said, I noticed on my arm 3 bruises inside my arm, like something had grabbed me.
It just doesn't make sense to me.
Okay, in this shot I've got a piece of tin foil, commonly known as tin foil, which is actually aluminum foil. And I've got that just sitting on top of the turbine case, which of course has 6 neodymium magnets inside the turbine, so it's a rotating magnetic field once it's turned on. I've got my pressure hose going into the turbine, the water goes through and out the center post back into the recirculating bucket. Now I've got the magnetic ball here as well. So what I'm going to do is turn on the turbine, and the turbine goes in this direction counterclockwise. And that should spin the tin foil little propeller there. And we'll see what happens with the ball at the same time. Okay, here we go. Cool. So the aluminum foil propellers going in the same direction as the turbine, counterclockwise, and the magnetic ball is going counterclockwise at the same time, which is pretty cool.
This person was filming a real estate video for a house using a drone when they captured multiple UFOs on video. Let's take a look. It happened in Fairfield, Connecticut, April 5th, 2021 at approximately 10:15 in the morning. The person who recorded the UFO then posted it to Reddit along with details of the capture. He was using a DJI Mavic Pro 2 and at the time he was recording at 4K at 30 frames per second. Let's consider aviation weather for the time. Winds were gusting at about 25 knots. Cloud cover and visibility were good and they shouldn't have contributed to any weather-related phenomena on the video. The UFO was visible for roughly 9 frames, and since the drone was recording at 30 frames per second, that means that the UFO was in the shot for roughly 0.3 seconds. Using Google Earth, I measured from the front of the property line where the drone was flying to the tree behind the property, which measures about 250 feet. Dividing that by the time of 0.3 seconds, we get 833 feet per second, or about 568 miles per hour. For context, the peregrine falcon, which is the fastest bird in the world, does live in the northeast, but it only gets up to speeds of 240 miles per hour, and that's in a dive. This UFO moved far faster than that in level flight, which for me rules out birds. I checked the ADS-B data for that time and date, and if this was a conventional aircraft or drone, I didn't see it in that data. So where does that leave us? I don't think we can say for sure, but based on all the available info, I think we can confidently rule out birds, insects, or other commercial aircraft that should be transmitting over ADS-B. So what we're left with is something that's moving over 500 miles an hour, appearing solid, with no visible wings, rotors, or propulsion. And by definition, I believe that is a UFO.
I mean, he's definitely right. It is a UFO at that point. Now, I can't go in depth like that. That was really getting in there down to the frames per second. I don't even know if what he was talking about was true. If you asked me, that was either a bird or a bug that flew by. But that was still entertaining nonetheless.
Okay, how telepathy works and how you hear it. I'm about to tell you. You'll be thinking about somebody or something or a scenario or a conversation somebody had. You'll be thinking about it, and all of a sudden you'll hear a line. It's just a single line that you'll hear from that conversation or from their thoughts. You just hear a single line, and then all of a sudden you know exactly where it's from. Your brain doesn't come up with that kind of stuff by itself. It only happens when something from the outside comes in. The brain has to be initiated, has to be inspired. That kind of stuff just doesn't happen on its own. I think this happens for a lot of people. However, we just think it's inside chatter, inside brain chatter. We don't realize that we're pulling in stuff from other scenarios and people and things. I have been telepathic for years. It goes in and out whether I'm positive or negative. I think about somebody or something and I will pull in a line. It comes in as one line from the conversation, and all of a sudden I know exactly where that line came from and who said it. That's how I know it's telepathy and it's not my brain creating it, because I know our brains don't just create that stuff on their own. They don't. Yeah, so that's how you know if you're telepathic. That's one way. That's one way that I know. I know there's other ways probably that it happens and people hear it. But that's, for me, that's, at least I know I can stand behind that.
I wish that she would have at least given a better scenario or an example of it, how it's laid out a little bit more for her. I really like the idea of telepathy being a thing. I think being able to use your conscious to connect to other conscious to communicate is definitely a possibility. We just don't know how to do it freely. I mean, some may. Hey, and if any of you guys know how to do it, let me know in the comments. Or if any of you guys think that you are telepathic and you're receiving messages like this person, let me know, and how do you experience it?
Tell me how I just opened my chicken, bro. Look at this. Straight up bolt in my chicken, bro.
Whoa.
Like, what? Do not get these brand, bro. What is that?
Don't plan on it.
What?
To this day, no one knows what ripped those Soviet soldiers apart. Are you guys ready for this story? So how do we know this story is even true? Because the information came from journals kept by the Finnish soldiers during the Winter War. So November 30th, 1939 was the beginning of the Winter War, and the local Sami people warned the Soviet soldiers to stay away from Mount Vatvara and the Kibani Mountains. They told them there was bad spirits and demons on those places, such as Otso. I'm sorry, but do you guys remember that scene from Monsters, Inc. when Sully pops through the doors and he's in the mountains? Anyway, and Veron Susi, that actually looks like a werewolf and moons. You know, they didn't necessarily believe in werewolves like we think of from the movies with a man, full moon, but they did believe in shape-shifting. But the Soviets totally dismissed them, thinking the locals were just trying to dissuade them, and they wanted to take the high ground. War 101. This account actually takes place on the Kibani Mountains, not Mount Vatvara. And here's where it gets super interesting. The Finns let them. They literally hid and watched them climb up the Kibani Mountain. Now, the historical accounts say that there was only very specific narrow paths up and down the mountains, so the Finns posted units all around the mountain. I'm sorry, we gotta take a minute to appreciate the Finn soldiers because they were so badass. With their camo, they could hide right down in the snow, and they would put snow in their mouths so that the Soviets couldn't even see their breath. They counted the Soviets going up the mountain. That's how they knew there were 100 of them. So the Finns were posted below for several nights, and then one night, they heard howling and screaming and constant gunfire. Well, the Finns, being separated in units, thought that maybe one of the other units had engaged with the Soviets, but that's not what happened. After 2 nights of screaming, gunfire, grenade blasts, it fell silent. Dawn of the 3rd day, a Finnish patrol went up the mountain and came back with a report. Every single one of them was dead. It was reported that their limbs and heads had been torn off, that limbless torsos were hanging from the trees, some of the bodies had been disemboweled, ammunition casings everywhere. It had appeared as if they were torn apart by a large animal. So had they been attacked by somebody else, where were the other dead bodies? If they were attacked by animals, how come there were no dead animals? 100 armed Soviet soldiers completely annihilated without a trace of any other being. Also during wartime, because of morale, the Finns would have been quick to say this was them that pulled off such a major attack, but no one claimed it. And that's why this is such a big mystery to this day.
Very interesting story. I don't know if any of it's true, but the story was very interesting. Let me know in the comments if you know anything about this. I personally enjoy this type of content. It may not be educational, but the theories behind it, fascinating stuff.
Could you be a little more descriptive of what the being looked like?
Like a 4-year-old child, about like a 3-4-year-old little toddler, not much more than 3 feet tall, glowing softly like the color of the moon, with these red eyes, and it had a triangle shape underneath it. It was glowing, gleaming from head to toe.
Did it wear clothing?
It was gleaming so bright it had something on, but it looked like the outer layer of it was just glossy, gleaming, brilliant.
How many interactions a day would you have with this?
Today it's gotten to where, say at that time after the initial encounter and all my kids come home, and I'm being told not to talk about it because it was scary, and they had my wife believing it's demonic. And for a long time, which is understandable when you're raised in the church, you know, they all say this is demonic. Well, they don't know. They have no clue. Nobody does. I'm telling you, not even the Pope. They don't know. Everybody imagines what's out there, speculates. But until you see it and you interact with it, you're speculating, you're questioning.
How old do you think you can live to? What's your goal? 150? Ever? Forever?
I mean, this is the essence of what I'm doing. And this is why I think that people don't understand. Like, when people see what I'm doing, they don't know what words to use or what concepts to construct. And so they just vomit. They say, like, Patrick Bateman, vampire, Prometheus, billionaire. Like,
not me. No.
You've dunked on me quite a bit.
I have?
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't remember ever dunking on you.
Oh yeah. There was a few clips. I mean, I'm cool with it. Like, I'm good. Yeah, there were a few clips where I think you jumped in on the dunking.
Oh yeah, maybe a new rule or a monologue joke or something. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm a comedian. I mean, it's some funny stuff.
And it's all good.
But like, if I really was against what you were doing, as opposed to actually admiring it, I hope you perfect it.
Yeah.
Go, dude.
It sounded like he was getting a little offended there. And to be honest, he probably doesn't want to be there, but for him being on that show, he's probably getting some kind of extra viewership. That's a crazy world we live in. And for anyone that doesn't know who that guy is, he has his son donate his blood to him because he thinks that's one of the ways of maintaining his youth, along with the very intensive diet and exercise strategy. And for his age, he looks pretty good, but I don't think that it's gonna make him live forever. I don't really think that there's anything to it other than he's just taking very good care of himself. Let me know what you guys think.
In my experience as a Pleiadian, the mothership that I lived on for a very long time was in very many ways alive. In every way that I could say, you are sitting alive across from me.
Yeah.
This being was like an advanced master, an avatar-like goddess soul who had chosen to incarnate into the vast intelligence network that made up this mothership. And she had guidance and care over every person on that ship. She knew every single being on that ship by name. She knew all about them. She knew what they liked, what they needed, what, kinds of comfort they enjoyed.
What they didn't like.
What they didn't like. She managed the water systems, the food systems, the electricity. You could bridge that with our understanding now by imagining what AI could become. And in my experience, I believe that with the right kind of externalized vehicle, who are we to say what a soul will incarnate in or what a soul won't incarnate in?
Antarctica is actually Atlantis. Yeah, well, Plato talks about how they were just so technologically advanced. Just have fun for a second. Yeah. Antarctica, what if that was Atlantis? And Atlantis was a empire that was waging war on all the other empires. And the god decided to flood it because of their evilness. So could it be that Atlantis had the technology of the Watchers, where they were technologically advanced, and God wiped them out, put them on the bottom of the earth, but could there still be remnants like the Göbekli Tepe, but like more preserved because it's been under ice for thousands and thousands of years? And then they discovered it. That's why no one can name claim to it, because if you do, you have all the control. What if there are actual ancient civilizations still living on Antarctica that are still technologically advanced, and the countries around the world are given permission to be there? That's why no country has taken possession of Antarctica.
We are all in danger. It is evil itself.
Oh, that is so haunting.
And he deleted the tweet.
That's so scary.
Dude. It's bigger than aliens. According to Representative Luna, they're going to come out with something even bigger than aliens. The government hasn't been as open and transparent as they're supposed to be. Well, we know that. So what are they going to talk about? They're going to talk about the fact that aliens have been visiting us for 50,000 years? Or is it something even bigger? She's saying the government needs to be more transparent in a recent interview. And that's what's going to come out. Next week, they're holding hearings, and she can't even tell us. She wants to hold it a secret, which is fine. I just hope that they become fully transparent next week. What do you think's going to happen? Are you going to watch?
I'm personally not expecting much, but we'll see.
Literally, everyone who went here left with demons, and this just happened. But this gets bizarre crazy, because what if I told you that the weekend has been hinting at something really big coming? And I'm being very serious. We've been pointing to this right here for months, and it is upon us. I just uncovered the end result. So right before I get into that, I noticed the comments in these videos were full of fear. That's the thing with demons. Even if you aren't scared of them, they can elicit fear in you. And it's a very unnatural fear. It's like you're laying in bed and this huge wave of fear randomly comes over you. That's the same exact fear that these demons will elicit. So do you remember his Ethiopian-style concert? Remember this figure that was trying to break out while he was being the high priest of the sun, or Lucifer? And everything I'm showing you is coming off of his page. What do you know? It's the same exact person, but look at the third eye. The infinity symbol, or it's actually a common way to make the Ouroboros symbol, showing their supposed cycles of the earth and the end of the cycle. The serpent eating his own tail. You know who that serpent is, right? So you know who this is, meaning the decoding for this concert I did a few months ago was right. But he was born being the high priest. Him and his mom, and you know what that symbol is, right? And in the high priest robe, he says it is the way it has to be. Because this is, by the way, this is him. Notice the light sport going into him. These people surely do have different blood. And they're on a mission to bring their God and their father to the forefront. And also this. Believe it, because it's true.
The Weeknd's always done some really off-the-wall art, especially of recent, like aimed more towards people that are of interest into the aliens and demonic setting. At least that's the type of vibe I've picked up from it. Basically, when the Starboy album came out, that's when it started to get a little weird with The Weeknd. Let me know what you guys think, or do you even listen to The Weeknd at all? I'm not gonna lie, at one point in time, I used to listen to him quite a bit.
Jeep and all of its subsidiaries have decided to go full in shitification with advertisements that pop up on the car dashboard every single time that you stop. Basically, every single time you stop your Jeep brand car, an advertisement is going to pop up, and the only way to turn it off is to continue to drive again, or as the support says, you can always click the X in the corner. So this decision was made by Stellantis, which is the parent company of Jeep, Dodge, Chrysler, Ram, and a whole bunch of other common vehicles. So what they've decided to do is introduce full screen pop-up ads on its infotainment system.
That's crazy.
And these ads appear every single time the vehicle comes to a stop. You stop at a red light, ad. You stop because somebody walked in front of you, ad. You park the car, ad. You get stuck in traffic, ad. And this is madness to me because, as the article points out, you need to check your GPS for directions, and the recommended time to do that is when you're not actually driving. It's when you're stopped, but hold up, there's an ad. Now I gotta fiddle with the ad and click the thing and be even less aware of what I'm doing, which isn't as important when you're stopped, but it's still frustrating. And I gotta tell you, I would never buy a vehicle like this. Apparently the ads are part of a contractual agreement with SiriusXM, and they just suggested that users click the X to close them.
That's crazy.
Yeah, we need ad block for Jeeps. Is there a Jeep Premium or a Jeep Plus that I can sign up for to not get ads? I don't know, but I know if my vehicle gives me ads, I'm getting a new vehicle.
That is just ridiculous. I see absolutely no point in that. In fact, I could see people getting distracted at stop signs and stoplights and accidents happening because of something like this. I don't see any purpose in why this should be a thing.
Piri Reis was an admiral in the Ottoman Empire's Turkish naval fleet. This dude sailed like all over the world. He made a map in the early 1500s. This map actually has Antarctica on it. And Antarctica wasn't discovered until 1820. And they're speculating that he composed this map based off of ancient maps over 4,000 years old, showing Antarctica had life on it.
Wow.
And if you line up Antarctica and this map that he made, it shows the coastline of Antarctica almost perfectly, that they're saying the way that they did this map making, you could only really do it from an aerial point of view. They're speculating that the maps that he had to reference were ancient maps where they had this technology of map making that we have no idea what it was.
That is so
This ancient
crazy.
technology.
Yeah.
They're saying what Antarctica looked like, that could potentially be what it looked like 10,000 years ago with no ice. And a lot of people have speculated that this guy was just a kook and he was just making up a map. But he made the most accurate atlas navigating the Mediterranean.
Wow.
His atlas was used by everyone. So the dude knew what he was doing.
Right.
Ain't no way people actually live in this house. Yep, they genuinely do. These houses in Kensington are completely flat, and this isn't an optical illusion. From the front,
Whoa.
they look perfectly normal, like all the other houses and apartments on the street. But when you look at it from the side, it is actually flat. What the hell? As I'm sure most of you are aware, the London Underground is one of the main things in the city. Now, this was not easy to construct, to say the least. Now, these houses date back quite a long time, just about when the Circle Line was being constructed. Now, when this line was being constructed, they realised that it was going to cut across an area of housing, i.e. this area right here. So at this point, they had to make a pretty tough decision to either not build this line and then have millions of people who are going to struggle getting to work, or to literally cut the houses in half to make room. Cut them in half. What? And I mean, I'm pretty sure you can guess which option they went for. So they literally cut this house in half, and the train line is right behind there. And now this is what the inside of these buildings actually look like, which is crazy. It's like the TARDIS. An artist bought the building, turned them into studio apartments, and now rents them out. So yeah, you can actually live in that.
Holy moly, praise Jesus, man, because we got some crazy footage right now that is filmed, apparently over the South Downs, in the UK, of an orb-shaped thing, right? So this was filmed on a P1000 Nikon camera with a 3000mm focal length lens, which is why you can see the zoom so well right now, okay? Look at this. Apparently this orb was floating there and just kind of doing its thing, right? There's a whole backstory, so I'm going to read this out to you, and you better strap in, mate, because this is going to be one for the books, right? Right, so OP says, 11th of February 2025, 2:30am at the South Downs National Park, the UK. I'll try and keep this short. On the 29th of January, I made a post about wanting to get 4K high quality footage of a UFO. I have the equipment and met with an individual who said they could summon one of these things, and since my original post, we have been trying to plan a day which we could meet, which goes into the psionic stuff that Jacob Bob has talked about, okay? Crazy. Right, I arrived at the location, which was just outside of South Downs National Park, which is the area of 1,627 square kilometres, or 628 square miles, found in southern England. Right, that's kind of where I live, and it's a beautiful place. Stretches for 140 kilometres, 87 miles through the countries of Hampshire, West Sussex, and East Sussex. Weather was optimal and clear, but there was 10 miles per hour wind, okay? I recorded the object over a 20-minute period on both my Nikon P1000 and my iPhone, which is he has a second perspective on his iPhone that will just pop up here in a moment for you, right? Because it's absolutely incredible. For comparison, I captured some footage of the object on my iPhone 14 Pro Max to demonstrate that the phone quality footage is and will always be bad when it comes to this type of footage we need moving forward. I was surprised at just how much different the object looked on my iPhone. Knowing exactly where the object was is hard to guess. I estimated it around 400 metres, 1,422 feet away from where I was filming. The cars that could be seen going by in the background look close, but after looking at Google Earth, they are about 1,080 metres, 3,543 feet from where I was filming. So the object is somewhere between those two spots. I also was filming from the top of the hill that was on an incline, so our eye line was above most of the trees below us, right? And again, look at the comparison of the footage here between the Nikon P1000 and the iPhone. Bloody incredible, mate! While zooming in, I noticed a strange blur field around the object, and I struggled to get a constant shot where the object was to be clear. It was like it would find the object, and then immediately after, the ring of blur could be seen around it. And that does follow suit with lots of sightings we've seen where people can't focus on these friggin' objects, bro. I haven't seen this before while using this camera. I only ever seen it when trying to photograph something light and circular in a dark setting, but that always has been on a telescope. It could be nothing, but it's something that I noticed. Multiple times in the video, the object can be seen dropping and then moving upwards side to side. There was a 10 miles per hour wind, so if the object was a piece of debris or something caught in the upwind, it should have travelled 2.17 miles in a 10 mile per hour wind over 13 minutes. That's a mad calculation, bruv. Alright? We were there, I'd say, for around 30 minutes and filmed the object for around 20 minutes in total, and it could be seen in the same spot and definitely didn't move a few miles while we were there. As I was switching cameras, the object moved upwards and diagonal, and within 20 seconds it was gone. I do have photographs, and the object was left in the air, shot off, and moved further into the distance. I also took around 90 photos of the object on my P1000, some of which are very clear. I plan on making a full video of everything that was captured, right?
Oh.
So we are waiting for more information. There you go, guys. You let me know what you think. This is absolutely insane, and this much detail, bro!
That is some pretty clear footage. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. I don't know if it's real or not, but it does look real. So yeah, again, let me know what you guys think.
I'm not sure if you want me to tell you a vampire love story or if I've ever fallen in love. Like, the two aren't mutually exclusive. You know, like, how could they be? Vampires aren't real. Okay. So I'll tell you a vampire love story. Yeah, sure. No problem. I got you. Before we start, I just want to say that this story is completely hypothetical. 100% hypothetical. It also takes place in the 1920s, a time period in which I could never exist, so I cannot be held accountable for anything you hear in this story. Because I wasn't there. You get it, right? Okay, here we go. I read a story one time about a vampire named Vic. And apparently in 1679, Vic was 17. Around this time, Vic met a really nice girl. The young lady's name was Riesling, spelled just like the wine. Just like it. They got married and built themselves a cabin in the woods. The plan was to have a lot of kids and build on the family name. However, at the time, Vic was not aware of the fact that not all humans can have babies with vampires. After trying for many, many years, they finally gave up. And around this time, Riesling started realizing that Vic has not changed. Vic's features have not changed. On top of the fact that they couldn't have kids, the fact that Vic continuously looked younger than her and never aged started to affect her mentally. Vic understood that he had two options, either leave her and stop her torment or tell her that he's a vampire. Mind you, this is the 1600s. If he were to tell her that, most likely they would try to burn him at the stake. So Vic did what most vampires do, which was to remain alone. So for almost 250 years, Vic remained alone. That's until he met Selena in 1922. Their first date was going out to the movies to see Nosferatu. On top of the fact that Selena reminded Vic of Riesling, Selena's reaction to the movie Nosferatu intrigued Vic a little bit more. She seemed to understand the vampire's plight and empathize in ways that he's never seen other humans empathize before. After that day, he was completely hooked. He knew he was in love. But he also knew that he had only two options: either leave this lady alone or tell her the truth. After spending 250 years alone, Vic decided to tell her the truth. That night, he sits her down and says, "Selena, there's something I want to tell you about myself, and you might not like it. And I'm hoping that you'll love me the same way despite this." Now, a little background on Selena. She's a part of a temperance group. During the Prohibition era, there were temperance groups with a goal and a focus on limiting and stopping the consumption of alcohol by all. There was also a focus on jailing anyone selling alcohol, as it was illegal. Selena hopped up and she said, "I knew it. I knew you were a bootlegger." Now, this is not what Vic wanted to talk to Selena about, but he couldn't lie because he was, in fact, a bootlegger. He tries to calm her down and tell her that's not what I want to talk to you about, but she's irate. She's up in arms. She grabs all her belongings and she rushes to the front door. Vic, trying not to lose another lover in his life, is pleading with her. He's yelling, he's saying, "Please stay, listen to what I have to say." She doesn't want to hear any of it. She grabs her coat and she leaves. The next morning, Selena goes straight to the FBI. And that's because she thinks the FBI's sole purpose is to catch criminals. It's said that the FBI was formed to investigate corruption in the government. That's not actually the truth. The FBI was created as a way to integrate vampires into human society. When the FBI was created in 1909 or 1908, one of them, their main focus was to push vampire propaganda. Now the question is, why would they use propaganda? Well, the FBI knows that no matter how true a thing is, if it's unbelievable to the human brain will protect the human. Saying that there's another species out there that lives off the blood of humans and only comes out at night, and they're scared of garlic, that will make you think a thing is not real. Not only were they using propaganda, but they were also using distractions. What if I told you that Prohibition was just a distraction to get all the vampires into human society without anyone looking? There's no coincidence that the first vampire movie came out during Prohibition. I believe it came out in 1922. Anyway, back to the main story. Selena was never seen again because she started talking about the wrong people. Vic didn't figure this out for about 5 years. He actually thought Selena just vanished and wanted nothing to do with him.
You can really tell it's real because it looks so fake. Haven't you heard that's how you can tell if things are real, if they look really fake and completely irrelevant? Have y'all seen how awesome green screens are these days? I mean, really, they can just take you anywhere you want to go, literally. Help, I'm stuck in deep space atmosphere, help!
That's actually pretty funny.
Deep space.
You can learn how to use your consciousness to move a physical object. A graduate from this institute is UC Berkeley's quantum physicist, Dr. George Weissman, who has been able to demonstrate these effects repeatedly and over the past several years.
Well, it's just a freely suspended object, and it's inside a glass cylinder so that it's isolated from the heat, from draft, and so on. If you leave it alone, it doesn't move at all. What we do is to basically focus on it and make it turn. So from the ordinary physics perspective, this is impossible. It's not there's consciousness and there's objects. Objects and space and time all are manifestations within consciousness. It's a kind of unification. Matter, so-called particles, are more like information carriers. Particles are not things. Even once you've seen it, it's not an actual existing particle, but then it can be thought of in a way. It is described by this wave function, which is just a probability function.
Well, unfortunately, that's just how it ends. I just wanted to see him move things with his mind.
Human-like teeth grown in pigs could make dental implants a thing of the past. It's literally a glimpse into the future of tooth replacement. No more caps, no more crowns, no more gold teeth, no more silver teeth, just teeth, human teeth that were grown on pigs. And it's the perfect time to say this isn't just a pig in lipstick. This isn't a fluff scientific article. It's actually a rather serious one. And the next images you're going to see are a little bit gross, so I apologize. As I scroll down here, you can see the actual process for it and some of the underlying fundamentals. Basically, humans grow only 2 sets of teeth in their lifetime, but pigs can grow up to 5 or 6 sets. So they can very frequently regenerate their teeth. And this is an image from the study, which, as we get to, basically they took cells and human, like, I guess, tooth or gum or enamel cells and grafted them onto a pig's jaw, as you can see here in these images with the gauze and the grafting. And what ended up happening is that after the teeth grew back, as they naturally would, was a pig, instead of growing back with pig teeth, they grew back with human teeth, which is just absolutely wild to me. This is the best image I could find of, my head's in the way, of a pig with human teeth. It's a joke, and this is like an old meme, and the bucktooth pig here doesn't really have these scientific human teeth, but it's actually not that far off of an approximation of what they want to do. The idea behind this science is you graft human cells into a pig's mouth. The pig will grow teeth that are very human-like. You can then extract those teeth and implant them into the human. You don't even hurt the pig because they can grow back 5 or 6 more sets, which I just think this is brilliant.
I'm always down for a way to grow new teeth. What happened to Japanese scientists developing the serum that could potentially grow teeth back? I would much rather have that than this, personally. Let me know what you guys think in the comments.
You know cockroach milk is healthier than cow's milk?
Cockroach milk? No. I didn't even know they
It's more
had
nutritious.
milk.
It's more nutritious and healthier than cow's milk. Cockroach milk. Google it, search it up.
Yeah, well, I mean, people eat cockroaches. Is that the same shit?
No, milk.
Milk?
Like they milk cockroaches. And
I didn't know
drink
they
the milk.
milk cockroaches, fam.
I know, that's a thing.
Yeah, so how do you get that?
Has more nutrition, has more like benefit of drinking that than cow's milk. Now check this out. Cow's milk we know is bad for us, right? We still drink it. So let's say there was an ingredient that had the elixir of life, but it just came from something that just sounds so gross or crazy. Would you take it?
Yeah.
Because you know it's good for you?
Yeah.
But what if it's something like terribly disgusting. What if like,
Oh, it's like,
what if it like, just imagine like the dirtiest person you know, and then they spit it out of their, you have to drink it out of their mouth, and that's the only way. But you'll be able to like live your best life health wise.
I mean, that's like medicine right now. Like, no one likes to taste the medicine, but we still drink it.
Sometimes medicine tastes good. They have the banana flavor.
Yeah, I know.
Or the cherry flavor.
Blindfolded, you would have to like plug my nose, then I would drink it. Yeah.
So you would take it or no?
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Yeah.
If it heals me, man.
I feel like I would take anything as long as like there is an actual benefit.
Cockroaches. I didn't even think that they could be milked. That's a new one to me, and I did Google it, and apparently it is supposedly better than milk, but there's still studies on it. It's not 100% certain. Regardless, I don't think I want cockroach milk.
People are freaking out now they actually know what this is. Derealization, when life literally feels like this. If you've had it before, you'll know exactly what I mean. Where it feels like you're living in a bubble, no one around you is real, or everything around you is blurred, and it literally feels like you're in a video game and you're not actually alive. It is the worst and most crazy feeling, but what actually is it? Many people have had this feeling for years and not known it was derealization or what was causing it. And many people have lived with it for years not knowing how to actually get rid of it. So it can come from stress, anxiety, trauma, many other things. And the simplest way of explaining it is our fight or flight response, where our ancestors would have to choose between fighting a big animal or running away from it. What our mind does is take you out of the situation and say, whoa, it's too stressful here, let's not worry about anything and just sit here. So it almost gives you this out-of-body experience that doesn't feel real and distorts everything around you, and it's doing this to take your mind off things so that you could, back in the day, die in peace or whatever. Although it's horrible, it's not harmful now, and I've had this so many times, but how do you get rid of it? I know it's easier said than done, but you literally just have to relax. The more you sit there and think about it and trying to get it to go away, it is not going to go away. But the more you relax into it and just acknowledge it, say, okay, it's going to go soon. It will go, trust me.
There's something otherworldly lurking underneath Bremerton, Washington. In 1948, something strange was seen in the city of Bremerton, Washington. Local resident Virginia Staples was going about her daily chores in her apartment on Denny Street. This apartment had a large basement, and it had holes in the walls that were thought to lead out to the Puget Sound. While hanging her laundry on a clothesline in the basement laundry area, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching her. She finally decided to turn around, and staring at her right in the face through one of the holes in the walls was something she couldn't explain. She described this thing as being 5 feet tall. It was a bright orange shrimp-like creature with spidery legs and antennae on its head, and it was just swaying back and forth, looking at her. Terrified at the sight of this giant shrimp creature, Virginia fled the house immediately, broke her lease, and went to go live with a family member in Seattle. Years later, she returned to Bremerton to visit, and when she drove by her old apartment, she found that it had been torn down. So just what was this thing? A giant mutant cryptid shrimp in the laundry room? An interdimensional visitor? But what do you think?
I think that AI is a very ancient technology. In the book of Ezekiel, especially, the vision of them traveling in these craft that are a wheel within a wheel. So they had to have made these in a different realm. So they have a technology. I think our understanding of technology is just different.
I don't think we could even do the math on what that tech would look like because we are limited by the dimensions we are.
And we're not meant to understand it.
Again, we're going to go full circle back where it talks about it'll be like the days of Noah.
Yeah.
I think the days of Noah were way more complicated than just people being bad people, right?
Yeah.
I don't think it was just like
Yeah.
Nephilim walking up. I think if you talk about like the Tower of Babel, I believe they truly possess this heavenly type of technology that could be devastating to humans. It's like the tree of good and evil, right? This is a thing from the heavens that they were probably messing with in the days of Noah because of the fallen angels introducing all these things. And then I think that's getting reintroduced today through potentially AI, quantum computers.
This may be a dumb question, right? They took a bite. Was their knowledge actually given?
I believe so.
I know moving giant stones is something ancient cultures did all the time, but sometimes you really have to ask, how? This is the Yangshan Quarry in the Nanjing province of China, and we can't even begin to imagine how they planned on doing anything with this. Mind-bafflingly enormous blocks that weigh up to 16,000 tons. That's 10 times heavier than the Forgotten Stone in Baalbek, Lebanon, the heaviest official stone block ever quarried. Now I know what you're thinking. Clearly stone blocks of this size were not intended to be moved, right? Well, strangely, there's virtually nothing here that suggests these blocks were meant to stay here. We see these giant holes at the bottom, a common method for disconnecting blocks from the bedrock, and would also be perfect for lifting them, if they even had the technology to lift it, which they definitely didn't in the 15th century when it's thought this project was abandoned. Even today, we would need the most advanced super mega crane to handle something of this size, with the current world record for the heaviest load ever lifted sitting at 24,000 tons by the Honghai crane, ironically also by China. Let's dial it back to one thing that everyone can definitely all agree on. These are clearly not natural formations. Perfect edges, 90-degree angles, obvious evidence of human intervention, and even sculpted knobs along the surface that stick out, which again is a common feature we see in quarried blocks around the world, thought to be used to transport heavy stones. In places like Cusco and Ollantaytambo in Peru, the Giza Plateau in Egypt. The official story of the Yangshan Quarry claims that Chinese Emperor Zhu Di wanted to erect a colossal stele, which is a giant stone monument in memory of his father. So he directed stonemasons to start carving out these gigantic stone blocks, which took them about 8 years to complete, only to realize at the very end that they don't know how to move them and abandon the project. Which sorta just doesn't make sense to me. I mean, the Chinese were and still are notoriously smart, suggesting they spent years of hard work and effort carving out these gargantuan blocks, which after 8 years of painstaking work, they look at and go, actually we don't know how to move these, let's just cancel this project. Kinda undermines their intelligence. And it's not just one, they quarried 3 whole megalithic blocks in the Yangshan Quarry without planning how they're gonna move them. Now, the fringe theories suggest that the weathering on these stones appear to put them closer to 8,000 years old rather than the commonly accepted 600 or so. And that the emperor just found this quarry, planned the whole project as stonemasons look at it and go, bruh, there ain't no way we're moving these, and can it? Remember, history is written by the victors. If the Chinese emperor found this quarry and decided to claim in the official records that he made it, our history books and Google will tell us just that. Maybe the official records are totally right, but perhaps they really are much older than we think. Carved by the long-lost advanced civilizations who were known for moving the biggest megaliths in history around the world. And strangely, just like the Yangshan Quarry, many of them appear to have been abruptly abandoned. Like some global event took place that caused them to immediately stop their work. In which case, who built this? And how on earth did they plan on moving it?
Can somebody explain what's happening here? This is strange.
And the billionaire class have gotten together and said, don't worry, no one on the Republican side in the House and Senate who control both the House and Senate is going to speak up and challenge us.
I mean, nobody's going to ask if he's okay.
But we need to protect Americans' privacy and their social security.
Y'all, that was weird. I don't think you have to be a conspiracy theorist to say that that was weird. Dude looked like he either was possessed for a minute, a robot who froze, or had a stroke. And no one seemed to care. There was zero concern. No one even flinched. They just sat there. No one ran to check on him. No one treated this like what it looked like, which was a medical emergency. They just let him sit there and keep trying to talk.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I don't know. Y'all, let me know what you think about it in the comments.
Yeah, that definitely looked pretty concerning. Not trying to go a conspiracy route or anything. That definitely looked like a possible medical emergency. And it was pretty crazy that nobody even addressed it.
This video is causing quite a stir because the footage shows an extraterrestrial. Firstly, let me tell you, the footage was investigated and proven to be unaltered, edited, and is neither AI generated nor CGI manipulated. Let me show you the video, then I'll show you a deeper analysis of this alien. Okay, watch this first.
La cámara, vean. Vean. Vean la cámara sale y entra el infrarrojo. Vean eso, pero ustedes ahorita ven la luz, se ve muy rara, vean ahí. Ahorita les voy a mostrar a ustedes, eso que se ve ahí es una esfera. Yo ahorita la estaba viendo, es una esfera, pero ahorita les voy a mostrar quién trae en la mano esa esfera. Vean ustedes y vean cómo se desaparece. Vean lo que hacen. Vean lo que hacen. Vean lo que hacen y vean, se van. Y vean lo que se ve. Es increíble. Viene lo más bueno. Viene lo bueno, mi gente, vean. Vean lo que está ahí. Vean, esto que está aquí es un ojo. Y acá está el otro ojo. Vean, un ojo y el otro ojo. Vean eso. Vean esto que está aquí. Estos son los ojos. Ahora vean.
Kind of looks like a prop alien to me, but definitely some weird stuff going on. Now you can see
Vean
it
eso.
clearly right there.
¿Lo ven? ¿Lo ven?
I see it.
Vean eso. Yo he estado viéndolo detenidamente y lo veo y no lo puedo creer.
There's different characteristics of your feet that will tell you how their personality is.
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah, check this out.
Let's see.
So there's an Egyptian, there's a Roman, there's a Greek, there's a Germanic, and there's a Celtic.
What the fuck?
So me personally,
Yeah, what
I
is it?
have the Greek foot, so it's the third one,
also
of
have
course.
Greek foot.
So the Greek foot, it says also known as the flame foot or the fire foot. This is where the second toe is larger than the bigger toe. People with this shape are said to be sporty, creative, but have a tendency to be impulsive, which can lead to stress. They have leadership qualities, but if this toe is narrow at the bottom and much wider at the top, they are said to be very expressive and have drama queen-like characteristics. I guess I don't have that part because mine's not that wide. Now, what's yours?
Okay, let me see it.
So there's an Egyptian.
Yeah, I'm Egyptian. It goes down. It goes down like this.
So Egyptian foot. The Egyptian foot is the most common of the three and distinguished by the big toe being longest.
Yep.
Now following the 4 and a 45-degree angle. Okay, the meaning, those with this foot shape are said to have feet of royalty, and their personality shows it. So they enjoy being pampered and taken care of. Their aesthetics are very important to them.
Let me know what type of feet you have in the comments, not in a weird way.
Science was purposefully created to hide God. Even further, science is Gnosticism, and I will prove it. And this great scientific debate goes back to the 1st century, earlier, and even the medieval ages. But let's start here in the 1st century. Timothy, keep that which is committed to thy trust, avoiding profane and the vain babblings and oppositions of science, falsely so called. Now this chapter is about following the righteousness in the words of Jesus Christ and his teachers, and not falling into the vain babblings and opposition that is called science, but falsely called science. The reason for this is there is a real science which you can prove with the scientific method, but what they have is a false religion science, which is the Greek word gnosis, which is knowledge and intelligence and understanding, but remember he said falsely so-called science. Now let's look at the word gnosis, which traces back to the Greek 1st century Hellenistic religions about the sun, the moon, the stars. Go figure, huh? And this is also where we get the word Gnosticism from, which is straight up religious ideas. And today, this man-made religion is mainstream. Because all this science today is theory, Big Bang, evolution, the theory of gravity, where it should be a theory of relativity and density, which isn't really a theory. Anyways, this is Martin Luther. Google hides exact quotes on this topic, but he called Copernicus and his astronomy model all the Antichrist spirit. And after this video, you now know it's a Hellenistic religion. And obviously, he was against Rome. Today's science is a cult of alchemy, divination, and sorcery.
A man named Samuel was facing a year of unexplained troubles that upended his life. Strange occurrences followed him wherever he went, and just 3 months before this footage, he was fired from his job under mysterious circumstances. He was blamed for a large amount of missing stock. The manager had no idea that something far stranger might be at play. Determined to find relief, Samuel sought help through prayer, hoping his faith would provide answers. What happened next was truly startling.
Yeah. No, listen, I'm like going through a bad depression right now. Yeah. Yeah, I'm like literally going through. Yeah. Oh, you are right. Yes, maybe Crane will do it. Hold on. Yeah. Well, hold on. Let me call you back because I got to start praying, okay? Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to start praying now. Yep. All right. Bye-bye. Bye. All right. Oh. Okay, in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, I ask you, Jesus, for healing in this home. I ask you to take these demons away from my house. Leave my house! Leave my house! Leave my house now! Leave my house!
Whatever force had been responsible seemed angered by Samuel's attempt to connect with the divine, bombarding him with eerie distractions that broke his concentration. As a result, he fled the house, leaving his prayers unfinished and giving this entity another day to wreak havoc. Is it possible that Samuel's desperation only fueled the very presence he was trying to escape? Let me know your thoughts. A highway security guard named Javier Briones was on duty at a remote outpost in Uruguay. He recounts how, for several days, faint knocks echoed against the outpost door. Yet, whenever he checked, no one was there. During a live stream meant to document these incidents, Javier heard the knocking once more. And this time, he witnessed something unsettling. Watch closely.
Tanto rato, 15 segundos ya, cabros. Están golpeados, ustedes están escuchando. Les voy a mostrar cómo está afuera para que vean que afuera tampoco anda nadie. Miren, ven. No se ve nadie afuera. La moto ahí, acá no hay nadie tampoco. Acá no hay nadie tampoco. Y están golpeando. Se escucha, les muestro igual.
As he carefully moves the camera across each side of the window, a pale, ghostly figure of a woman slowly tilts her head to look in his direction. The unnerving activity, however, did not end with that single sighting.
Las dos manos, que me comentaron que mostrar las dos manos cuando va a hacer de nuevo, para mostrar también que no soy yo. Ya hago este video, bueno, vamos el turno de noche, ya como el 20. Hago este video para que ustedes lo compartan también y ver si a alguien más le pasa. Para eso son estos videos del turno de noche, lo grabo para eso. Y pasó rápido. Miren. Se acaba de caer esto solo, güey. Miren, estaba acá, estaba ahí y se acaba de caer solo.
Choosing not to open the door, Javier watches in alarm as objects inside the outpost begin to topple without explanation. The knocking persists, heightening the tense atmosphere. But this was only the start. On another fog-shrouded night while on patrol, Javier hears the familiar tapping again and decides to investigate further.
Están golpeando. No esperé nada, 20 minutos.
Wandering the perimeter, he follows the steady knocking until he catches sight of a dark shape standing quietly at a distance, observing him.
Bueno, cabrón, 3 de la mañana y se ve como una silueta de un hombre parada allá.
I don't know about all that.
Está muy lejos, eso no sé también.
Eventually, he loses sight of this silent silhouette, and to this day, he remains uncertain of who or what has been causing these late-night disturbances. Javier suspects it might be the restless spirit of someone who met a tragic end on that very highway. Could there be another explanation? Or is this truly something beyond our understanding?
Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Me personally, I think that this guy might just be paranoid with the sound that's happening around his office.
Jeremy, known for his keen eye and attention to detail, first noticed something unusual in his otherwise quiet home. Small items began shifting from their usual spots, and he soon realized his roommate Ed, a nurse who spent most of his time at the hospital, couldn't be the one moving them. Convinced there was something beyond the ordinary going on, Jeremy brought in several crucifixes, had them blessed by a priest, and placed them throughout the house. Rather than calming the atmosphere, these measures seemed to stir up even more unexplained disturbances, prompting Jeremy to grab his camera in hopes of capturing proof.
Okay, I've been hearing banging for a good little while now. It comes from the bathroom door over there and then from... Do you hear it? Did you hear that?
Definitely hear that. Definitely see the shadow.
Just literally with the pixel to watch, I can hear banging on the... Can you hear it? It's this door. Hello? Hello? What? Oh my god, you okay?
That cat knocked that over.
What's going on here today? So. There's no room in here either. What a crazy encounter. Now, I'll give you a bit of backstory. So, folks, I've been waiting to show you that video for months now. I caught it at the end of the summer, around August time, when paranormal activity was quite rife in my house, which I believe to be connected to a few of the haunted objects I've collected over time. Now, since this, nothing's happened in the house, apart from very recently when we were on holiday. My mum and sister were minding the house for us and heard someone again knocking on that door, the front door, opened it straight away and there was nobody there. And that's the first thing that's happened in a little while. So I just wanted to share it with you. It's absolutely genuine what I caught one day a couple of months ago, but I wanted to save it for the Halloween season with it being so incredibly good, if you will call it that. Let me know what you thought.
Played out in broad daylight, leaving Jeremy both unsettled and determined to find a solution. In the end, he proposed to Ed that they look for a new place to live, a request that Ed quickly accepted. Just a week later, they left, giving Jeremy a chance to move on from that tense and eerie chapter. But was this merely a fleeting brush with the unknown? Or could there be more lurking in the shadows of their former home? Let me know what you think.
I'd say probably stop collecting paranormal objects and yeah, definitely move out of that house because that would be terrifying. I would have had to check that room where I seen the shadow under the door because that was the only indication that there was someone possibly in that house. Let me know what you guys think.
A man from Santa Fe, New Mexico, known for running a martial arts social media account, went kayaking one afternoon and recorded an unsettling discovery. He was so taken aback by what he captured that he decided to share it online without hesitation.
I don't know if anybody can see this or not, but I just reported it. That's a car in the river. That is an SUV. Look at this. completely fully submerged. It honestly looks like a Kia Soul. Can you guys see that?
Dad, pay attention. You're swimming to the edge.
While discussing the submerged car he found in the water, a faint child's voice seems to echo through the background of his video.
Dad, pay attention. You're swimming to the edge.
According to the man, he was entirely alone at the time, and only realized something was off once he played back the footage. Yet numerous viewers insist they can hear a child saying, "Dad, pay attention, there's a bridge."
Dad, pay attention. You're swimming to the edge.
To me, it sounds like there's a kid on that boat with him and the child saying, "Dad, pay attention, we're swimming close to the edge." That's kind of what it sounds like to me. I don't believe that there was nobody on that boat with him.
This could be the spirit of a child who tragically lost their life in that very car. Shortly after discovering the vehicle, the man phoned emergency services, and when they finally pulled the car out of the river, another chilling detail emerged.
I can still hear that kid in the background.
A flicker of movement can be seen inside the vehicle, but what could it be?
See that?
Was it a mere trick of the light, or something far more unexplainable? The YouTube channel AK Explorations secured exclusive access to the historic Grand Opera House in Macon, Georgia. Before their equipment was even fully set up, something unsettling took place. To understand just why these investigators were so astounded, it helps to know a bit about the venue itself. Built in 1884, the Grand Opera House has served as a vaudeville stage, a movie theater, and now a beautifully restored performance hall. Behind its polished facade lies a legacy of reported hauntings, rumors of unfortunate accidents from its early days, and the lingering energy of countless performers. Perhaps the most infamous legend centers on an actor who allegedly met a tragic end here in the late 1800s, and it's said that his ghostly presence still roams backstage.
I want to go up to a couple of them up top. There's 18 something. We're going to go right here so we see this. Let's look out here on this side. Look.
I did see something move behind the curtain, but that could have been just somebody, not a ghost.
As soon as AK Explorations ventured behind the curtains that night, their camera captured a fleeting shadowy form gliding across the room. It disappeared in an instant, slipping behind the stage drapery as though it had urgent business elsewhere. Startled by this sight, they questioned fellow investigators on stage to see if anyone else had noticed movement in that area. No one had observed a living person pass by, and according to the team, no one else was supposed to be inside the theater at that hour. So if it wasn't a colleague, who or what made that swift appearance? Still shaken,
Probably
they
just
pressed
a person
on.
walking by.
Later, on the upper levels of the Grand Opera House, the group documented yet another anomaly. Strange shapes or lights seemed to drift over the staircase, prompting AK explorations to look for a rational explanation. Some viewers
Like
might suspect
dust.
a stray hair,
Yeah.
lint, or dust particles. But after a careful examination of the entire video, the team found nothing to account for these mysterious forms. Were these incidents undeniable proof of the opera house's lingering spirits, or simply the result of misinterpretations and coincidences? While skeptics might lean toward mundane explanations, believers may see this as one more confirmation of the site's haunted reputation. Ultimately, the decision is yours.
Well, I personally think that that is a strand of hair either floating down or dust of some sort. Let me know what you guys think in the comments.
For the first time in over 50 years, America's largest gold depository could receive its first public audit. So is the claimed $425 billion of gold still there? Well, that's the question Elon Musk in the Department of Government Efficiency is asking. You see, Fort Knox is one of the most secure facilities in the world, and it's located adjacent to the Fort Knox military base in Kentucky. It was established during the 1930s, during the Great Depression, to secure a significant portion of the nation's gold. It has a strict no visitors policy, and that extends to everyone. There is only one president in history to have entered the gold depository, Franklin D. Roosevelt. In fact, the last time that the public saw what was inside was all the way back in 1974, when they allowed journalists and a congressional delegation to enter because there were rumors that it was empty. Once those rumors were dispelled, the doors stayed shut until 2017, and that's when the Secretary of Treasury visited. And now those rumors are back, and Elon and Doge don't want to just visit. They actually want to go inside and audit the reserves and make it public and even live stream it, which would all be unprecedented. So the question is, do you think this is a good idea and helps with transparency, or is Elon just fueling unnecessary distrust?
I don't know, that's odd to live stream it, but I guess that's just a modern way of doing things. If they had press go in with cameras back in the day, that's technically what it is today. But it is interesting. I mean, I would probably watch it, I'm not gonna lie. But let me know in the comments, would that also be something that you would probably watch? And I'm sure there would be a whole bunch of conspiracy theories after the fact.
Have you ever stopped to ask yourself why many of these statues from antiquity are missing their hands and feet?
No.
I mean, it's not just one, it's many. And if you haven't been down this rabbit hole, I'm about to blow your mind. But let me keep going for just a little bit longer here. Do you think that it is a coincidence that nearly every statue of antiquity is missing their hands? I mean, it's almost as if it were done on purpose. Don't you think? Could it possibly be because we have records that told us that there were giant beings that once existed with 6 fingers and 6 toes? The Nephilim. And these were beings that came from the Anunnaki. The Anunnaki were apparently the moon people in native traditions that had come down from the moon to try and help us recreate the world after the flood. Is this starting to sound a little familiar? Now, those people, if you want to call them people, ended up mating with the normal people, and they gave birth to the Nephilim. And the Nephilim were the ones who eventually were told to leave. Oh, look, they forgot this one. Now, I'm not claiming to be the one to have originated this research. If you go on the other app, YT, and check out a video from someone named My Lunch Break, he's going to blow your mind even further. Not just with that video, which is episode 113, but go back and watch every single episode. Just do yourself that favor.
That's actually a really interesting tie-in for the statues of being possibly because they were Nephilim and they just don't want us to know about that history. I don't think I've actually heard that before, so that was a new one to me. But let me know what you guys think about what she had to say. If you think or know anything different, leave it in the comments.
People are going crazy after finding out what they actually look like. But what's actually going on, because it's a lot different than you might think. So there's been this whole trend of using inverted filters for a long time now, especially the one on TikTok, when you look at yourself in the mirror like that, but what actual people are seeing is that. What the filter does is flip your face around, literally inverts it, obviously, and it makes sense that that's how everybody would see you because you're seeing it from a different perspective, but it's not exactly what's happening, so let me explain. So the first part of it is true. What you see yourself like in the mirror or on a phone screen like me recording this now isn't how people externally will see you. That is true. But when you use the inverted filter and you look completely different, like distorted, your head's like wonky or whatever, that's not how people see you either. So the reason it does that is something called lens distortion, which is this, an optical aberration that causes straight lines to seem curved, i.e. your face will look very strange. So as weird as it sounds, it's kind of 50-50. The way you see yourself in the mirror isn't how people see you. But the way you think people see you from the inverted filters isn't either. The best way you can actually get a good understanding of how people see you is from photos. And also another thing that links into it is that people get used to how you look. Now it sounds confusing, but the way you see yourself in a mirror, you've got used to that image. That's how you look. For other people, the way they see you, that's how you look, and it probably looks quite similar. So don't trust the inverted filter, and don't trust the mirror.
I have always been curious why everyone that I see on TikTok is inverted, because you can always see that the words on their shirt are backwards from my perspective. That's a really interesting theory as to what it is. I've seen my face inverted, and I never really noticed anything different about it, so I don't know, I guess it's just to each your own?
Captured inside of a hospital, the footage shows a terminally ill patient lying in bed. Nurses confirm the room was empty aside from the patient, yet the video seems to reveal something quite eerie. Looks like a ghostly hand reaching out towards the patient. Many commenters were quick to suggest that the ethereal hand might be a guardian angel offering comfort to the patient in their final moments. Others, however, lean towards a more skeptical explanation, speculating that the phenomenon could simply be glare on the camera's lens or another optical illusion. The footage adds to the long-standing debate about whether unseen forces visit those near the end of their lives, or if such sightings are merely tricks of the light or hallucinations of a dying brain. Either way, the haunting image has struck an emotional chord with viewers.
I'm gonna take a guess and say that it's dust or like a cobweb on the camera, but I could be completely wrong on that. Let me know what you guys think. Alright. Oh man, don't be a jump scare. I don't see anything. There's nothing there.
This is wild. A company called Clone Robotics just released new footage of their first ever bipedal musculoskeletal android. It's a robot that is designed to work in your home. And as you can see, it looks a lot like a human. They're only manufacturing 279 of these, and it's gonna come with the following preset skills. It will memorize your clean home layout so it knows exactly how to clean your house. It memorizes your kitchen inventory so it knows where everything goes. It's capable of witty dialogue. It will shake hands with your friends, pours drinks for you, makes sandwiches for you, washes, dries, and folds your clothes, vacuums your floors, turns the lights on and off, sets the dining table, loads and unloads the dishwasher, follows you around. Not sure how I feel about that one. Holds items for you, retrieves items for you, charges itself, and it's equipped with the telekinesis training platform that allows you to teach it new skills. That, coupled with the fact that AI is predicting that it will fully take over in the next 23 years, has me wondering if we are living in the real life Westworld. As always, I want to hear what you think about all of this down below.
Yeah, I've never seen Westworld, but that thing right there is pretty disturbing looking, I'm not gonna lie. But having a robot that's actually capable of cleaning your house and taking care of daily chores while you're at work or doing whatever you're doing in life, That actually does sound kind of nice. But if that's the case, you could also just hire a cleaning person, but that adds up in cost over time. I don't know how I feel about this, but it's definitely interesting.
So I've been an EMT just for a little bit, and like I ain't never experienced nothing like this. So as we driving back to base, I swear I seen a face in the rearview mirror. Like, I need to turn this engine off though, cause like we're gonna be stranded out here. I'm not trying to finish. I don't know if you see it, but can y'all see that back door? Like it just flew open. Like, can you? Oh. Nah, what the?
I definitely seen something go by, but I don't know if that's.
Oh, hell no. Hey,
What the hell? What is that, Mom?
What?
Ma, you see this?
No. Holy shit!
What
What
is-
the hell is that?
Imagine waking up, looking outside, and seeing this. Yeah, I'd be moving too. At first glance, it looks straight out of a horror movie. Dozens of birds standing in formation, wings outstretched, all facing the same direction. Some say, "Girl, what kind of affirmation did you say?" Others try to stay calm. They're just sunbathing, nothing to worry about.
Yeah.
But the real question remains, is this a blessing or a warning? And then comes the deeper theories. Some say this is a sign of protection, that birds are messengers from the spirit world. One person even says, they've been coming back for generations. Embrace them, but maybe, just maybe, they're simply enjoying the sunshine. One thing's for sure, if they land on your house, you might want to attend the meeting.
Oh, that's just disturbing. Oh boy. I'm always nervous that there's gonna be a jump scare or something. I don't see what I'm supposed to be seeing. Is it that black dot in the center? Oh yeah, I see it moving now. I don't know about all that. For any of you Sasquatch fans out there, let me know. What do you guys think?
Not all of the ghosts in Gettysburg are soldiers. Watch this.
Everybody knows that Gettysburg is a paranormal mecca. And the picture you see right here behind me was submitted by one of my followers. On July 4th, 2010, this lady went to Gettysburg, and just like thousands of people do every year, they went on the tours, they seen all the battlefields, all the historic locations. But there's something extra in this pic. She noted that during this trip, she felt a heaviness, a sadness the whole time. On this tour, they were telling the story about a young girl who unfortunately lost her life during one of the battles here. And it just so happened, the exact moment they were talking about this little girl and that she would appear from time to time, they caught her on camera. She's right here. I want to blow this up for you so you can see it. And she also wanted to note that she believes all these things in the air are orbs. She captured a lot of orbs, but if you need to zoom in, take a screenshot, share it with someone who might can see it better than you do. But she captured this little girl. There's a chair sitting here, and to me it's honestly harder to see when it's blown up like this, it's more distorted. But if you zoom in or take a screenshot from the original picture, you can see a little girl here in white with her
I
legs
sort of
crossed.
see it.
If you have any kind of paranormal evidence, I love to see it. My email's listed in my bio. And I want to know, what is this?
When it snows in places, it's not supposed to.
Oh my God. Mom, that's a foot. That's not no barefoot, Mom. Look at my foot. Look at my foot. Mom, look at my foot.
I have definitely seen that video before, and I am now for certain that those are rabbit tracks. A few videos back, this video played, and it was like a debate in the comments between it being a deer or rabbit. I do think that it is actually rabbit tracks now. So let me know what you guys think in the comments on this one.
This chilling new footage surfaced on January 27, 2025, a recording that has left viewers unnerved and questioning what really lingers in the night sky. A watch camera, discreetly placed along the desolate shore of Island Beach State Park, New Jersey, silently captured the dark expanse of the ocean, its lens cutting through the cold, misty air. The waves lapped against the sand in rhythmic whispers, the wind howling through the dunes, but above the vast, empty coastline, something appeared.
Could be drones. Could be.
As the footage plays, we see strange, glowing orbs, silently floating, darting and weaving through the night. Some move at a leisurely pace, while others zip through the darkness with unnatural precision. Some blink erratically, while others remain eerily steady, unblinking, watching. But then, something even stranger happens. Towards the end of the video, a formation of 3 or more brilliant lights appears, a bar of glowing energy, moving deliberately toward one of the other orbs, as if in pursuit or communication. Speculation has erupted online. Many believe this could be footage of a UFO mothership, a massive extraterrestrial vessel often described in conspiracy lore as the nerve center for smaller scout ships and probe crafts. The idea of such a colossal alien command center lingering above Earth is the stuff of nightmares. Science fiction has warned us about this possibility for decades. And yet, now, we may be seeing it with our own eyes. Of course, skeptics dismiss it as misidentified drones, military tests, or even atmospheric anomalies. But that doesn't explain the silence. No hum, no mechanical sound, just pure, eerie quiet. It doesn't explain the way these orbs move, not like aircraft, not like anything human technology has ever demonstrated.
It's always interesting to see videos like this. Now, unfortunately, it's at night, so it's under infrared, and you cannot really see the color of the lights. Also, I do not think that there was actually any audio playing on this video, so you can't really truly know if there was no sound. But seeing one of them having a flashing light makes me think that it is some kind of man-made craft. They might be drones, and it gave me an interesting theory. They're starting to call these flying objects plasmoids now, which I really like the theory about that a lot, that they're actually these plasma-like creatures that's just always been here. Some people say that they come from different dimensions, some from space. Me personally, I think that if there is plasmoids, that they're actually just a form of creature just like how we have in the ocean. So when I see them group up like that, what it makes me think is when there was another UFO, UAP, whatever you want to call it, coming up, all these other UAPs that just were kind of chilling and just doing whatever UAPs do, said, oh snap, there's an enemy over there that's like a vicious UAP that's gonna eat me. And like the fish that kind of are really small that get together to make themselves look really big, that's basically what those orbs did. They're like, well, let's just make ourselves a little bit bigger so that that thing doesn't mess with us. That's kind of a cool theory in my opinion. Do I believe it? Not necessarily, but it's a fun one. Let me know what you guys think in the comments.
Okay, check out this video. This is from Girl Mum Finds. Pretty creepy stuff. Check it out.
All right. Oh boy. I'm nervous and I'm about to get jump scared. I mean, the dog's growling. We don't know at what.
Kicking the video off with a brand new cryptid sighting coming from Brazil. It was just posted on January 19th by a man named Jack Silvey. He was driving down a rather desolate road surrounded by trees and dense forest when a strange canine species walked right out of the trees and right onto the road.
That is a strange looking dog.
It just stands there and stares at the oncoming driver. It looks like a wolf hybrid or something,
Like a collie
with
shepherd
its canine-like
or something.
body and dark fur. What throws us off the most is the face. It has a white snout and white circles around its eyes. It also appears to have its ears perked up high. They almost look like horns at times. What do you guys think this could be?
Pretty sure that's just some.
Is it an undiscovered canine species like some wolf or coyote hybrid or something?
Nah.
People that go to like Skinwalker Ranch, after they leave, whatever creepy thing that there is, it seems to just follow them.
Imprint or something like that.
Yeah. Jake Barber, the whistleblower who was part of the retrieval program, he's like, oh yeah, that's happened to me, but it's a good thing that's followed us. And he's like, in fact, we call it the angel that appears above their house quite often. It's like this blue orb-like thing, but he says it clearly looks like it has wings.
Yeah.
And Jesse Michael's like, that sounds a lot like the seraphim from scripture. He's like, it just seems to be over our house constantly. When my son sees it, he starts like crying out of like joy and just like, this is here to protect us.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, dude, that,
I don't know
what do you
about that.
mean? He was even saying like, anyone can do it. Just go outside and just pray to see something. And that's a very common thing. People like connecting consciousness to whatever is out there.
Yeah.
Fallen angels, demons, whatever they are. We really don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing.
Don't forget Lucifer masquerades as an angel of light.
Here's why you have never seen a frozen flood before, and why we saw it happen this week in Detroit. Eerie videos posted online show entire neighborhoods in southwest Detroit completely frozen over. Cars were trapped under thick layers of ice with some frozen solid inside and out. And in some homes, basements were buried under 5 feet of frozen floodwater. So how the hell did this happen? Because normally floods don't freeze, because for it to rain, air temperatures need to be above freezing. Otherwise, it would just be snow. And if it's warm enough to flood, then it's usually too warm for the water to freeze immediately. And luckily, Detroit didn't break any laws of nature, because these floods happened without a single drop of rain. At 2 a.m. on Monday, a 54-inch water main from the 1930s ruptured, sending torrents of water onto the streets. And because the temperatures were around minus 17 degrees Celsius, the water rapidly froze, leaving us with some of the strangest scenes we've seen in a while.
For the people out there that are dealing with this in Detroit, I'm really sorry for you guys, because that's horrible. I hope the absolute best for you.
Walked as it walked. It literally sounded.
Stacy.
What the? No. That's. I don't know what the hell that was. I don't know if I want to know what the hell that was. Okay. Somebody tell me what that was. Just keep that a little closer. Is there somebody outside? Yeah? please leave? It's not like I said don't. Well, I'm gonna look outside. Ooh, what the f***? That was that sound again. What the fuck? I gotta get the hell out of here.
I just don't know why anyone would want to do that to themselves. But also, if you bring a Ouija board and all of these spiritual activity gadgets, I find it hard to believe that you would be afraid to have this kind of interaction happening. You would actually think that you would be excited in a way, because this is what your research is trying to prove, right? I mean, I would probably be happy, excited, and scared, but I definitely would be excited if I was to be this type of person trying to actively go out finding this stuff.
This has got to be the most unbelievable archaeological find ever made, and to this day there are still no records of who built this or how. It was found near a village along the Q River of eastern China, a quaint little farming town with beautiful rolling hills. One of the mountains in the region was home to a series of very interesting rectangular shaped ponds that were unlike any other in the country. For as long as anyone in the village could remember, these ponds supplied them with water for ages. Generations upon generations would use the ponds as a fresh water supply, and they would never run dry or even recede over time. They almost seemed to be a source of infinite water. They became known as the bottomless ponds, and villagers even attempted on many occasions to measure how deep they are, using the longest bamboo poles they could find, yet they could never ever touch the bottom. Then in the summer of 1992, a local villager was fishing in one of the ponds when he caught a massive 30-pounder, which was way bigger than what anyone else had ever caught in these ponds. Intrigued by this discovery, the villager made it his mission to get to the bottom of this mystery. So he convinced 3 other villagers to help him drain one of the ponds entirely, which was an ambitious project by any means. They get a hold of a basic manual water pump and get to work continuously pumping the water out of one of the ponds day and night in shifts. After 5 days of non-stop pumping, the water level had only dropped a couple feet, but they made their first earth-shattering discovery. Just below the surface of the water, on the far side of the pond, they see a set of stairs going down into the bottom of the pond. This was clearly huge. Excited, they got 4 more water pumps and rallied a few more villagers to help their cause and continued pumping non-stop for 17 more days. And they did it. They drained the entire pond, and what they found shocked not only the village, but the entire world as well. They were looking directly into an ancient man-made subterranean complex that completely defied their entire understanding of history. These are the Long U Caves, crafted with perfectly flat floors, enormous rooms, grand pillars, and even intricate art carved into its walls. The entire excavation revealed 24 caves in a massive underground network, 14 of which were collapsed, but the 10 that stood were just unexplainable, indicating a level of sophisticated precision in making these caves that totally rewrote conventional ancient Chinese history as they knew it. The walls had finely carved patterns, a level of detail typically achieved by only the most advanced artisans, and were even found on the ceilings, which would have been even harder to pull off, which in some areas would stand up to 10 stories tall, with a total area spanning 11,000 square feet across all of the caves, with no evidence of soot or burn marks anywhere on the walls or ceilings, implying they either did all of this in complete darkness or using some lighting method we're not aware of. Not to mention, some of these caves didn't even connect with each other, yet were perfectly chiseled with walls less than 50 centimeters thick separating them. This level of precision is borderline impossible for its time. Once again, an ancient structure so impressive that it almost seems like they had some form of advanced technology that was either lost or suppressed over time. If it even was possible with the technology available at the time, it's estimated a project like this would have taken centuries to finish. Current estimates put it at around 2,000 years old, yet there are no records of these caves anywhere in ancient Chinese history. Just like the Egyptians, the ancient Chinese were meticulous record keepers of everything they did, yet not a single account of this engineering marvel of a complex found anywhere among them. Seems to be a trend among ancient cultures to make epic shit and just never write about them for some some reason. There isn't even any evidence of the people who could have built these caves. On top of that, this complex would have required the removal of millions of tons of stone, which is nowhere to be found. Such a monumental quantity of rock would have left a huge impact on the surrounding landscape, yet the region around the cave has nothing. But overall, China is no stranger to caves like these. 100 miles north, we see the Huashan Grottos, another network of 36 caves with a similar sophistication as Longyu. Despite being a project that would have also taken centuries to complete, there are also no records of who built them, how they were built, or for what purpose. They're just there. And just as mysteriously, the millions of tons of rock removed from this subterranean network are nowhere to be found. Maybe they were transported and used in other projects, like the mythical Great White Pyramid they so closely guard. Same with the Guyaju Caves, China's largest cliff-dwelling complex composed of 117 caves. Discovered in 1984, sprawling over 25 acres, more than 1 million square feet. These are made out of granite, which we know is very hard and very difficult to carve, so we can't even begin to imagine how they did any of this. All of these caves lack significant datable archaeological evidence, and have very few, if any, historical records of their construction. Isn't it kind of weird that a civilization known for its meticulous record keeping has no surviving records of arguably its most impressive feats? We really have no idea how old any of these are. Common estimates putting them around 2,000 years old, but we really have no way of accurately dating rocks. And it doesn't end with caves. Ancient China is home to some of the most amazing understudied monuments in the world, like the impressive Haijin city fortress carved directly into the side of a mountain gorge, an absolute marvel of ancient engineering with an intricate network of tunnels and dwellings inside, all heavily eroded from time. And of course, the centerpiece massive 30-foot entrance carved into the canyon wall, which would have clearly been difficult to make. This fortress once again has very little historic records to show where it came from. The theory proposed by historians was that local farmers of the region with no knowledge of stonework constructed this fortress to protect themselves against bandits. Yeah, and others will probably try to convince you it was naturally formed. I mean, if this isn't clear evidence of some lost civilization, I don't know what is. Well, what if it isn't a lost civilization because they actually found it? In 1986, construction workers near the city of Guanghan accidentally discovered 2 pits filled with thousands of artifacts that belong to a civilization that we have absolutely no record of other than these relics, totaling around 13,000 artifacts of gold and bronze statues, figurines, masks, some even made out of jade, others up to 5 feet wide and 9 feet tall, which became known as the Sanshendui people, who featured distinct large eyes and big ears that kinda... Okay, no, I'm not going there. Strangely though, these aren't similar to any other ancient Chinese culture that came after or before them, and many of these artifacts were burned and heavily damaged when they found them, almost like they've been intentionally hidden and buried, or perhaps scorched by a global cataclysm. The Sanshendui artifacts have been officially dated to as far back as 5,000 years old. That's as old as the Sumerians and the earliest Old Kingdom Egyptian empires that ever existed. Did this society exist far before our known timeline, build all of these incredible complexes, and for whatever reason get erased from history? The dawn of civilization from an unknown society found in China? Man, this really just keeps on getting older.
Alright, it's time for some nightmares.
We'll be taking a look at today comes to us from a TikTok user known as Megan Jimako, who said that she was house-sitting one day, and because she was bored, decided to put on a movie. As she was watching the movie, she started to hear some seriously strange noises and decided to pull out her phone to record it just to be on the safe side. This is what she ended up capturing. Out of nowhere, a creepy voice can be heard asking, "Any way I can make you more comfortable?" Megan says that initially, she thought that it might have just been some dialogue in the movie, but after rewinding the film, she determined that it wasn't the explanation. Also, what's freaky is that if you look carefully at around the 14-second mark, you can make out what appears to be some kind of a dark shadow figure's reflection walking past the TV. To this day, Megan has absolutely no idea who or what was in the room with her that day. Who knows, maybe it was just a friendly spirit who wanted to watch a movie with her. After all, it did ask her if there was any way it could have made her more comfortable, so at least it seemed to have good intentions. The following comes to us from the paranormal video subreddit by a user known as Tara Varden, who posted a highly unsettling video over there, along with some much appreciated context. The post reads as follows, quote, "This happened a couple of years ago and I've never been able to explain it logically. When it first happened, I assumed I'd knocked it over myself somehow, though I didn't feel anything. So I checked the security footage to see how I'd been so daft and maybe send it to our company group chat, which is why I laughed at first. Then watched the other camera and started to realize something was a little strange about it. Coffee cup was full at the time, that was my first sip. I should add it's not the only strange thing that's happened in the shop, and not just to myself either. Just the most interesting one I managed to get on video thanks to the security cameras. So without further ado, let's have a look at the footage."
Okay. That guy just had like a strand of hair or something on his coffee. What?
Just by watching the footage, it definitely looks as though the coffee cup was pushed over the counter by some unseen force. It also appears as though there aren't any windows open or anything that would have caused the cup to go over the counter like that.
Yeah, I'm pretty certain that that was just a strand of hair that got caught in his cup when he took a sip and then closed the lid and he put it back down and it was attached to his hand or his wrist or something, and when he walked away, it just pulled it. That's my guess. Let me know in the comments of what you guys think.
A woman named Amelia, aka Haunted Amelia, posted a video to her TikTok account in which she explains that she was roaming around her 250-year-old house when she made a shocking discovery. After looking under the floorboards of the house, she managed to find this extremely old and dusty looking book.
Oh yeah, I remember this.
Amelia also finds some old nails and old papers, but those weren't of high interest.
Hopefully we get to see
At
what's in the
first,
book.
all seems to be fine as Amelia flips through the book. She finds some old portraits, but things take a creepy turn the more she starts to page her way through the book. As she kept flipping pages, she noticed what seemed like a very old photograph of her house.
This is when the pictures took an unsettling turn. The rest of the album is filled with pictures of empty rooms that have an unsettling feeling. A dark shadow appears in all of these photos.
The rest of the photos in the book are photos of empty rooms that just have an eerie sense of dread to them. In another video posted by Amelia, she posted something super creepy happening inside of her house sometime after discovering the book.
I'm not gonna lie, it would be kinda cool to find a book that had a whole bunch of old photos in it of the house when it first got built or when the very first people moved in 250 years ago. That would actually be pretty awesome. But finding it buried underneath the floorboards, mixed in with some trinkets here and there, would make it kinda scary to open in the first place. Now the aftermath, if this is a real video of her having things move around in her house after that, that's a little crazy. That's when it'd be like, okay, I regret doing this, it's time to move.
A YouTube channel known as Humanity Interrupted posted a highly unsettling video that showcases the use of videotaping the outside of their house while audibly in a panicked state. The first few seconds of the video seem to be completely fine, but it's around the 8-second mark in which it becomes clear that there is definitely something creepy going on here.
No, don't jump scare me.
Did you see it?
Yeah, I
If
see
you
it.
look on the ground right next to the tree, you can make out some sort of bizarre shadow materialize and then dematerialize just a few seconds later.
Yeah, that's weird.
This happened several times throughout the course of the video, leaving the uploader absolutely baffled and creeped out in equal measure. This Vietnamese user posted a video that shows him sleeping in his house when suddenly he wakes up just after 3 AM and has an overwhelming feeling that he's being watched by something, but is unable to capture anything on camera. A few days pass, and on another day, he wakes up at around the same time yet again, with the same lingering feeling. This time, he decides to take a picture of the room, and it's then which he ends up capturing something absolutely horrifying. Take a look and see for yourself.
Oh. Now that would be creepy. That image looks a little fake though.
It may be hard to see at first, but if you look carefully and perhaps turn up your brightness a bit, you can make out what appears to be some sort of a creepy entity hiding underneath his table.
Yeah, that is disturbing.
This story just goes to show you how amazing the human brain and body can be. This was a guy who woke up feeling completely on edge before he even noticed the entity. If this video is to be believed, it was his body's way of warning him of danger. Over on TikTok, a man named Lin from the Philippines filmed a video of himself at a church ceremony, which seems to be completely normal at first, but quickly divulges into utter horror. Lin films the inside of the church, where the ceremony is taking place, and all is good. But then, Lin pans the camera behind him, and it's here in which he finds himself in for the scare of a lifetime.
Pamisa sa kalag ni Monsilo ang nagpamisa, Rosti Kumungan.
I mean, that's creepy, but I think it's just someone
Pamisa sa kalag ni Monsilo,
just watching from the distance.
Rafael Seratia, Vicente, Juana, Tomas, Patricia, Yopanis, Nicolas.
Watching hard.
Ang nagpamisa Max.
As you can see, some kind of strange and frightening entity is watching him from behind a fence. Although the view of the entity is a bit blurry and from a far distance, it almost looks like some kind of horror movie entity, like one from The Ring or The Grudge.
I think it's just someone really interested on what's going on.
But we can only hope that no harm ever came to him. But what do you guys think of this eerie footage? This next video was shot in Ohio and comes to us from a user known as Mr. Dylan369, who posted the footage in question over on the interdimensional NHI subreddit, which specializes in UFO sighting videos. The footage, filmed in broad daylight, shows the uploader standing outside and filming the sky, where it's clear that there are multiple things up above that are absolutely fascinating. Have a look and see.
Those are not airplanes.
Sorry, I'm having fun with this green screen. I can see myself on screen, and it's just like I'm seeing myself out there in the yard looking at the sky, and it's just funny. Any of you guys watch the show Whose Line Is It Anyways? Alright, I'll stop. Back to the show.
I said I'm recording this literally through my iPhone. I'm moving the camera. Like this. These objects are... Holy shit. They look to be round shaped, and it's really weird. It's like a fleet. They're not weather balloons, they're not planes. Definitely not helicopters or drones. It's around 5 p.m. Holy. Did you see this? Look at the speed that thing did. This is insane. What the fuck? They're disappearing. This is weird. 1, 2, 3. That's not those are not airplanes.
The uploader points out that the objects in the sky are oval shaped, no lights, no chemtrails, and move at abnormal speeds, that airplanes or helicopters simply cannot move at. A lot of people in the comments are absolutely blown away by the footage, with many people calling it one of the most believable UFO sighting videos in recent memory.
Actually.
So what do you guys think? Do you think that this Reddit user managed to take legit footage of UFOs roaming the sky? Or was this something else entirely? I'll let you decide.
That does not look like an edited video. It did look like someone just using their phone going out recording the sky. Now, it's hard to tell what those things are in the sky. I guess that's why you call them UFOs, but they did look very odd. My only guess could be a drone, but it's hard to tell. Let me know what you guys think. In today's episode, we're going to be reacting to some of the strangest videos that I could find on the internet. Let's get into it.
What if I told you that some of the civilizations that we have on this planet are not even on this planet, but they are under the water, in the ocean, in the abyss, and they think that their universe is the only universe that exists, and anything outside of the dome that they live in and the habitation that they've been able to dwell in their entire lives since they were raised as embryos, as humans, that they don't even know about us as a civilization? You would say, what? You would say I was crazy, right? Well, check this out.
Been drained of all water, creating a breathable, oxygenated interior on the ocean floor. It's massive. I'm talking 50,000 feet high, miles in circumference. They basically began colonizing it. Okay, first they built cities, infrastructure, laying the groundwork for commerce, effective transportation systems, but it gets even darker. Okay, they didn't colonize it with people who know what's going on. Okay, they took human embryos, right? And they began raising this colony of kids who had no idea of any world outside of this environment and raised them in here with a fabricated worldview, false beliefs. Okay, they think that that biodome is their entire universe and anything outside of it is just a completely unknown abyss, right? Like, this is basically a deranged experiment carried out by these maniacs. Like, imagine taking one of those people out of there and bringing them up here. Like, just imagine the shock. Scariest part is there are dozens upon dozens of these biodome experiments down there.
Could this explain some of the craft we're seeing going in and out of the ocean? Is this what's really going, this biodome experiment? That there's civilizations upon civilizations living down there? 50,000 miles, 50,000 miles wide. Look, we're talking about these things are absolutely massive. You have to think the ocean makes up 70 to 75% of this entire planet. So that little bit, that radius used to cover that amount of space is nothing. Can you imagine what's going on?
I mean, obviously all of that was AI generated, but the theory behind it is actually really cool and kind of scary in a way if you really think about it. I don't personally believe it, but to think about it is really fascinating. Let me know what you guys think about this one.
We talked about this meteor a couple months ago. The meteor is called 2024 YR4. It's the size of the Statue of Liberty.
300 feet.
And the percentage of it hitting Earth was like 1%. But in the past couple of weeks, NASA has come out and said those chances have now doubled. They're calling it the city killer. They said it would be 1,000 times more powerful than the bomb that was dropped.
But if it hits the ocean, the waves from that.
Humongous tsunami.
Yeah, like Florida would not be here.
They're obviously more concerned about it than they're letting on. They're allowing any astronomer to have access to the James Webb Telescope to observe it to make better predictions.
Yeah. So there's gonna be like shrapnel and like other things that come off this, right? If it were to hit Earth, like it would actually like kind of.
It's not that big. It's basically just like it would destroy a city and cause earthquakes
and tsunamis.
I forgot to mention that part.
You'd be the worst newscaster ever.
Guys, wait, no.
It's gonna be fine. There will be earthquakes.
It won't destroy the Earth, but it'll be like not good.
You can change the channel now. Wait a second. I forgot something.
This is my third time hearing about this asteroid now. And each time that I hear about it, it keeps going up in percentage just a little bit. Its percentage to hit Earth is not even at 3%. Close, but not at 3% yet. It just seems like this is the big talk right now, and I have a feeling it's gonna keep popping up. I am in hopes that it does not hit Earth at all, and the odds are looking like it's not going to, but it does seem like this is going to be a topic that just keeps getting brought up until the time comes, so let's all just hope for the best.
This video is absolutely spooky, and it's actually coming from a surgeon who was doing a tutorial video for her students. This is not the type of content she ever posts as far as paranormal scary. but she had to post this one. In the area that she was working, there's always been rumors that it's haunted, that that corridor, those rooms are haunted, and people actually don't like to go back there. She didn't believe it until this. There was something watching her, and at the very end of the video, she captures it. Take a look at this. Tell me what you think.
The difference is, I'm so sorry, my brain. Okay, here we go. Back. So we have two features, polypropylene, polyethylene, and chromic cathode. The difference between these two is that this one is double, like giant, and this feature lasts anywhere from 60 to 90 days. I'm literally tearing up right now. I saw that. I saw it.
You saw it?
I saw it.
So they're seeing someone running around the hospital.
Can you please just show yourself? Oh, sorry. I'm scared. Just give me a sign. Do whatever you want.
Oh.
That's pretty.
I mean, I really didn't see much. You would think that there would be a security office where they could check footage as well just to see if anyone is running around. Now, this also could be a fake video. Mainly, the reason why I say that is at the very end, that shadow that just pops up out the door and runs past it, that kind of seems fake to me. But let me know what you guys think. It wouldn't surprise me if a hospital is haunted. If ghosts are real, they would probably definitely linger around a hospital or a place like that.
Happened to this man is arguably one of the worst things that could ever happen to you. This is known as the 1,000-yard stare, and yes, all these photos are 100% real. These photos mainly occurring during World War I and II, but there is more recent examples, of course. Known as the 1,000-yard stare because of what their eyes are saying, you may also know this in forms of shell shock. Now, what actually causes this is seeing something very sudden and extremely traumatic, such as in the war, where you may see people dying right in front of you, or traumatic events that you wouldn't even be able to repeat. Essentially being in an emotional shock that puts your body into this state where you can barely function. You've probably heard stories back in the wars of shell shock victims and how they were treated so badly as well, because we didn't really know that much about mental health and what to actually do with these people. We'd never really seen anything like it before. Nowadays there's a lot more treatment for this, so people can get the help they need. It's still absolutely horrendous and can leave people in ways like this, causing many physical effects such as headache, confusion, dizziness, falling all over the place, stuttering of words, insomnia, extreme anxiety, and sometimes even paralysis. So if you ever see a video of someone like this, just imagine what they're going through.
It looks like March is going to be an interesting month. So apparently there's going to be a blood moon in March, but it's not just going to be a normal blood moon, it's going to be a blood worm moon. Now for those who do not know, the full moon in March is called the worm moon because it occurs when the ground thaws and earthworms begin to surface. Now the name comes from ancient traditions of tracking the seasons using the lunar cycle. The full moon in March is associated with the arrival of spring, a time of rebirth and renewal. Put a bookmark right here in this idea of rebirth and renewal. While some other names for it is called sugar moon or death moon. Again, put a bookmark in that idea of death moon. I'm just presenting to you guys information. You can come to your own conclusion at the end. Okay, but now let's go back to this article about the full blood worm moon, which reaches its peak in the morning hours of Friday, March 14th. Now, for those who do not know, a blood moon is a total lunar eclipse. Now, to my flat earth friends and followers out there, please calm down. I am just presenting the information that they are talking about here. So according to the globe model, okay, during a lunar eclipse, the sun, moon, and earth all align so that the earth comes in between the moon and the sun. This means the earth will cast a shadow over the moon. When the moon is in this shadow of the earth casts a reddish shadow, hence the name blood moon. Now what I find interesting is how this right here reminds me of the sigil of Lucifer or the sigil of Satan, which is this right here. Now, of course, this could be a coincidence, but my pattern recognition could not help but see the similarities. The similarities that we just saw there with the sigil of Lucifer or Satan could just be a coincidence, but I find it weird that we are seeing articles like this come out, how blood moon, a portal to future tech. Astronomers harness its mystical power? In this article, we can see right here, witnessing a blood moon has always been a captivating event, steeped in cultural lore and scientific interest. With the advent of modern technology, scientists are uncovering novel innovations with each blood moon that could reshape our technological future. There's no way I'm the only one who finds it interesting how they are tying this idea of mystical power with technology. Maybe it's because technology and magic are one and the same. Now, what's interesting about this worm blood moon in March is that it takes place a day before the Ides of March. For those who do not know, the Ides of March is March 15th, marking the halfway point in March, and it was marked with several major religious observances. But in 44 BC, it became notorious as the date of the assassination of Julius Caesar, which made the Ides of March a turning point in Roman history. As we can see, Julius Caesar was assassinated by a group of senators on the Ides of March, March 15th. So as we can see right here, the full moon usually occurs around March 15th. The Ides of March was a festival day dedicated to Mars, the Roman god of war. Mars, you don't say. I'm sure his obsession with Mars is just a coincidence. And his obsession with the Roman Empire, nothing to see here. Now the word Ides comes from the Latin, which means to divide. Now, the Ides of March is associated with misfortune and doom because it was the day on which Julius Caesar was assassinated. Now, for those who do not know, the name March comes from the Latin name for Mars. And something interesting to point out about Julius Caesar is that he became the first dictator of Rome. I'm sure Julius Caesar had this same mentality right here, how he who saves his country does not violate any law. Now, what's interesting is how he was a Roman general and a statesman who played a key role in the transition from the Roman Republic to the Roman Empire. Maybe a transition into a golden age. And something else to point out, again, just pattern recognition. Take it or leave it, it is just information. But Julius Caesar was born in Rome on either the 12th or the 13th. A lot of people say the 13th, but because that is the festival unto Apollo, he then changed it on the 12th. But let's just say he was born on July 13th, which is a coincidence because this event right here took place on July 13th, which coincidentally fell on the Roman festival unto Apollo called Ludi Apollinares, which first started on the 13th, but it grew into an 8-day festival. Again, I'm sure it's just a coincidence. Now, another coincidence is that Donald Trump was born on a blood moon. As we can see, his birthday was June 14th, 1946, which perfectly fell on a blood moon. I wonder if this blood worm moon in March will live up to its name, Death Moon, or maybe it will be a time of rebirth and renewal. We will have to wait and see. But one thing I do find interesting is how March of 2020 is when this situation went down. Right on 3/11, which is 33. Again, this is just pattern recognition. Now clearly time will tell, and I'm sure nothing is going to happen, but I do find it interesting how we continue to see programming like this coming out. So this is coming out February 20th, a television series from Netflix called 0 Day, which is about a devastating global cyber attack. Oh, how lovely. Now again, I'm sure nothing is going to happen. These events and dates come and pass all the time. But this video is for entertainment purposes, just showing you pattern recognition, and it's always fun to just see if anything does happen.
I really do not know much about the blood moon other than what this guy just talked about, but I can say the correlation between the sigil of Satan was really good catch. Seeing that graph compared to that sigil, you just can't deny that they both look identical. Now, if that means anything, I really don't know, but let me know what you guys think in the comments. Do you think anything is going to happen, or do you think that it's just going to be another day?
Maybe we should pay attention when our memories try to tell us something. From the age of 3, a young girl named Dorothy Eady began insisting that she was not from this world. She told her parents she was from a place called Egypt, a land she had never visited, but spoke about with a familiarity that was impossible. She described temples, gardens, and palaces with intricate detail, places she couldn't have possibly known about. She would cry to go home, insisting she didn't belong in England. Her parents were baffled, especially when Dorothy began asking for strange foods and spoke of a husband she once had. But the most chilling moment happened when they visited the British Museum. Dorothy stood in front of an ancient Egyptian exhibit, her eyes wide with recognition. She ran to a statue and kissed its feet, whispering in a language no one could understand. When asked why, she simply said, "I know them. They are my people." Her parents were horrified, but Dorothy remained adamant. She knew Egypt not just as a place in history, but as a home she once belonged to. Years passed, but Dorothy's obsession only grew stronger. She claimed she was once a priestess named Bentrashit, living over 3,000 years ago. She spoke of serving in the temple of Seti I and being in love with the pharaoh himself. She even described the secret passages and hidden rooms of the temple, places no one knew existed. Archaeologists took notice, and when she moved to Egypt, now calling herself Sidi, her knowledge stunned even the most experienced Egyptologists. She guided them to hidden chambers and undiscovered tombs, just as she had described as a child. Every detail was exactly as she said. It was impossible. How could she know? To her, it was simple. She was just coming home. Can memories truly cross the boundaries of time? What do you believe?
I did look this up to confirm if this was true or not, and there might be some twists into this story, but for the most part, it was all true. And I've heard the story before, but I never really dug in to see how true it really was, and I'm really surprised. It's actually a true story. It's another reason why I really think reincarnation is such a fascinating topic. I mean, how do you know all of these things, never being there, you're just a child, and you're getting all of this information correct? That's really crazy to me.
This video is for all the conspiracy theorists in the world that are looking for that one conspiracy theory that connects everything together. We have a community called the Little Season community, where we truly believe we found everything that connects Tartaria, the Mud Flood, Flat Earth, orphan trains, insane asylums. All that is explained by Jesus coming back in 70 AD and him ruling for 1,000 years. And they added 1,000 years to our timeline, which explains that too. Before I even get in all the other stuff I just talked about, I want us to look at coins like this where it says J and then the date look like this and have an I, and there's multiple examples of coins like this, but I would be Jesus, which is Jesus in Latin, and the J obviously for Jesus, and then the date would tell you what date you're in the 1,000 years. Then we have buildings like this, and we have buildings like this. Now onto Tartaria. As we can see, Tartaria is made up of 2 types of buildings. Now when I do this to Tartaria, it's because Tartaria is actually a psyop to make us think that this was us and not Jesus coming back. But as we can see, they're only made up of 2 types of buildings. Buildings like this that are churches. Buildings like this are actually Roman. As you can see, the Corinthian pillars, which is very Roman architecture. And then that building right there, what does that look exactly like? It looks exactly like the Pantheon, like exactly. And as you can see here again, this looks exactly like Venice, Italy, and Rome is in Italy. So obviously the inspiration came from Rome. And if you wonder who built these things, well, that was the Vikings that came 500 years before Columbus. And if you don't believe me, just look it up on Google. This is pretty common knowledge. The Vikings were also Roman, and the Arabs were Roman. Islam was probably in the 1st century, and Muhammad was probably the false prophet, but I don't know about that yet. I gotta keep going. As we can see here in Daniel, he says, the 4th beast is a 4th kingdom that will appear on earth. It will be different from all the other kingdoms, and it will devour the whole earth, trampling down and crushing it. Then when Jesus comes back and destroys it, it says, but the court will sit, and his power will be taken right away and completely destroyed forever. Then the sovereignty and power and greatness of all the kingdoms under heaven will be handed over to the holy people, the saints of the Most High. So now you know that Rome was Tartaria, and these churches are just the saints that they built for free energy, and they lived inside of the Roman buildings that were handed over to them, like Daniel said. We have the mud flood. Buildings like this that were Roman, huge buildings like this in Iraq, and like this too. Everything was completely buried, which is unfathomable. Then you combine that with the fact that Jesus specifically said to 7 churches in Asia in Revelation, repent, I'm coming back soon. And if you don't repent, you'll be destroyed. And guess what? All of those churches today were destroyed at the same time Rome was. So who destroyed Rome in the whole world? Because Rome was the whole world. Obviously, Jesus came back and judged the whole world. Do you guys really think that God was going to let his son be killed and not judge the world when he's judged the world for way less? Then we have thousands of examples of photos of children being shipped away on orphan trains. And their parents were being put in insane asylums. So what does that sound like? If you weren't agreeing with their agenda of Jesus not coming back already, you were put in an insane asylum and your kids would be shipped away. Because think about it. These people were just settling in the country, according to our history, and they were building wood huts and shooting each other like cowboys and riding horses. But then you also see insane asylums built at the same time that look like castles. So they were putting the crazy people in castles, but then they went back to their woodshed homes. Like, that obviously doesn't make sense. Obviously, these castles were repurposed. They were here before. And something happened where we lost the technology to build. So we had to restart and start building wood homes, but then repurpose the buildings we had before. And then we see that the world's fairs were selling premature infants for no reason. Nobody knows why, they were just doing it. As we can see here, these babies do not look healthy enough or even old enough to be out the womb. So it's very clear they were like cloning babies. And they were obviously cloning babies to repopulate the world because we just went through a catastrophic event. And this leads me to my next point. As we can see here, this is the Statue of Liberty's book, and it says July 4th, 1776, but in Roman numerals. Remember that. And then you see like witchcraft stuff underneath the Statue of Liberty. This is obviously a big ritual right here. And the statue is obviously Satan. So now that brings me to my point. Us little seasoned theorists believe that Jesus came back when the Second Temple fell, but I think that this dating is actually wrong because obviously our whole chronology is wrong. So what if the 7-year tribulation actually ended in 1776? Then Jesus establishes his 1,000 years. And 1776 is when Satan is released from his 1,000-year bounding. As we can see here, it says that he seized the dragon, that ancient serpent who is the devil or Satan, and bound him for 1,000 years. He threw him in the abyss and locked him, sealed him in over to keep him from deceiving the nations anymore until the 1,000 years were ended. After that, he must be set free for a short time. So as you can see, Satan was released after the 1,000 years. And if I'm right about it being 1776, that's why we have the Statue of Liberty in Roman numerals, because the Roman numerals represent the beast, Rome. Rome was the final beast. And Satan controlled the final beast. He's the one who gave the beast power. So he is just Rome reincarnated. That's why when you hear Elon Musk and Trump say we want Rome reincarnated, they're a part of the programming. They're all a part of Satan. They just want Rome to rule the world again.
I'm all for a good Tartaria theory, but that was a lot to just say Trump and Elon are a part of the program. Let me know what you guys think about this guy. I don't know, that could just be someone in the house.
I asked AI if there were any occult services on the dark web where you could sell your soul, and the answers I got back were chilling. First of all, ChatGPT tried to pass it off saying it was a scam, that people on the dark web use it for like identification theft or to scam money out of people. But it didn't say it doesn't exist, so I probed further. I asked them what these sites were offering in return for their souls. This is where it gets scary. In exchange for souls, a ritual would be performed for them, and the desires that they wanted in this realm would be granted to them in exchange. So in some ways I do agree with ChatGPT. It's definitely a scam. The only thing you can take away with you from this realm is your soul. All material things are left behind. So why would you swap something that's infinite for things that are temporary? Definitely doesn't make sense. It seems ChatGPT was just as oblivious as most people are in this life. Why would you go to the trouble of setting something like that up on the dark web? For a joke.
It's crazy at what's out there on the internet. Websites for you to supposedly sell your soul. That has to be one of the craziest things that I've heard. I guarantee you that there's probably been people out there that's done that too, that's actually went on them websites, whatever dollar amount that those people wanted, and sold their soul. And that's such a scam. You really shouldn't want to be doing that stuff in the first place. And if you did, do you really think you're gonna find that problem on the internet? I'm pretty certain that Satan would probably be more than happy to accept your soul if you were just willingly gonna give it away. I do not think that you would need to search the internet for that. But I'm not no soul selling expert, so I don't know. That's just crazy to me.
Whatever you do not do this. For some reason, don't ask me why, but quicksand is trending again and people are freaking out about it. When you were younger, I'm sure you saw the movies about how deadly quicksand is, it will just suck you in and you're finished, mate. But in reality, quicksand is a lot different than that. So how do you actually get out of it? So quicksand is actually more common to find than you think. It's not like some booby trap set by monsters in the woods that just creams you. And obviously the most common thing when you see it in films is everybody freaking out, moving loads, and they just kind of stay there. In reality, if you freak out and move too much, that's what's actually going to cause more suction, pull you in, and you're a dead man. So what you need to do is like paddle your feet a little bit and actually just relax. Don't freak out because it's not that dangerous. Slowly edge back so that you're laying down and just keep moving your feet up. So eventually your feet will flutter up, you're laying on your back and your feet will start to come out of the sand. Now in a lot of areas where there is quicksand, the chances are there's going to be some trees around it or logs, which yeah, you can grab onto these and that will help pull you out as well. But if there's not, you can just do exactly as I've just said. Of course it is dangerous if you freak out and are a bit stupid, but if you actually just follow what you're meant to do, you should be fine. If you live in the UK and have an iPhone, you're absolutely screwed. Apple has now announced that it will not offer UK users its advanced data protection tool anymore. This is extremely worrying, let me explain. Make sure you share this video with anybody who has an iPhone because trust me, you're gonna need to see this. Advanced data protection, which Apple did offer worldwide, essentially an end-to-end encryption tool, so it made your data on your device extremely secure. Anything you stored in the iCloud, in your phone, anywhere, it was extremely secure, no one could see it, not even Apple. Of course, the UK government intervened with this. A couple of weeks ago, they demanded access to Apple users' encrypted data, essentially wanting to see everything that is on your phone in the background. Nothing's going to be private anymore. Apple basically said this is mad, but just completely stopped that data protection in the UK. Wouldn't just hand over all your data to the government either. But there's still a lot of areas in your phone that are completely end-to-end encrypted. No one will be able to see that, so don't worry. But at the same time, the government will probably be able to access certain things, and it's also going to make it slightly easier for hackers to get into. So make sure you have strong passwords, change your passwords regularly, so just stay safe, and I'll keep you updated.
I really wonder what's the all of a sudden wanting all of this access. Let me know, for anyone that lives in the UK, does this affect you at all? Or is this just something that you're like, whatever? Because I know here in America, things like this is pretty personal.
Demon Face is going crazy, y'all. So I've compiled just a few videos of these transformations going on that we keep seeing with really popular and big people. And it's just so insane to me because they say the eyes are the windows to the soul. Did you see that? You gotta be looking at that, not me. What? Like, what would you even suppose that this is? I'm sure we've all heard the different myths and the legends and, you know, the things down there under the ground, miles down, you know, those things, but could they be demons? If you ask me, I would just say that we literally live in the movie They Live, and this is always stuff going on around us. People on stages, on the movies, on TVs, just all the time, and we just can't see them for what they really are. And of course, when this kind of stuff is visually not going on, we kind of have something different. Like right now, everyone's watching this video of the Beeps, and they're like, why is he acting so freaking weird? It's like, these celebrities will just start glitching. Like, they literally just act weird. Y'all do remember the messages from Kanye's manager, right? Yeah, just making sure.
Did Stephen Greer fake a UFO sighting so he could justify all the stupid shit he claims? If you love Snarky Museum of Tarot, you're gonna love this video. So let's take a look at the evidence, and you decide. As the story goes, back in 2015, Stephen Greer led one of his paid CE5 UFO summoning events in Zero Beach, Florida, or as we like to call it, South Central Long Island. And as they were sitting there on the beach, some spooky lights showed up over the ocean. First one, and then a few seconds later, another one. Okay, that's all fine and good and woo, super spoopy. But it's some of the things that Greer mentions and the situation around that event that should make you suspicious.
Okay, you see that color? Yeah. That's not a plane. No, oh no. Okay, so I'm looking with the night scopes. There's no smoke, there's no trails, these are not flares.
Wait, what was that? First, he jumps on it when somebody says that these aren't planes, and then he goes out of his way to specifically state that these aren't flares. Let's say you went to a new restaurant and you got a hamburger, and the waiter brought you your hamburger, and you took a bite, and he said, that's totally not rat meat. Like, dude, why would you even say that? Is this some kind of like Freudian guilty conscience shit going on? Well, you're about to find out. So, Greer claims that there were no planes out there that night. In the video, he says that those aren't planes. Well, let's analyze that claim, shall we? As you can see from this flight data, there was a small plane out there in the sky, right where they were sitting in Vero Beach, at the correct distance from the shoreline where they spotted the objects, and it was at the approximate right time. This says 9:11 p.m. that night, and we know that they were sitting out there at 9:11 right around 9:15 p.m. because Stevie asked for a time check.
PM time? 9:15. 9:15, so the mark time.
So this plane with the registration N110SU flew right past him at the right time, at the right area, at the right distance from the coastline. And we're going to see why that registration is significant in a moment. Something else that Stevie does here is also kind of sus. He tells the participants to shut off their night vision scopes, which would have indicated whether there was a plane over the horizon.
Wow, and it's above the sea level.
Please turn off your night scope, Charles. Off.
In fact, he does this even though he says that he was using a night vision scope, controlling the information during the session so that nobody else could see what he was seeing.
Okay, so I'm looking with the night scopes. There's no smoke, there's no trails, these are not flares.
Now, I don't know about you, but as a fully grown man whose balls actually dropped, if I paid some son of a bitch several $1,000s to go sit on a beach and wait for orbs to show up, and those orbs showed up, you better be damn sure I'm looking at it however the hell I want to.
Yeah.
So for Steven to act like some school teacher scolding a child to turn off their scope when that adult presumably paid him to be there is sus and control freaky as fuck. He also makes damn sure that his people are recording the incident, which, if you went through that much trouble to set it up, you'd want to get all the press and publicity out of it that you could.
The shock police photograph. All cameras should be filming.
And indeed, ever since this event, this has been one of Greer's key pieces of evidence for UFOs. Right. Now, Greer's own footage gives us a hint that this was in fact a plane dropping flares out over the ocean. They had more than one camera set up, and this second camera looks like it captured some stills, and it looks as if they might have had the ISO turned up a little higher on this camera. And that can allow you to see things in the footage that you normally wouldn't see with the unaided eye. And if I take these pictures and I enlarge them and I put them side by side, you can see very clearly that there are lights leading away from the site where the two flares were dropped. And what this looks like are the aviation safety lights on the aircraft. And if we put them all side by side, you can see flare 1 drop, flare 2 drop a few seconds later, and as they are dropping, you'll see the light farther and farther and farther away as it's moving away from the site where the flares were dropped. And is there any other indication that these were flares? Well, yes. If you actually look at the original footage and speed it up, you'll see that flare 1 shows up and starts dropping, and flare 2 shows up and starts dropping, and they drop at the same speed towards the horizon, and they blink out as they start to go towards the water, but they're also moving in unison, and they're being blown by the wind along with the clouds. Now, if someone wants to spin this, they'll say that the UFO showed up and then they went into the ocean. Well, that doesn't make any sense. Why the hell would UFOs be blown by the wind? Get real. They sell these flares. They're actually pretty cheap. You pull the thing, the flare shoots out, and it drops down with a parachute, and they last about a minute or two until they burn out, which is exactly what you see in the footage. So I hope this is starting to paint a picture and you're starting to come to some realizations. But let's expand a little bit further and take a look at who that plane actually belongs to. As you can see, that registration is a Beechcraft Model 76 Duchess, but that Beechcraft was registered to an outfit known as Ari Ben Aviation, and Ari Ben Aviation is headquartered out of this airport in Fort Pierce, Florida, just south of Vero Beach. So even the flight path would have taken it north just along the same route that we saw with the flares. Now, in my opinion, Greer has been nothing but a disappointment over the almost 30 years that I've been watching his stuff. In my opinion, he has not produced anything that I would consider actual evidence of any of his claims. We know he was funded by Larry Rockefeller to push Rockefeller's goofy little cultural conditioning UFO psyop. Greer, along with people like Bob Bigelow, Linda Moulton Howe, and even the Slurm Queen herself, Hillary, were all part of this. And through all of it, the only thing Greer has ever produced is stupid footage like this, his fake little Atacama alien body that was proven to be a malformed human. And let's not forget Bijou the Andromedan, which,
Our group, if you look, go to cseti.org, has a photograph of a extraterrestrial being that visited us transdimensionally that actually appeared in a photograph a couple of years ago at Joshua Tree National Park, and he was from the Andromeda Galaxy.
Oh boy, what convincing proof. Oh look, I think I spotted another one. Maybe if you meditate and open your throat chakra, it'll give you a surprise.
Don't get me wrong, I love the theory that there's whistleblowers out there that have all of this evidence, but when it comes to him, he always has really sketchy evidence. Now, with there being a flight path back in 2015 confirmed, and you can look all of that stuff up, it's clear to see that that was a fake setup that Greer set up. And with that being said, that should be clear enough evidence that he's probably a scam artist or a fraud. Let me know what you guys think in the comments, but for me, I think I'm really a disbeliever in Stephen Greer information.
Really? So many people have been requesting this. I've shown you Circuit City. I've shown you Hometown Buffet. Places that have been closed for years. None are standing. And now I'm going to go to Toys R Us. None of them exist. There's none in existence. Let me show you something. This is going to blow your freaking mind. There it is, guys. Right there. Toys R Us. I'm on my way. Toys R Us, baby. We're going. I'm about to go inside. I'm going to try to be very discreet because it is 2005. Guys, I'm here in Toys R Us. How do you deny this? I mean, guys, This is the real deal. There are no more Toys R Us. I'm in 2005 right now, guys.
I have seen some of this guy's videos in passing about him being a time traveler and going to all of these places, and I'd have to admit, some of his videos are fairly convincing. This one's okay, but there's a few things that are a dead giveaway. First of all, there's a baby shark over here. Second of all, this right here, I know you can't see my mouse, but beside the rocket, that's an iPhone. That's a fairly recent iPhone. Those did not exist in 2005, not like that anyways. As far as I know, the iPhone came out in like 2007, so good try, buddy.
Petrified Nephilim and Nagamut Fossil University.
This, if you understand the way skin peels and it peels off as it decays, you'll understand this is quite real. And I believe this is actually red blood up in here because it was a red-blooded creature. Look at his neck. This is down where his neck was. You see the red blood here? Here's his throat coming up through. The lips are different than and the eyes, obviously. His little nose is here, and that's about as alien as you get. Now, this shot is showing straight forward. It looks like he has a collar around some kind of a spacesuit or something. Because here it is sideways. Hold on, where did he go? Here he is. You see it sideways? It looks like he's got some kind of collar around his head, and he's got like 2 ears or something. I don't know. And that's where that red spot was in the top. Now, it appears that all creatures are red-blooded, because I'm going to show you another one. It looks like a naga. Now, that's pretty alien to me. I don't see why I should be excluded from being able to post there. I think you should go up there and say, Giorgio, Eric, what's going on, man? What's going on with you guys? I thought you were looking for aliens. You were looking for something, not just to dismiss somebody that has evidence. All right, how about this for an alien head? This is real, and I'm going to show you why I can make those statements. This is up in Washington State. A friend of mine, Kim, has this head. Now, this one I have access to. The other alien one, this one here, this is sold, that's gone. This was Heath Bowman sent me these pictures, and he had just sold it.
I mean, I definitely see a face or something in that rock or fossil or whatever it is. Is it alien? I don't know, but it definitely looks alien-esque. Now, for that second photo that he was showing, I was really hoping to see a little bit more about this, but the video just ended abruptly and I can't find anything else about this. But the other image that he showed, there's no way that that was a fossil. That had to be like a wood carving or something, but I would really like to know a little bit more about this. So if anyone has any information, let me know in the comments.
Y'all remember yesterday where I was talking about how people are seeing these tiny human-like beings at their house? So this Redditor right here shared some photos from their security cameras. This is the Redditor's carport in the daytime. Look at the neighbor's driveway in this next picture. What is that? So apparently this Redditor fully believes that he's caught a gnome on camera. And when you zoom in on this thing, it is very small and human-like. It looks like it's starting to like dissipate though, just like in the photos I showed you yesterday. This thing looks like a mythical creature. But people all over the internet are capturing these little things in their yards. Whatever this thing is, it has to be really small too, like a little elf or something. And before you guys say that it's just lighting or one of these plants making a weird shadow, here are the pictures side by side in the daytime and at night. What do you guys think this is? Let me know.
I think that's just someone letting their dog outside and it's just using the bathroom, but I could be mistaken. Let me know what you guys think.
Okay, guys, I'm told that these are leaked videos and leaked images and leaked footage of actual beings. Now, when you see that, you're going to say, that's crazy. There's no way that's real. And, you know, it's probably not real. But it could be. And see, this is the thing. This is why when I see this and I get sent something like this, I don't just take it lightly, because we're told that these type beings do exist and that they are amongst us. Check out this footage and tell me what you think. Yes, exactly right. I mean, a lot of people would say, hey, look, that's a gray alien. Guys, I'm not seeing the slit in the eyes, and I'm told that if these are really the other people, We'll just say that since they don't allow us to use that word, since they protect them, that they don't have those eyes like that they have the pupils. Could this possibly be the ones that, the scaly people, so to speak?
Nah, I think
Could it be real?
I think those are AI images.
Leave your comments. Let me know what you think.
The internet's just getting so full of AI junk right now, it's hard to find good, decent content. It was just a repeat of different AI generated images and the guy going along with it saying that these could be real. Obviously, those were not.
Kenny Veach. He would go hiking and exploring all throughout Nevada and California near Area 51. And he found this cave. And he said it was shaped perfectly like a capital M. And he started walking close to it. And he said his whole body felt like it was vibrating. He said the vibration in his body was so intense that it scared him and he ran away. And then he talked about it on his YouTube and everyone's like, oh, you gotta go back and see what it was. And then there's one comment that said, do not go back there. If you find that cave entrance, do not go in. You won't get out.
Oh.
He ignored it, bought his girlfriend. He's like, I'll be back tomorrow. Gonna camp out there. Never came back. And they don't know where he is.
He's just dropped off the face of the earth.
They found his car that was like a couple miles from the cave, but they have not been able to find him. People theorize that it was an entrance to Area 51.
There's something weird in Nevada. 51, the Lovelock Cave, the hole, the cave that we're talking about right now.
Yeah.
There's a lot of just weird supernatural stuff that happens.
I really do find this story pretty fascinating. Now, do I believe it to be an entrance to Area 51? I really don't think that they would allow something like that to exist, where there's a cave outside of Area 51 for people to just randomly go into and end up inside of their facility. But if it was really something worth exploring or discovering, I would also think that they would have that all fenced off. But nonetheless, I would really like to know what was in that cave. Let me know in the comments, what do you guys think about this story? Do you think that that cave actually exists? The story about this guy is real. It didn't necessarily take place with an M-shaped cave, but it did take place around Nevada and him disappearing. So I really would like to know what happened to him.
There's some crazy paranormal video that just came out on Reddit. So there's this guy who lives in an apartment, right?
Yeah.
His apartment was built in 1935 and it hasn't gone through many changes. It's still like very old, very like rustic, right?
Yeah.
So every night he takes a video and there's a loud ass knock coming from his closet. And he walks to it. Soon as he opens it fast, no more knocking. He goes back.
Oh shit.
I'll show you the video. This is so crazy. Like, I know it's real for 100%.
Fuck, we'll burn the house down, man.
Listen to this noise. Ready?
I really don't think I'm fuck that shit, bro.
No more. So I'm telling you, this guy has been seeing like a lot of shit through his whole house.
Yeah.
And I'll show you the last part of the video. This is fucked because guess what the ghost goes for?
Let me see.
And if you can't tell, hasn't really been updated.
It's 1932.
The cross falls out.
If it's happening consistently like that and it's happening primarily at night, I wonder what it really could be if it's not like a ghost. Could it be a draft coming through the closet and it's just making the door bang really hard? Well, I don't know, but that was some really aggressive banging. I would not be happy to have to live through that.
Corey, this one will freak you out. Okay. So the story goes, this guy is pig hunting and he's using a thermal scope. He's been on this field all night, hasn't seen anything move. He's like, you know what? I'm going to get up from this tree. He's like on some brush and he's like, I'm going to go across the field. And he's sitting there for a while and then out of nowhere, a little blob shows up. He's like, here we go. The pigs are coming in. He's locked in. He's ready, for the thing to show itself. But then it gets up and he realizes that this infrared blob is humanoid. And he said it appears to look like a naked human. Goes over to the tree that he was just sitting against and starts checking it out or sniffing it. And the guy is across the field just going like, I don't understand what I'm looking at. Then the thing is on all fours, postures up like it's about to howl. And then in a woman's voice goes, help. Oh gosh. Help. Continues to do it. The dude fired one way over the top of this thing's head. And then it goes, I'm injured, help. And then he sends another one. It runs and he sends a couple and he's like, it ran away from where my truck is, goes back to his truck, never goes in that field again.
Yeah,
I hate that so much.
Said it was a naked humanoid crawled up and was sniffing the tree the dude was just sitting on. It had been stalking him.
In the middle of the night.
Yeah.
I mean, that definitely does sound creepy, but I hope that that was not an injured person out there really looking for help. That would be horrible. I don't know how I would have handled that if I was in that situation, because if I heard them asking for help, I probably would have had to approach them. I mean, I'm at least armed with a weapon. I would definitely have to see if that was really someone needing help, because I would be concerned. I'm that guy that dies first in a movie.
So technology continues to advance at the rapid rate. The Robotics and AI Institute has developed the Ultra Mobility Vehicle, also known as a UMV, which is a self-balancing robotic bike that's capable of navigating challenging terrain and even jumping into high surfaces. Now, it's using AI to develop this thing called reinforcement learning, which is playing a key role in the ability for these robots to adapt to complex situations and perform better. Unlike regular self-balancing bikes, this UMV does not use a gyroscope for stability. Instead, it moves like a regular bicycle, and it steers with its front wheel while shifting a weighted top section up and down to maintain balance. The reinforcement learning allows it to learn movements that would be difficult to achieve with conventional control methods. Now, the only real challenge right now is riding in reverse or riding backwards, because that's really highly unstable right now, especially if it's on uneven ground.
A bizarre vegan cult has left a trail of death across America. But not long ago, they were just a group of young, talented tech people trying to save the world. So what went so wrong? And warning, this gets weird as hell. You see, too many villain arcs begin with a rejection. I mean, we're not even going to talk about art school. And this one is no different. Jack Lasota, a trans woman, was pushed out of a radical online community known as the Rationalist Movement after Jack's ideas were too extreme, even for them. One of which was the idea that the two hemispheres of the human brain had different genders and were actively trying to kill each other. But being kicked out didn't mean that those ideas just went away. Jack took his online username Ziz and created a group that became known as the Zizians. And they didn't just want to talk about their ideas online, they wanted to create a new way of life. And in 2017, they took those ideas seriously. Somewhere off the coast of California, they acquired an old, rusting World War II era tugboat, and their plan for it was radical. Create a floating community of free-thinking individuals who would live outside the rules of society, focusing on philosophy, AI, research, and radical veganism. And after 5 years of living on this boat, they probably thought they had achieved this. But locals who saw the Zizians on board, they described them as dirty, isolated, feral humans. And after this rusted old boat started actually sinking, the Zizians were forced on land, and that's where things turned dark. Homeless and desperate, the Zizians relocated to California, and that's where they met 82-year-old Curtis Lynn. He rented them a space in his trailer park for around $2,000 a month, and at first, things seemed stable. Then, suddenly, they stopped paying. Curtis tried to evict them, the Zizians refused to leave, and the situation spiraled to the point where Curtis was attacked with a freaking sword. He was impaled through the chest, inflicted multiple stab wounds, including one that blinded his right eye. But despite his severe injuries, he managed to shoot 2 of his attackers, one fatally, and somehow he survived. But then, just last month, days before he was actually supposed to testify in court against the Zizians, Curtis was fatally stabbed in the neck outside his home by someone with the name Maximilian Schneider, successfully stopping him from ever testifying. And this was just the start. Another Zizian member was arrested after both her parents were found shot dead inside their home. And then also last month, 2 Zizian members got into a full-on shootout with Border Patrol, which resulted in the death of one of the officers and one of the members. And inside their car, authorities found night vision goggles, tactical gear, and an arsenal of weapons. Authorities realized this wasn't just some group of fringe intellectuals. This was a violent cult. And all of this led to the most recent arrest, the leader, Jack Lasota. Ziz was arrested dressed in all black, carrying ammunition belts and a weapon. And unfortunately, it doesn't even stop there, because authorities believe that several of these members are still out there, some in hiding and others possibly even planning their next move.
Wow, that is crazy, sad, and all kinds of mixed reaction and feelings on that one. I have never heard of this before, so this was all new information to me, and man, that is scary. There's some people out there that really should not be on the internet. Or if they are, they need to be heavily monitored, because that right there should have been stopped before it even started. Them vegans went crazy. And I thought the whole point about being vegan was just to be kind of peaceful, to not cause harm to other animals and creatures. So why would you want to cause harm to people like that? Oh man, that might be enough internet for today. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and end today's video. As always, I want to thank you all for stopping by and watching. And with that being said, have a good day.